A bolt of agony through the back of my head ripped me out of the darkness. I opened my eyes. First came the sour stench of stagnant water and garbage in the alley. Then I noticed that my palm was covered in blood. The wound was on the back of my head, and sticky blood was still trickling down. An unfamiliar street, an unfamiliar body, and a flood of memories that did not belong to me made one fact clear almost at once. I had crossed into another world. In my previous life, I had spent years training in special operations, only to die from a stray bullet during my first decapitation mission. This body was also named Su Tian. He was 18 years old and attended Yutsai High School in Songhai City. Mutated beasts roamed everywhere beyond the cities of this world. Humanity survived only behind high walls and electrified fences, protected by martial artists. The truly powerful among them could split mountains and shatter stone, and one person could hold off an entire army. The original Su Tian, however, was only at the third level of the body tempering realm. The martial path here began with body tempering. Ordinary people had to absorb spiritual energy and temper their bodies constantly just to have a chance of surviving against the beasts outside the city. A city falling was not some distant event from a history textbook. New lists of lost cities appeared in the news every so often. For an ordinary family, getting a child into a martial arts university was almost the same as gaining another path into a secure zone and into a higher social class. The body's former owner had wanted the same future, but he had lacked both resources and cultivation. According to his memories, my Aunt Lu Yin had asked him to run an errand in this area tonight. The moment he entered the alley, a man in black attacked him from behind. The original owner must have died. I had simply happened to awaken in his body. The Crimson system is loading. A line of pale crimson text suddenly appeared before my eyes. Before I could examine it, footsteps sounded at the mouth of the alley. Someone was coming back. I immediately dropped into my former position, relaxed my limbs, held my breath, and let my eyes go vacant. The footsteps stopped in front of me. A flash lit the side of my face a moment later. What a pain. The client insisted on a close-up to prove the target was completely dead. It was the assassin from before. He bent over and brought his phone close. I snapped up one hand and drove 2 fingers toward his eyes. Caught off guard, the assassin screamed and swung backward. I rolled in time, but his arm still caught my shoulder and hurled me into the wall, leaving my chest tight and breathless. One wild, unaimed sweep had nearly knocked the air out of me. I still had the techniques from my former life, but this body could not keep up with them. In a direct fight, I would not survive his second move. That one blow made the gap between us perfectly clear. He was a martial artist. I had only one chance, and it depended on my surprise attack succeeding. The assassin had temporarily lost his sight and was groping around blindly. I snatched up the dagger he had dropped, slashed the wrist of his weapon hand, then evaded his counterattack and drove the blade into his chest from the side. He still tried to lunge at me as he fell to his knees. I kept my distance, circled behind him, and delivered the final strike. Even as he died, he refused to reveal the client's identity. I checked his phone, but all I found was the photo he had just uploaded and a recipient account with no real name information. Bloodblade clearly had rules for handling contracts. An ordinary field operative might never know a client's real name. Only after I was certain he would never move again did I ask the question that could no longer be answered. Who hired you? The assassin had left no name, but the word client was enough. Very few people knew my plans for tonight and could lure me here alone. I pressed down on my wound, put on the assassin's fallen cap, and slipped out of the alley under cover of darkness. What I found at home deepened my suspicion. The room had been ransacked. Clothes and miscellaneous belongings lay everywhere, and even the old trunk my parents had left behind had been emptied. This rundown house was so poor that an ordinary thief would not bother with it. Whoever came here had clearly been searching for something specific. Inside the hidden lining of an old children's book under the bed, I found all the savings the original owner had left. 183 yuan and 27 cents. He had arranged the bills by denomination with meticulous care. He had clearly needed to count every cent he spent. His parents had both been high-ranking martial artists. They died years ago defending the city during a beast tide, leaving 5 million yuan in death benefits. Because he had been a minor at the time, the money had remained under the management of his uncle Su Hu and Aunt Lu Yin. They were supposed to return it when I turned 18. Yet all these years, they had given me only 500 yuan a month for living expenses. An ordinary worker earned roughly 3,000 yuan a month, while even the cheapest body tempering elixir cost 1,000. One bottle could boost a body tempering martial artist's cultivation speed by 20% for 3 consecutive days. I had never used even one. I could only wear old clothes faded white from repeated washing. Most students in my class had already reached the 5th or 6th level of body tempering. I was still stuck at the 3rd. Talent awakening was only a week away, and martial arts universities evaluated both awakened talent and actual cultivation. At my former level, I could forget about university. I would struggle even to find a respectable job inside a secure zone. And this was the very year I turned 18. Looking at the ransacked room, I finally connected the assassin, the death benefits, and the errand my aunt had arranged. If I died before the money came due, those 5 million yuan would never have to reach my hands. Crimson system loading complete. Name, Su Tian. Martial skill, Mortal rank Savage Bull Fist Beginner. Upgrade available. Cultivation art, Mortal rank Body Tempering Art Minor Mastery. Upgrade available. Cultivation, Body Tempering, Level 3. Skill points, 0. Immediately afterward, my skill points began increasing at a rate of 1 per second. I focused on Savage Bull Fist, and the system instantly displayed the upgrade requirement. Advancing from beginner to minor mastery required 500 points. Martial skill proficiency in this world was divided into beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Every advance produced a clear increase in combat power. The former owner had trained for 2.5 years just to reach beginner. I only needed to wait less than 10 minutes. Advancing the body tempering art from minor mastery to major mastery required 1,000 points, and reaching perfection required another 2,000. An hour later, I invested 3,000 skill points in succession. Body tempering art advanced to major mastery. Body tempering art advanced to perfection. A vast amount of cultivation insight poured into my mind. It felt as though I had personally circulated the body tempering art tens of thousands of times. How every meridian should withstand spiritual energy, and how I should adjust each breath became pure instinct. The next second, the surrounding spiritual energy stopped feeling thin and scattered. It actively converged on me. I immediately sat cross-legged. The perfected body tempering art began circulating on its own, drawing pure spiritual energy through my meridians and into every part of my body. Normal cultivation required a martial artist to capture the particles of spiritual energy in the air little by little, an extremely inefficient process. This energy seemed to have been purified already and required almost no filtering. It was not a meaningless number on a system screen. It was truly transforming my body. So what if my talent was poor? As long as time kept moving, Crimson would keep giving me skill points. The instant the spiritual energy entered my body, my meridians felt as though a scalding torrent were washing through them again and again. Pain locked every muscle tight, but I did not stop circulating the art. The perfected body tempering art had become bodily instinct. No matter how violent the energy grew, I could guide it layer by layer and use it to strengthen my bones, muscles, and meridians. Body tempering, level 4. Body tempering, level 5. My cultivation broke through level after level. The flood of spiritual energy did not gradually weaken until I reached the 8th level. I stood and clenched one fist. My skin, muscles, and bones were all far tougher than they had been an hour ago, and the dizziness from the wound on my head had eased considerably. Every level within the body tempering realm added roughly 100 kilograms, about 220 pounds, to a martial artist's base punching force. Even without a martial skill, I could now deliver 800 kilograms, or roughly 1,760 pounds, of force. The former owner had trained for years to reach level 3. I had crossed 5 levels in a single hour. More strength did not mean I had adapted to my new body. I first ran a series of checks, partial squats, turns, and short sprints. The spot where the assassin struck my right shoulder still hurt, and the wound on the back of my head could not withstand violent shaking. If I threw several full power punches now, the first thing to lose control might not be my enemy, but my own balance. I positioned several drinking glasses around the room at different angles and practiced my footwork against their reflections. The speed of an 8th level body was tremendous, but the combat judgment from my former life helped me pull back in time. Only after repeating the movements more than a dozen times did I stop clipping the table legs. The cultivation the system gave me was real, but the process of adapting to it could not be skipped either. I did not let the power go to my head. The 8th level of body tempering was still only the beginning of the martial path. Even a bronze-ranked field operative casually dispatched by the assassin organization might be spirit rank. The system had given me the speed to catch up, but it had not erased the enemies in front of me, and I had not reached my limit yet. My skill points were still rising by 1 every second. Once I had accumulated another 3,500, I invested them in Savage Bull Fist. 500 skill points consumed. Savage Bull Fist advanced to minor mastery. 1,000 skill points consumed. Savage Bull Fist advanced to major mastery. 2,000 skill points consumed. Savage Bull Fist advanced to perfection. Different methods of generating force, patterns of footwork, and angles of attack were branded into my mind. I practiced throwing punches inside the cramped room. My movements went from awkward to sharp and efficient. The instant the fist technique reached completion, another surge of pure spiritual energy rushed in from all sides, and the barrier between the 8th and 9th levels of body tempering shattered. Body tempering, level 9. I stopped my fist, but the wind from the strike lifted the old couch I had just set upright and slammed it into the wall. A perfected Savage Bull Fist did more than increase raw power. It linked my legs, waist, shoulders, and arms into one unit during a strike, eliminating most wasted effort. It allowed me to unleash nearly twice my normal strength. With a base punching force of 900 kilograms, my strongest blow could reach 1,800 kilograms, almost 4,000 pounds. That meant I might be able to threaten a martial artist who had only just entered the spirit rank, provided I hit a vital point. The system's function was becoming clearer. It could directly push cultivation arts and martial skills to higher levels of proficiency. Each time one reached perfection, it also drew in a surge of pure spiritual energy. As long as I obtained more manuals, my cultivation speed would continue to rise. The problem was that even the cheapest cultivation art on the market cost tens of thousands of yuan. I had only 183 yuan and 27 cents. I could not even afford the threshold price. I opened my old phone and checked the public price lists of several legitimate martial arts schools. Mortal rank martial skills usually cost between 10 and 30,000 yuan. A reasonably complete cultivation art cost even more, while spirit rank inheritances were rarely sold outright. Buying a manual also created a real name record. If Bloodblade kept hunting me, an unusual purchase could reveal my location just as easily. My parents' death benefits were therefore more than living expenses. They were the only legitimate source of resources I could presently explain. Reclaiming the money would sever my uncle's control over me and let me acquire the arts I needed before talent awakening and the martial examination. At Yutsai High School, the fastest student with Savage Bull Fist had only reached major mastery, and the principal already considered him a promising candidate for Songhai Martial Arts University. Suhu and I were both at body tempering level 9, but my martial skill stood a full proficiency stage above his. If I faced him head-on, I was no longer helpless. If I wanted to become stronger, I first had to reclaim the money my parents left me. I also had to determine whether my aunt and uncle had hired the assassin. Heavy rain began that night. I changed out of my blood-stained clothes and followed familiar streets to my uncle's home. The television inside was broadcasting a report about Lu Qi, a fugitive who had recently entered the spirit rank and was now at large in Songhai City. He had already killed several people. The police warned residents not to leave their homes. I did not knock. Using the rain to cover my movement, I approached the window. A loud slap came from inside, followed by an argument. Suhu demanded to know how Lu Yin could dare target her own nephew. Lu Yin cried that everything she had done was for their son. Once I died, the death benefit money would belong to them for good. It could buy cultivation resources for Su Songming and give Suhu a chance to break into the spirit rank. They could leave the civilian district and stop living under the restrictions attached to a ward's bank account. Then I heard the most important sentence of all. Lu Yin admitted with her own mouth that she had hired a bronze-ranked assassin from Bloodblade. The organization claimed it would accept even a king-rank target if the price was high enough, while its lowest bronze-ranked operatives were already spirit rank. The assassin had sent her a photograph proving my death, and only 4.5 million yuan remained of the original 5 million. The rain outside the door grew heavier. The last trace of doubt in my mind disappeared. I waited outside the window for another 30 seconds and confirmed that only 3 people were breathing inside. Su Songming was not in the living room, and I heard no movement upstairs. The television and the rain could conceal a brief struggle, but they could not conceal a gunshot. I would still have to settle this at close range. I switched my phone to airplane mode and wiped the water from my soles on the doormat. In my former life, the most dangerous part of an operation was often not the fight itself. It was allowing emotion to make you ignore the entrance, the number of people present, or your escape route. Even if these people were the original owner's relatives, I had to treat them as enemies who had already ordered my death once. They had not merely entertained a greedy thought. They had paid to have me killed. I raised my foot and kicked straight at the front door. The door smashed against the wall. Suhu stormed out in fury, but the moment he saw me standing in the doorway, he froze. Luyan followed him. Her face instantly went white, and even her voice began to tremble. Su Tian, how are you here? I came to take back my money. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. 5 million yuan. Not 1 cent less. Luyan quickly recovered her familiar vicious expression. First she accused me of ingratitude, then repeatedly emphasized how they had raised me all these years. She demanded to know why I had spent last month's 500 yuan so quickly, then pretended to worry about the danger outside and urged me to come farther in so we could talk. I followed her suggestion but kept my back to the front door, giving no one a chance to circle behind me. Suhu said nothing. He watched my hands and feet, then asked whether I had come alone. He was obviously trying to determine whether there were any witnesses. I told them directly. I heard everything you said through the window. The couple stiffened at the same time. Luyan's gaze swept across the doors and windows, while Suhu took one step to the side. They separated into flanking positions. One was at body tempering level 9 and the other at level 5. They did not deny anything. They were simply preparing to make sure I never left this room. Suhu's cultivation matched mine. If he completed his defense first and Luyan interfered from the side, I might not win easily. I had to exploit the fact that they still thought I was at body tempering level 3 and take down the stronger opponent first. Since you chose to buy my life, stop using family as your shield. I did not wait for them to move. The force of Savage Bull Fist traveled from my feet through my waist and back before converging in my right fist. Suhu had only begun to raise his hands when I crossed the distance between us and struck him in the head. With a perfected martial skill layered over the strength of body tempering level 9, I hit him before he could finish defending himself. He dropped on the spot and never made another sound. Suhu fell so quickly that Luyan could not process it. She screamed, retreated, and reached for something on the table. I rushed forward, seized her by the throat, and pinned her against the wall, first kicking away the chair she might use as a weapon. Where's the bank card? At first she begged for mercy, reminding me that she was my aunt. Then she blamed everything on Suhu. But I had heard her personally admit to hiring the Bloodblade assassin, and I had just watched her move to silence me. When I remained unmoved, she insisted that she would hand over the money only if I promised to let her leave. She even called the death benefits my money, as though holding them for enough years could somehow make the compensation bought with my parents' lives belong to her. But if I had still been the Su Tian at body tempering level 3 tonight, I would have been the one lying dead in that alley. I pinned down her hand and bent one finger backward to its limit. She tried to trade silence for a promise, so I applied more pressure. When the joint gave a faint crack, she finally broke. She lasted only a few seconds before sobbing out the location. The bank card was hidden in a cabinet beside the bed, and the pin was my parents' birthdays. During the guardianship period, they could not change the pin, and annual withdrawals were restricted. She said the account originally held 5 million yuan, but now contained only 4.5 million. My living expenses, their own withdrawals, and Bloodblade's fee had all been deducted from that money. I made her walk ahead while I kept 2 steps behind in case there was a weapon in the bedroom. Her hands shook as she removed the card from a hidden compartment in the nightstand. I confirmed that the account number matched the original owner's memories, made her state the PIN in front of me, and only then put the card in my pocket. I did not delete any transfers or contact records at the scene. The bank card could only prove how much of the death benefit remained. Determining where Bloodblade's fee had been sent and who issued the order would require her phone and the account history. Destroying the evidence would leave me with nothing but my word if I later had to face the police. You have the money. Let me go. Luyan stared at me, her voice shaking. She knew where I had gone tonight, and she knew the Bloodblade assassin had failed. If she left alive, another group of assassins would soon come after me. More importantly, she did not truly regret trying to kill me. She merely feared death now that she could no longer resist. I had already died once. I would never again place my life in an enemy's mercy. I clamped one hand around the side of her neck and snapped it. At last, the room went quiet. Only the rain tapping against the windows remained. I was about to inspect the scene when several claps sounded above my head. The cold bank card rested inside my breast pocket, reminding me that this conflict was not truly over. Luyan's phone was still in the living room, and Bloodblade's recipient records might have left a trail. Suhu had not managed to call for help before he fell, but that did not mean the neighbors had heard nothing. I was about to switch off the living room light when a little dust fell from the ceiling boards. The applause had come from too close. Whoever it was had watched at least the latter half of the fight, yet I had failed to detect his presence. Wonderful. What a touching display of a loving aunt and a dutiful nephew. The voice came from the roof. As I looked up, the window exploded inward. A figure in a black cloak landed inside the room, directly between me and my escape route. The black-cloaked man did not attack immediately after landing, but the aura around him was plainly stronger than mine. Cold sweat broke out across my back. My punch against Sue, who had not consumed much, but this man had already crossed the divide between body tempering and the spirit rank. His speed, strength, and true chi existed on an entirely different level. He stood not far from the television. The news report was still on the screen. One glance was enough for me to recognize the wanted photograph. Lu Chi, a fugitive who had recently entered the spirit rank and was suspected in multiple robberies and murders. The police had just warned the entire city to stay away from him, yet he had broken into Suhu's home during the storm. The report specifically called him extremely dangerous. Even ordinary officers were instructed to report his position rather than attempt an arrest alone. Lu Chi noticed the television too and simply pulled down his hood. "Since you recognize me, hand over the bank card and PIN." He glanced at the bodies on the floor. "Cooperate, and I might let you walk out alive." His tone was casual, but his hands remained positioned to strike at any moment. He had obviously watched the previous conflict from beginning to end. He knew I could kill someone at body tempering level 9 and had still revealed himself. That meant he possessed absolute confidence in his spirit rank power. The first great difference between the spirit rank and body tempering was perception. After Lu Chi landed, the air inside the room seemed to be pinned down by an invisible force. Whenever I moved, I felt his gaze track me in advance. If I threw an ordinary punch from 10 feet away, he would have ample time to sidestep, block, or even counter before I finished generating force. He had smashed through the window, but his body now blocked that exit. The bedroom behind me had no second door, and I could not expect a neighbor to rush in and save me from a wanted spirit rank criminal. The bank card was his target. It was also the only thing that might make him voluntarily enter my striking range. I deliberately relaxed my shoulders and let my voice tremble. "Don't kill me. You can have the card." Waiting to die offered no chance of survival. I had only one advantage. Lu Chi regarded me as an ordinary body tempering student. If I could get close enough, the 1,800 kilograms of explosive force behind a perfected Savage Bull fist might hit a vital point before he reacted. I shifted the bank card to my left hand and approached one step at a time. With every step, I calculated the distance. I also forced my breathing to quicken, making it look as though terror had destroyed my judgment. When Lu Chi reached for it, I still did not punch. If I moved too soon, he would have enough room to retreat. If I moved too late, the card would reach his hand, and I would lose the only bait holding his attention. I waited until his fingers nearly touched it, and his gaze settled completely on the card. Then I spoke the first half of the pin to make him look up. "The pin is..." My right foot drove against the floor. My waist and back released their force together, and my fist struck his chest at point-blank range. Lu Chi sensed the danger and had already begun mobilizing his true chi, but the distance was too short. Before his defense could form, the punch hurled him backward into the wall. The crack of breaking ribs sounded clearly. He tried to push himself up after hitting the floor, then collapsed again. He could no longer stand. My success did not mean body tempering level 9 was stronger than the spirit rank. He had underestimated me. The distance had been too short, and he had allowed me to land the full force of a perfected Savage Bull fist on a vital point. Change any one of those conditions, and I might have been the one on the floor. I had also nearly exhausted myself. My chest heaved, and both arms trembled beyond my control. That punch had drained most of the power I could mobilize. I would not be able to deliver another like it for some time. Broken ribs did not necessarily mean a spirit rank martial artist would die. True chi could protect his organs and might allow him one final strike when I approached. I deliberately circled away from his front, first listening to his breathing and then watching his fingers and pupils. The entire confirmation took several minutes. There were no sirens outside, and none of Lu Chi's companions appeared. Only after confirming both did I dare enter the reach of his arms. A spirit rank martial artist might have more than one method of attack, so I did not approach recklessly. I threw a wooden chair at him first. Lu Chi's eyes could still move, and his fingers twitched faintly. He was not dead yet. I fetched 2 kitchen knives and threw them into his torso from several yards away. Then I waited several more minutes. Only after confirming that he had completely stopped breathing and reacting did I circle to his side and use the dagger to check his vital points again. Once the threat was gone, I recovered the bank card and searched his belongings. Lu Qi carried nothing that could reveal an address. He had clearly been living on the run. There was, however, a waterproof pocket sewn into the lining of his cloak. Along with some personal items, I found a thin booklet barely more than 10 pages long. 3 characters were written across its cover: Mystic Crane Steps. It was a spirit rank movement art. An ordinary spirit rank martial skill cost at least 500,000 yuan on the market. Movement arts were even scarcer and generally cost another 20%, if they could be bought at all. Most people obtained a suitable inheritance only after entering a martial arts university or joining a major faction. I did not add points immediately. I first read all 10+ pages from beginning to end. The system could record a manual on my status screen only after I had been exposed to the complete text. Sure enough, Crimson's display changed when I finished the final page. Name: Su Tian. Martial skills: Mortal rank Savage Bull Fist Perfection. Spirit rank Mystic Crane Steps Uninitiated. Upgrade available. Cultivation art: Mortal rank Body Tempering Art Perfection. Cultivation, Body Tempering, Level 9. Skill points: 23,579. From the instant the system activated until now, time itself had been accumulating strength for me. And Mystic Crane Steps would let me test a second crucial question: how much spiritual energy would arrive when a spirit rank martial skill reached perfection? I focused on the plus sign beside Mystic Crane Steps and invested skill points in rapid succession. 2,000 skill points consumed. Mystic Crane Steps Advanced to Beginner. 3,000 skill points consumed. Mystic Crane Steps Advanced to Minor Mastery. 4,000 skill points consumed. Mystic Crane Steps Advanced to Major Mastery. 5,000 skill points consumed. Mystic Crane Steps Advanced to Perfection. The total cost was 14,000 points, leaving 9,579 on my status screen. Countless insights into the movement art fused into my body in an instant. It felt as though I had practiced it over and over for decades. I could identify every possible foothold in the room and knew exactly how to change direction over the shortest possible distance. The 4 upgrades rose in a clear sequence: 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and 5,000. Raising a spirit rank skill from uninitiated to perfection cost 10,500 more points than perfecting the mortal rank Savage Bull Fist. That warned me that once I obtained Mystic or Earth rank arts, points accumulated at the last minute might not be enough. I needed to maintain an emergency reserve at all times. I tested a single step to the side and instantly passed the corner of the table. Before I could adjust to the speed, a mass of spiritual energy far greater than before converged from every direction. This time, the meridians of my 9th level body tempering body quickly reached their limit. I did not dare lose focus. I circulated the perfected body tempering art with all my strength, continually compressing the incoming spiritual energy into my dantian. My meridians swelled and burned under the impact. The slightest loss of control could injure me on the spot. When I endured to the end, the barrier inside me finally shattered. Scattered spiritual energy gathered in my dantian as a pale green mist, forming controllable true qi for the first time. My strength, speed, and perception rose together. A light leap now carried me several times farther than before. I had officially entered the spirit rank. I did not leave immediately. I repeatedly tested my true qi inside the room. It could coat my fist and strengthen an attack, or flow through the meridians used by Mystic Crane Steps and enter my legs. With one full burst, I crossed from the living room to the bedroom door. The papers on the table did not lift in the resulting gust until after I had already stopped. But the new realm carried a cost. The amount of true qi in my dantian was limited, and repeated use of Mystic Crane Steps depleted it quickly. Perfected insight eliminated errors in my movement, but it could not erase the energy cost. Against a spirit rank enemy who was truly prepared, I would still have to calculate every burst. This also proved my theory. Whenever a cultivation art or martial skill reached perfection, Crimson drew in pure spiritual energy, and the higher the rank, the greater the improvement. The system did not grant cultivation directly. It multiplied the value of any manual to a degree ordinary people could never imagine. I put away Mystic Crane Steps and found a silver-white token beside Lu Qi's leg. Black Tortoise token acquired. The holder may enter the Black Tortoise secret realm. The token did not explain how to enter. I could only take it with me. I then cleaned away the obvious traces I had left and repositioned the 3 bodies to make it appear that a conflict had erupted after Lu Qi broke in. The scene would not survive the most rigorous professional investigation. But Lu Qi was already a murderer wanted throughout the city, and everyone knew I had previously been only at body tempering level 3. At least no one would immediately connect all 3 deaths to me. Using the perfected mystic crane steps, I scaled the wall and left. The first time I used it at full power, my feet felt nearly weightless. A few bursts were enough to carry me across several courtyards in succession. Back home, I stored the bank card, mystic crane steps manual, and black tortoise token separately. Then I found a 4-year-old post online. Its author had only dared to hint that the black tortoise secret realm opened once every 5 years. Those holding a token had a chance to enter and obtain opportunities worth far more than anything on the market. Based on the date of the post, the next opening would occur in 3 months. I kept the token close to my body. 3 months represented both an opportunity and a deadline. Not long after daybreak, urgent knocking woke me. 2 police officers stood outside, one older and one younger. Su Songming was behind them, his face full of grief and fury. The older officer first warned me to remain calm. Then he told me that the fugitive Lu Qi had murdered Su Hu and Lu Yin the previous night, and their captain had subsequently killed Lu Qi. I pretended the news struck me like a blow, grabbed Su Songming, demanded to know if it was true, then staggered back toward the bed. The 2 officers did not mention interrogation or investigation. They were only notifying the family as a matter of procedure. The police had clearly classified the scene as a home invasion and murder committed by the fugitive. Someone had even conveniently claimed the credit for killing Lu Qi. The brief report shown by the older officer stated that all 3 bodies had been found in the same house, and that the doors and windows showed signs of forced entry. Lu Qi was a wanted fugitive, while Su Hu and his wife had no strength capable of opposing a spirit-rank martial artist. On the surface, the conclusion was entirely reasonable. As for why Lu Qi had also died there, the officers merely said their captain killed him after arriving. They did not ask me to sign an eyewitness statement. I did not ask who the captain was. Someone willing to take the credit clearly wanted the case closed quickly. Until I understood that person's motive, showing excessive curiosity would only redirect attention toward me. In fact, the claim shielded me from the first wave of suspicion. As the 2 officers prepared to leave, Su Songming suddenly noticed the bank card I had forgotten on the table. "Why do you have that card?" My heart tightened, but I maintained my grieving expression. "Lu Yin returned it to me 2 days ago. I am 18 now. These were the death benefits my parents left me in the first place." Su Songming immediately changed tactics. He said that I had lived in their home for years and they had paid for my food and housing, so at least half the money belonged to him. He claimed he did not want all of it, only 2 million yuan, as if that were an act of tremendous generosity. The moment he finished, both officers' gazes settled on the bank card. The older man said nothing, but the look in the younger officer's eyes changed unmistakably. I put the card in my pocket and subtly adjusted my position. Su Songming had not merely revealed the amount. He had added an unnecessary complication to what should have been a simple death notification. The moment Su Songming saw me put the bank card in my pocket, he lunged forward to snatch it. He was only at body tempering level 5. I caught his wrist and redirected his momentum outward, sending his entire body flying through the doorway. He landed face first in the courtyard and could not get up for a long time. "How can you possibly be this strong?" I did not answer. Instead, I deliberately raised my voice so both officers could hear every word. "This money is the death benefit that Shanghai City Council paid for my parents. I am an adult now. What is wrong with legally reclaiming my own money?" The younger officer had still been staring at my pocket, but the words city council and death benefit made him instinctively look toward his older partner. The older man studied me carefully once more, raised a hand to stop his colleague, and said they were only here to deliver the death notification. They would not interfere in the ownership of the money. The younger officer seemed about to speak as they left, but the older man pulled him away. I neither followed them nor relaxed my guard. Several million yuan was enough to make an ordinary person take desperate risks. The last thing I should do while my identity remained unstable was invite another police investigation. Su Songming was still sprawled in the courtyard. Before leaving, he looked back and threatened that I would regret this sooner or later. I used mystic crane steps to appear in front of him instantly and slapped him across the face. 2 front teeth fell to the ground. At last he understood that I was no longer the cousin he could bully whenever he pleased. Clutching his mouth, he stumbled away. I suppressed my killing intent and did not pursue him. Su Hu and Lu Yin had only just died. If Su Songming disappeared on the same day, the police would certainly reopen the entire case. Sparing him was not mercy. Killing him now would simply create needless risk. Back inside, I began considering how to convert 4.5 million yuan into combat power as quickly as possible. Valuable cultivation arts and martial skills rarely circulated on the open market. Most of what ordinary martial arts schools offered was only mortal rank inheritance. The person I had once been might have dismissed such things. Now, they were different. I first used a banking terminal to verify the card status. I was indeed the registered beneficiary. The balance was 4.5 million yuan, and the restrictions for a minor had automatically expired. The transaction history showed 500 yuan sent to me each month over the past several years. Every other withdrawal was hidden behind guardian permissions and required a formal records request from the bank. I filed that request and changed the account to two-factor authentication. Even if Liu Yin had given the PIN to Bloodblade, any remote transfer would now require both my fingerprint and a verification code sent to my new phone. Recovering the money was only the first step. It would not truly belong to me until no one else could access it again. Every cultivation art or martial skill that reached perfection drew in pure spiritual energy. Even if a mortal rank manual had limited power, for me it was the equivalent of a reusable cultivation resource. That very day, I visited 3 martial arts schools. I paid the fees, registered my identity, and viewed each complete inheritance under an agreement not to share it, thereby obtaining personal cultivation rights. Half a day later, 3 uninitiated martial skills appeared on Crimson's screen: Eagle Claw Art, Thunderclap Fist, and Clear Wind Kicks. The schools did not sell original manuals. An instructor led each buyer through a complete transmission. I had to see every breath, method of applying force, and meridian pathway clearly before Crimson recognized that I truly possessed the content. I deliberately stretched out the lessons and did not display a photographic memory in front of the instructors. Someone discovering that I had mastered 3 martial skills in half a day would be even harder to explain than my sudden increase in strength. All 3 registrations left real name and payment records. If anyone later investigated the source of my cultivation, I could at least prove that I had genuinely encountered these inheritances. The system was a secret that could never be exposed. Public channels were the outer shell I had to preserve. After returning home and confirming that I had enough points, I raised all 3 martial skills to perfection in succession. Eagle Claw Art strengthened my grappling and finger force. Thunderclap Fist specialized in explosive power at close range, while Clear Wind Kicks filled the gap in my leg techniques. 3 bodies of cultivation insight merged into me one after another, followed by repeated streams of pure spiritual energy into my dantian. By the time the last stream stabilized, my cultivation had risen from spirit level 1 to spirit level 2. Further breakthroughs clearly demanded far more spiritual energy. Based on this result, entering spirit level 3 would require perfecting at least 10 more mortal rank martial skills. Public martial arts schools had limited inheritances. Even with money, I could not buy every skill in the same city within a short period without attracting suspicion. Martial Arts University remained the best source. The next day was Talent Awakening Day. I hurried to Yutsai High School. Parents escorting their children to the awakening were everywhere along the way. Some looked nervous, while others were already imagining the life their children would enjoy after entering a martial arts university. Talent directly determined cultivation speed and could change the fate of an entire family. I had barely sat down in the classroom when my friend Peng Haoyu poked his head through the doorway, wearing an odd grin. "Brother Tian, the goddess Xin, you came to see you in person. Since when were you two so close?" The classroom fell silent. Lin Xianyu was widely recognized as the most beautiful girl at Yutsai High School, and her cultivation far exceeded that of an ordinary student. Only when her name aligned with the memories in my mind did I recall that our parents had arranged an engagement many years ago. I walked into the hall. Lin Xianyu was standing outside. She skipped any greeting and immediately demanded to know why I was still pretending not to understand why she had come. "You have cultivated for this long and only reached body tempering level 3. You are not qualified to be my fiancé." Her voice was cold. "Stop pestering me from now on." Looking at this supposed fiancé who had barely spoken a few words to the body's former owner, I finally understood. She had not come to discuss anything. Before the awakening began, she intended to put me firmly beneath her feet. Our parents arranged the engagement. I have never pestered you. I looked Lin Xianyu directly in the eyes. If you want to end it, say so clearly. There is no need to start by painting me as a toad desperate for a swan. She had plainly never expected me to argue. Her expression turned cold at once. More and more students gathered in the hallway, and the murmuring grew louder. Some had only just learned I was her fiancé, while others had already decided that she would break off the engagement on the spot. A boy slapped his desk, rose, and forced his way through the crowd until he stood between us. Bai Haoran, body tempering level 7, was one of the strongest students in class 3. He had pursued Lin Xianyu for a long time. The moment he saw her challenged, he warned me to stay away from her. She has not even accepted you, yet you are more anxious than anyone. I looked at him. Does being a pathetic lapdog give you a sense of accomplishment? A vein throbbed on Bai Haoran's forehead. Students around us had already begun making bets, claiming that a third-level weakling like me would not survive one move. Lin Xianyu stepped aside without stopping him. Instead, she repeated that anyone worthy of being her fiancé should at least possess strength no weaker than hers. Those words completely convinced Bai Haoran that he was acting as her champion. I will discipline you in your father's place today. He assumed a savage bull fist stance, and his blood and qi began circulating rapidly. His movements were more practiced than an ordinary student's and had reached at least major mastery. In my eyes, however, every link in the chain of force was perfectly clear. Bai Haoran moved first, driving his fist straight toward my face. I did not use my true spirit rank power. I relied only on the movement judgment Mystic Crane Steps had given me and cut into the opening in his attack. A direct hit from my perfected Savage Bull fist might kill him on the spot, so I changed my fist into an open palm at the last moment and slapped him across the side of his face. His Major Mastery Savage Bull fist lowered the shoulder first, rotated the waist second, and only then delivered the power into the knuckles. It was already fast for a student his age, but before perfected insight, it was like announcing his intention to me in 3 separate steps. I cut toward his outside, avoiding the front of the punch while leaving his other hand too far away to protect his face. The slap carried only about the strength of body tempering level 7. Even so, the entry speed provided by Mystic Crane Steps magnified the impact. Bai Haoran tried to rise after landing, but the moment he braced against the wall, dizziness forced him back down. The blow sent him flying sideways. He struck the hallway wall before dropping to the floor. Several teeth scattered across the tiles. Holding his swelling face, he could not form a complete sentence. All laughter and betting around us vanished at once. The students who had declared that I was certain to lose simply stared. No one could explain how someone at body tempering level 3 had defeated a 7th level student in one move. Lin Xianyu also froze. For the first time, her gaze held something beyond contempt. She was reassessing me. What happened here? Our homeroom teacher, Lu Yifeng, pushed through the edge of the crowd. At the sight of Bai Haoran's injuries, he hurried to help him up. When he heard I had struck the blow, he asked for confirmation several times. I admitted hitting him, but pointed out that Bai Haoran had thrown the first punch. Dozens of students in the hall had witnessed it. Lu Yifeng could not place all responsibility on me, so he demanded to know why I had used such force against a classmate. I already changed my fist into a slap, I said. If I had not held back, he would have lost more than a few teeth. Lu Yifeng stared at me for a moment, then abruptly asked whether I had taken a prohibited drug. The whispers around us rose again. Such drugs could forcibly boost cultivation for a short time at the cost of future potential. If a martial examination physical uncovered their use, the candidate would lose even the right to take the exam. The suspicion was not baseless. Every school record placed me at body tempering level 3, yet overnight I had become capable of defeating Bai Haoran. Anyone would find that abnormal. The martial examination includes a physical anyway. If you have actual evidence, report me now. I met his gaze calmly. If you do not, stop convicting a student with guesswork. Testing for prohibited drugs involved more than drawing blood. The military district recorded fluctuations in blood and qi, meridian damage, and chemical residue. Someone who had forced a rapid breakthrough could rarely conceal every sign. I dared him to report me immediately because Crimson's improvements were stable and had made my meridians tougher than those of most martial artists at the same level. If Lu Yifeng actually followed procedure and summoned the school doctor, I would obtain a legitimate medical record early. He evidently realized the same thing and stopped pressing the drug accusation. I could never explain Crimson. I merely said that I had hidden my true strength because I wanted to astonish everyone during the martial examination. Lu Yifeng plainly did not believe me, but today was Talent Awakening Day. If I awakened a high-ranking talent, he would receive both a bonus and credit for my result as my homeroom teacher. His anger faded rapidly. Smiling instead, he said he was willing to trust me and ordered everyone back to their seats for the awakening instructions. Bai Haoran was still leaning against the wall, asking another student to take him to the infirmary. Lu Yifeng merely told him to endure it for now and turned into the classroom. The moment your strength changed, even a teacher's attitude could change with it. I returned to my seat with the crowd. Lin Xian, you did not mention the engagement again. But the look she gave me before leaving said that the matter was far from over. The number of awakening steals was limited, so we had to wait until the entire school assembled on the athletic field. Lu Yifeng used the time to explain the rules governing talent. He first made everyone sign a testing acknowledgement. The steal only awakened and evaluated innate talent. It did not improve existing cultivation. Brief dizziness during the test was normal, and no one was allowed to touch the steal on another person's behalf. The result would be entered directly into the Martial Alliance's records and become an important basis for university admissions and resource subsidies. Once recorded, an ordinary school had no authority to alter it privately. That was precisely why today's rank might determine a person's path for the next several decades. Every person could possess an inborn martial talent. The awakening steal activated it and displayed its rank. From lowest to highest, talents were divided into mortal, spirit, mystic, earth, and heaven ranks. If the spiritual energy absorption efficiency of a mortal rank talent was treated as 1, spirit rank could reach 100. The gap could follow a martial artist for an entire lifetime. Roughly 90% of students awakened only mortal rank talents. Of those who did better, the overwhelming majority were merely spirit rank. A mystic rank talent was already enough to make major martial arts universities compete for a student. Earth rank granted direct access to the core programs of the 4 great martial universities. Heaven rank was rarer still. As long as such a person developed successfully, they had the potential to become a king in the future. Potential did not guarantee that someone would reach that realm. A high-ranking talent only improved the perception and absorption of spiritual energy. Martial skills, resources, combat experience, and surviving long enough to mature were all equally essential. During the early stages of cultivation, however, a 100-fold difference in efficiency was enough to send 2 equally hard-working students to entirely different levels. I wrote down the public data for every rank. Crimson currently generated 1 skill point per second, unrelated to my talent evaluation. Yet my body still had to withstand the spiritual energy drawn in by perfected martial skills. If a higher talent allowed the meridians to use spiritual energy more efficiently, today's awakening could still provide a direct benefit. I listened carefully. Crimson could bypass cultivation time, but that did not make talent completely worthless. If my talent also increased spiritual energy absorption, every surge summoned by the system would have a greater effect. Once the explanation ended, the classes formed lines and went to the field. Peng Haoyu walked beside me, his face paler than usual. Like the body's former owner, he ranked near the bottom of the class and was only at body tempering level 2. He was also one of the few genuine friends I had at school. A raised platform had been erected in the center of the field. Dozens of school administrators and Martial University representatives sat upon it. Peng Haoyu recognized a teacher from Shanghai Martial Arts University. My attention went instead to an old man in dark robes at the center. He merely sat with his eyes closed, yet his aura resembled a bottomless black hole. People had deliberately left 3 feet of space around the old man's seat. Even Principal Gao kept his distance while speaking to him. He wore no university emblem, only an ancient-looking token at his waist. If representatives from several martial universities instinctively lowered their voices around him, he was no ordinary admissions officer. I did not dare probe him with true qi. Powerful individuals were acutely sensitive to hostility and surveillance. The awakening had not even begun. There was no reason to attract attention out of curiosity. From the original owner's memories, I organized the complete hierarchy of martial cultivation: body tempering, spirit rank, general rank, king rank, emperor rank, and above those, martial saints, also known as the martial saints of the mortal world. Humanity currently had only 4 martial saints. Each guarded one of the 4 most important megacities, where the 4 great martial universities were also located. Ancient records claimed that beyond martial saints stood martial god, a being capable of shaking the stars with the physical body alone. Since the beginning of the new era, however, no one had truly broken through to that level. For security, officers carried the black awakening steel to the front of the platform. After the old man in dark robes presiding over the ceremony announced the start, the first student placed a hand upon it. Class 1, Lu Jiqiang, mortal rank talent. Lu Jiqiang had already cultivated to body tempering level 6, and the entire school knew how hard he worked. At the result, he stood motionless before the steel for a long time. Immortal rank talent did not make cultivation completely impossible, but its absorption efficiency was extremely poor. Most people with one struggled their entire lives without breaking into the spirit rank, and martial arts universities rarely invested resources in training them. Only after a security officer urged him along did Lu Jiqiang walk off the platform in a daze. His parents stood beyond the barrier holding a camera. Both lowered it at the same moment. As Lu Jiqiang passed his class's line, several students who normally competed with him did not laugh. They silently made room for him. The sight was more direct than any teacher's explanation. His sixth-level cultivation proved that he was willing to work, yet every university representative looked away at the words mortal rank. For anyone without a system, talent truly was a merciless gatekeeper. Nearly every one of the next dozen students received a mortal rank result. Some broke down crying and were quickly led away from the testing area. Peng Haoyu's palms were drenched in sweat. He quietly asked whether we would receive the same result. No one knows before the test. I patted his shoulder. Don't scare yourself before your turn. At last, the presiding official called Lin Xianyu's name. She stepped out of line and glanced at me as she passed nearby. Then she raised her head and walked toward the steel. The instant her palm touched it, blinding light shot skyward and illuminated a radius of 90 feet. Class 1, Lin Xianyu, Earth Rank Talent. After a moment of silence, the entire field erupted. Only a handful of students like her had appeared since the school was founded. The Martial University representatives on the platform rose one after another. Lin Xianyu withdrew her hand. She froze for an instant, then straightened her back. An Earth Rank talent meant a core place at one of the 4 great martial universities. It also meant that from today onward, she truly possessed the right to look down upon most people her age. The awakening ceremony was temporarily interrupted because of Lin Xianyu. A teacher from Shanghai Martial Arts University offered her admission on the spot, full tuition exemption, plus cultivation resources worth 500,000 yuan every year. Cries of shock rose continuously below the platform. 500,000 yuan was already an enormous sum for an ordinary family. Lin Xianyu declined politely, however, stating clearly that her goal was one of the 4 great martial universities. The teacher did not pressure her. He simply left his card and told her to contact him whenever necessary. Principal Gao personally invited Lin Xianyu to sit beside the platform. During their conversation, she pointed in our direction several times, then met my eyes across the crowd. A smile rested on her face, but she did not entirely conceal the superiority in her gaze. Her behavior did not make me leave the line. I had to complete my awakening in person. No conflict outside the test was worth missing it. Peng Haoyu had noticed as well and quietly warned me that Principal Gao might deal with the engagement on her behalf. Let them talk first, I replied. The entire field was being recorded, and both the university representatives and students were witnesses. In public, the more they tried to portray me as the unreasonable one clinging to her, the more important it was that I remain calm. The awakening continued. Most students still received mortal rank results, and only a dozen or so reached spirit rank. The steel did not release another significant radiance until Baihaoren took the stage. Class 3, Baihaoren, Mystic Rank Talent. He was already at Body Tempering Level 7 and had reached major mastery in Savage Bull Fist. With a Mystic Rank Talent added to those achievements, several martial university teachers immediately approached him. Baihaoren made the same choice as Lin Xianyu. He rejected the ordinary universities and prepared to apply to one of the 4 great. Before leaving the testing area, he deliberately looked at me. The injuries on his face had not faded, but provocation had returned to his eyes. His mystic rank talent made him believe he would recover the dignity he had lost sooner or later. Then the presiding official called my name. As I walked toward the awakening steel, I felt countless gazes gather on me. Baihaoren wanted to watch me disgrace myself. Lin Xianyu stopped her conversation. Peng Haoyu clenched a fist in the line and silently cheered me on. The pressure from the dark-robed old man became even clearer near the platform. I could not determine his realm. I knew only that he stood far beyond me. I pressed my palm against the steel. 1 second passed. 2. Then 10. The steel produced no light at all. The teacher in charge of the equipment first verified my name, age, and identity number. Then he cleaned the contact surface again in case sweat or dust had interfered with the array patterns. The equipment display showed a stable power supply, and none of the dozens of previous tests had produced an anomaly. The presiding official told me to relax and not circulate a cultivation art deliberately. I complied, withdrawing my true chi and pressing my palm flat against the surface. The steel remained silent. Its reaction was even harder to classify than the lowest mortal rank. The official did not announce a result. Principal Gao rose from his seat. Ever since humanity began using awakening steels, even the weakest mortal rank talent had produced some radiance. No one had ever heard of a complete lack of reaction. Someone guessed that the steel had malfunctioned. I hope so as well. Crimson had allowed me to absorb spiritual energy and break into spirit level 2. By ordinary logic, I could not possibly be talentless. The equipment teacher brought a standard sensing stone close to the surface. The array patterns lit immediately, proving there was no internal damage. I recalled what I had felt. The cold stone, no pull against the true chi inside me, and no prompt from Crimson. It was as if the steel could not find anything in me that needed awakening, rather than some force obstructing the process. Releasing the aura of spirit level 2 would certainly prove that I could cultivate. It would also invite questions about my cultivation art, resources, and the speed of my recent breakthroughs. Bloodblade was probably still confirming the result of the assassination contract. I could not expose every abnormality merely to dispute one test. Lin Xian, you suddenly suggested testing the next student first. If the steel displayed a normal result, they could rule out a malfunction. Principal Gao accepted the proposal and called Pang Haoyu's name. The fat kid was so nervous that his steps went unsteady. He glanced at me while passing, then placed his hand on the steel. Steady, brilliant light spread across its surface the next second. Class 3, Pang Haoyu, Mystic Rank Talent. Mystic Rank light covered the front of the platform and remained stable for several seconds. Pang Haoyu's starting point at body tempering level 2 was low, but a high-ranking talent meant his absorption efficiency would soon surpass that of ordinary students. The university representatives had already begun reviewing his school records. When he came down, the fat kid did not approach the platform first. He stood beside me and whispered that he could wait until I was finished so we could leave together. I told him to complete his registration. His mystic rank talent was his own opportunity. He did not need to miss contact with the admissions teachers because he was worried about me. He had received a result capable of changing his life, yet his smile was strained. That light had also proved the steel was not broken. Principal Gao asked me to try again. I returned to the steel and pressed down with my palm. A second equipment teacher observed the new test, and even the recording system switched to a close-up. If the steel failed to react again, they could no longer blame a simple operating error. I adjusted my breathing, confirmed that the true chi in my dantian was completely stable, and pressed down one finger at a time. Every gaze settled on the same black surface. I could even hear someone counting down behind me. This time, I watched more closely than anyone. After my second contact with the steel, an extremely faint glimmer finally appeared on its surface. It was almost imperceptible. No one but me, standing closest, noticed it. I moved my palm to 2 different positions and adjusted my breathing again at the presiding official's instruction. The steel still produced only that nearly transparent trace of light. The equipment's final reading hovered near the minimum threshold for mortal rank and could not even form a stable pattern. Since the steel was not completely unresponsive, the school could only record the result as mortal rank. That conclusion fit the standardized archive rules better than no talent, but it was still the lowest possible category. The presiding official hesitated to announce the rank. A university teacher on the platform gave a direct assessment. If my response could not even reach the mortal rank standard, my body was incapable of sensing spiritual energy normally. No matter how many outside resources I used, I would never enter the spirit rank in my lifetime. The murmuring below the platform quickly turned from confusion into ridicule. Students who had awakened mortal rank talents and were still grieving suddenly found someone beneath them. Baihaoran mocked me without restraint, declaring that a complete lack of talent explained why I had remained at body tempering level 3. I removed my hand and carefully sensed my dantian. The true chi of spirit level 2 still circulated within me. The impact of the spiritual energy during last night's breakthrough could not possibly have been an illusion. The steel had detected no talent, yet I could cultivate. Both facts were true at the same time. The answer might lie with Crimson, or my talent might be so unusual that the steel could not evaluate it. Without evidence, arguing further would only expose my strength. I deliberately checked the attention of everyone around me. They were all focused on the steel's result. No one had detected the true chi of spirit level 2 in my body. The perfected body tempering art kept my blood and chi stable, and everyone had assumed from the beginning that I was only at body tempering level 3. No one had thought to examine me by the standards of a spirit rank martial artist. If I released my pressure in public, the school would certainly demand an immediate retest and question the source of my cultivation art. Bloodblade might also use the public report to confirm that I was alive. Exposing my hidden cards to win a momentary argument offered no benefit at all. I was about to leave the testing area when Lin Xianyu approached Principal Gao and spoke to him quietly. The principal looked troubled at first, but eventually nodded. She turned to face the entire student body and called my name in public. Principal Gao ordered the official to pause the list, which meant this was not a momentary impulse from Lin Xianyu. The school had authorized her to use the public awakening ceremony to settle the matter. The admissions representatives remained on the platform. Everything that happened next would return to their universities along with the testing footage. If I lowered my head and begged her to stay, the image of a mortal rank student clinging to an earth rank genius would become the official impression. If I simply walked away in silence, the engagement would still end with her unilaterally discarding me. Whether I cared about romance or not, I could not let someone else define what this was. Su Tian, I awakened an earth rank talent. You do not even possess the lowest mortal rank. We no longer belong to the same world. The field gradually went silent. Lin Xian, you gave me no chance to respond privately. She directly announced that the engagement arranged by our parents was dissolved from this moment forward. Louder discussion erupted all around us. Many students had not known about the engagement until now. Some said I had narrowly missed the chance to marry an earth-rank genius. Others waited to see how I would survive the humiliation before the entire school. The university teachers did not interfere. Principal Gao stood beside Lin Xianyu, making his position clear through action alone. I suddenly smiled. She had every right to reject an arranged engagement, and I had never intended to force a stranger to marry me. But she had deliberately chosen the moment after my failed test, with the entire school watching. Her purpose was not an amicable separation. She wanted to cast me away as a stain before departing for one of the 4 great martial universities. I summoned the status screen only I could see. Name, Su Tian. Martial skills. Mortal rank Savage Bull Fist Perfection. Spirit rank Mystic Crane Steps Perfection. Cultivation art. Mortal rank Body Tempering Art Perfection. Cultivation. Spirit rank, Level 2. Skill points. 39,570. Whether the steel gave my talent a name could not change the power that truly existed inside my body. As long as time continued to pass, those 39,000 skill points would only keep increasing. I committed the exact figure, 39,570, to memory. Those were resources I could deploy immediately, but they were not limitless. Once I obtained a Mystic rank cultivation art, its point cost would likely far exceed that of the Spirit rank Mystic Crane Steps. Until I decided my next move, I would not waste those points on irrelevant skills out of anger. I raised my head and looked at Lin Xianyu. You do not need to break off the engagement. She thought I was about to beg her to stay, and impatience had already surfaced in her eyes. Instead, I continued before everyone. From today onward, I, Su Tian, am the one casting you aside. There is no longer any relationship between us. The composure vanished from Lin Xianyu's face. She could accept discarding a talentless fiancé. She could not accept being the one publicly rejected. Principal Gao immediately ordered me to apologize. I asked in return, she can dissolve the engagement in public, but I am not allowed to reject it? The principal's face went livid. Before he could answer, Baiharan stepped out of the line. Su Tian, you have no talent, yet you dare defy the principal and insult Xianyu. Today I will show you exactly where you belong. He had just awakened a mystic rank talent and was the focus of the entire school. No one on the platform stopped him. Lin Xianyu also remained silent. Baiharan advanced toward me one step at a time. The slap that morning had evidently taught him nothing. His newly awakened talent had merely given him the courage to challenge me a second time. Was this morning's slap not enough? I looked at Baiharan. His steps visibly faltered, but he quickly found courage in his newly awakened mystic rank talent. He said that even if I could defeat him, I could not silence the entire school's opinion. A talentless man would never be worthy of Lin Xianyu. What kind of ability is it to bully an injured classmate? Lin Xianyu walked down from beside the platform and deliberately placed herself in front of Baiharan. I had no interest in arguing over the engagement any longer, so I proposed a match on the spot. Her greatest sources of pride were her earth-rank talent and body tempering level 9 cultivation. I would use actual combat to make her understand that the light from a steel did not determine today's victor. Lin Xianyu accepted immediately and proposed a wager. If I lost, I had to apologize publicly, admit that I was unworthy of her, and accept her dissolution of the engagement. I made Principal Gao repeat both sides' terms and confirmed that the match permitted only empty-handed combat, with no elixirs or weapons. It would end as soon as either participant lost the ability to continue. The awakening ceremony's cameras were still recording. Both the wager and its rules would remain in the school's archives. That step was not excessive. The school administration had only just shifted its support behind Lin Xianyu. If the rules existed only in people's memories, her defeat could easily be reinterpreted as nothing more than a joke between students. And what happens if you lose? I asked. The discussion across the field swelled. No one believed I had a real chance. Lin Xianyu was not only at body tempering level 9. Her Savage Bull Fist had also reached major mastery. She stood far above Bai Haoran. She likewise did not believe she could lose. I demanded that, upon defeat, she apologized to me publicly and admit that both her humiliation and her judgment had been wrong. Lin Xianyu clenched her jaw and agreed, but Principal Gao hesitated to approve the terms. At last, the dark-robed old man in the center of the platform opened his eyes. Since two young people wished to compete, he said, they should be allowed to determine the result under clear rules. Only then did Principal Gao walk to the edge of the field and announce that he would serve as witness. Standing opposite me, Lin Xianyu declared that she would let me have the first 3 moves. No need, I said. 1 move is enough. Those words enraged her completely. Her offer of 3 free moves was discarded on the spot. She stamped her right foot and charged with a major mastery Savage Bull Fist. The strength of body tempering level 9 raised a heavy wind around her fist. Outside the field, Pang Haoyu shouted anxiously for me to dodge. I did not declare a result in advance. I simply watched Lin Xianyu's shoulders, waist, and steps. Although her Savage Bull Fist had reached major mastery, the chain of force still followed a clear path. Only when her fist entered striking range did I activate Mystic Crane Steps and slide sideways along the edge of her attack. Lin Xianyu's punch missed. Momentum continued carrying her forward. She tried to withdraw her strength in turn, but the old force was spent and the new had not yet connected. I seized that brief opening, mobilized only the strength of body tempering level 9, and struck the protected area between her shoulder and chest. Even with my output deliberately controlled, the perfected Savage Bull Fist sent her flying. Principal Gao rushed in from the sideline and caught Lin Xianyu before she hit the ground. He first checked her shoulder and breathing. Only after confirming that she had a soft tissue bruise, but no fracture, did he call the school doctor closer. I had aimed at the best protected area and reduced my power again before contact. My purpose was to end her charge, not inflict irreversible damage. In the wilderness, I would not make the same choice. A match on school grounds required responsibility under the rules. A real fight to the death cared only about who survived. Only seconds passed between her opening punch and my counterattack. Every sound on the field stopped. That morning, my victory over Bai Haoran could still be explained as an ambush or a prohibited drug. This time, before Principal Gao and representatives from multiple universities, I had evaded a 9th-level attack head-on and countered with the very same martial skill. Several university teachers quickly recognized that my Savage Bull Fist had reached at least perfection, and my apparent cultivation could not possibly be body tempering level 3. Yet they kept debating the same issue. Without talent, I could not break into the spirit rank. No matter how strong I was now, I would remain trapped in body tempering forever. Their conclusion was correct for a normal martial artist. Body tempering level 9 could be accumulated through medicine and long-term training, but entering the spirit rank required stable absorption of spiritual energy. The steel's lowest possible mortal rank record made me, in their eyes, a student who had trained his foundation to its limit and had already reached his ceiling. I did not argue. The true chi within my dantian was the answer. This was simply not the time to reveal it. The dark-robed old man, however, kept watching my steps. For that single instant, I had used not only Savage Bull Fist, but part of Mystic Crane Steps as well. He did not join the others in their conclusion. Instead, unmistakable interest appeared in his eyes. Once Principal Gao steadied her, Lin Xianyu's first words did not acknowledge defeat. She accused me of choosing an indecent place to strike. You attacked first in a formal match. I struck the location most likely to stop your charge, I said. In the wilderness, a beast will not avoid your vital points because you are beautiful. Blaming your opponent after losing because your skill was inferior, that is what makes you unworthy of an Earth-rank talent. Her face alternated between red and white. I did not provoke her further. I merely reminded Principal Gao that every student present had heard the wager. The school doctor wanted to take her away. I did not obstruct treatment. but I required confirmation that she would honor the wager before leaving. Her apology would not increase my cultivation, but it would determine whether the school could later reinterpret the conflict as me harassing her. Once that point was stated publicly, the engagement would truly be over. Now it is time to keep your promise. Lin Xian, you did not respond. She turned toward Principal Gao, plainly hoping he would make the wager disappear for her. Principal Gao stood between us. He neither wanted to offend the student who had just awakened an Earth-rank talent, nor dared openly deny rules he had witnessed before the entire school and the university representatives. He refused to take a position, leaving the scene deadlocked. I was about to speak again when Lin Xianyu suddenly spun and charged. This time there was no command to begin the match and no warning of any kind. She concentrated the full strength of body tempering level 9 into her fist and aimed for a vital point. She was not trying to continue the spar. She wanted to interrupt the wager with an ambush and prevent me from ever enforcing it. But I had never relaxed my guard after our first exchange. When she moved from behind Principal Gao, her right foot first turned inward, the starting posture for a savage bull fist charge. Everyone else was waiting for her answer. I had kept my body at an angle to hers the entire time and never offered her my defenseless back. That habit came from my former life. A conflict did not end until the opponent lost the ability to attack. Silence was no more proof of surrender than words were. I saw the tension enter her shoulder, raised a hand to seize her wrist, and locked the line of her punch beside me. Lin Xianyu tried to pull free. I stepped forward with the motion and drove a knee into her abdomen, interrupting her attempt to mobilize more strength. As her body folded, I released her wrist and used the turn of my body to throw her several yards away. Lin Xianyu rolled twice after hitting the ground, covering her clothes in dust. Only then did the students outside the field react. Their discussion shifted away from my strength and toward her ambush. You could call the first loss a mistake in judgment, I said, looking at her. The second time, you attacked from behind and were still stopped head-on. An Earth-rank talent gave you potential. It did not win today's fight for you. She clutched her abdomen and rose. When she looked at me again, fear had finally joined her expression. She now understood that neither the former engagement nor her appearance would make me hold back after she genuinely attacked me. I ordered her to honor the wager. This time, even Principal Gao could not pretend he had not heard it. He had no choice but to remind her that the loser must accept the terms. Lin Xianyu remained silent for a long time. In the end, before everyone present, she admitted that she had lost, and that using cultivation and talent to humiliate me had been an error in judgment. Her voice was quiet. I made her repeat it so the people at the edge of the field could hear clearly. Principal Gao instructed the teacher operating the cameras to mark the footage. The dissolution of our engagement and fulfillment of the wager now formed a public record. I did not make her kneel or encourage the onlookers to jeer. I wanted responsibility to be clear, not to turn the awakening ceremony into an endless spectacle of humiliation. The school doctor took Lin Xianyu away. Her steps remained steady as she left, proving that my knee strike had not injured her organs. The teachers present also jointly confirmed that she had initiated the second attack. Our engagement is completely over as of this moment. I withdrew my gaze. If you want revenge in the future, use formal rules. Ambush me again, and I will not stop with injuries this minor. Someone in the crowd protested on Lin Xianyu's behalf. I asked whether that person wished to fight me too. The voice disappeared immediately. Others could sympathize with her, but no one wanted to bear the consequences of a challenge personally. The awakening proceeded. The sun was sinking toward the edge of the field by the time the final student completed the test. Most had only mortal rank talents. Spirit rank was already respectable, and mystic rank was rare. Lin Xianyu's earth rank remained the highest result in the school, but applause was no longer the only thing she had received that day. The school uploaded the preliminary results to our electronic records that same day. My page read, Mortal rank, weak response, retest recommended. Beside it, however, were the observations that my Savage Bull Fist had reached perfection and that I had defeated a 9th-level student. The two sets of information contradicted each other. They also explained why the teachers on the platform had watched me so intently. Pang Haoyu's mystic rank record was far cleaner. Several martial universities sent him letters of interest. He did not sign immediately and intended to see how he performed on the martial examination first. Pang Haoyu ran over, excitedly suggesting that we apply to the 4 great martial universities together. Having just awakened a mystic rank talent, he truly had the qualifications to compete for a place. I asked whether he had not always treated Lin Xianyu as a goddess. He thumped his chest and said a brother mattered more than any so-called goddess. Besides, a true martial artist should let strength speak. I did not take the praise too seriously. The system screen could not read human hearts. I merely remembered that when my first test failed, the fat kid had not joined the others in laughing. We were about to leave when a hoarse voice abruptly sounded directly inside my mind. "Su Tian, come to the principal's office." I asked Pang Haoyu whether he had heard anything. He looked utterly confused. A moment later, the voice sounded again and explicitly told me that this was mental transmission. I looked toward the platform. The dark-robed old man's former seat was empty. After sending Pang Haoyu home, I walked alone toward the school building. Anyone who could send a voice through a crowd and directly into my mind possessed mental control far beyond the general rank. As I climbed the stairs, I first confirmed that my phone could still communicate normally, then adjusted the dagger on my body for easy access. If the other party truly meant me harm, those preparations might be useless. But abandoning all vigilance merely because the difference in power was enormous was not my habit either. The third floor, where the principal's office was located, had been cleared. Several Marshall University teachers remained outside the door. They did not stop me when I arrived. They watched me approach with expressions that seemed to be waiting for an answer. The old man had plainly summoned me for more than a question about the match. Before I could knock on the principal's office door, the dark-robed old man's voice told me to enter. More than a dozen Marshall University teachers sat inside with him. The instant the door closed, every gaze settled on me. The teacher from Shanghai Martial Arts University who had first recruited Lin Xianyu immediately demanded to know how I could defeat someone at body tempering level 9 when I had not awakened a talent. The camera's indicator light was off, and no formal record of questioning lay on the desk. They were not gathering evidence through an investigative procedure. They were using their status to force a student who had not even enrolled to surrender his secret. I remained near the door and declined the chair they offered. As long as this was a private interrogation, I had no obligation to disclose my cultivation art, bank records, or training process. How I cultivate is a personal secret. I gave them no explanation. The martial examination tests for prohibited drugs and physical abnormalities. If you have evidence, report it through the proper process. When I refused to answer, the teacher immediately threw out accusations involving banned drugs, cults, and illegal cultivation arts. The others did not join him, but their expressions clearly changed. Any connection to an evil faction such as the Blood Demon cult could strip a student of every examination qualification before an investigation even began. I suppressed my anger and demanded evidence. The teacher tried to continue pressing me, but the dark-robed old man said only, "Enough." A crushing pressure enveloped the entire office. Several general-rank teachers went pale at the same time. The man interrogating me instantly fell silent. My own breathing became difficult, but the pressure quickly moved away from me. Suppressing more than a dozen general-rank martial artists with one word, without damaging a single desk or chair, showed control far beyond that of an ordinary general-rank expert. More importantly, the old man had deliberately excluded me from the interrogation pressure. That distinction gave me reason to keep listening. It was not enough to earn my immediate trust. The old man ordered every teacher out until only the two of us remained. Once the room was quiet again, he directly revealed my true realm. "You have already broken into the spirit rank, haven't you?" I knew further denial was pointless. I admitted that I had entered the spirit rank through luck, but said nothing about Crimson or the source of my manuals. The old man did not press me. Instead, he explained that the Awakening Steel's judgment was a central part of the 4 great martial universities review process. Without a normal talent record, even combat power beyond my peers would not grant me direct admission. I would need to prove that my body and potential satisfied a different standard. He produced a cultivation manual titled The Art of Life and Death. It was the preparatory inheritance for the ancient divine rank cultivation art, 9 revolutions of life and death. The cultivation process was dangerous, but it could gradually alter the quality of the body itself. The first revolution was mortal rank. Once completed, it greatly strengthened the skin and fascia. The second reached spirit rank, making the blood dense as mercury and significantly increasing vitality. The third entered mystic rank, making the bones as hard as white jade. At advanced mastery, it might even permit the regeneration of severed limbs. Only those who completed all 3 revolutions qualified to encounter the true 9 revolutions of life and death. These revolutions did not simply add strength. The first reconstructed the skin and fascia. The second strengthened blood and recovery. The third transformed the bones. In effect, they prepared a vessel for the far more dangerous cultivation art that followed. If an ordinary person skipped the preparation, their body might collapse before it could circulate the 9 revolutions of life and death. I turned through several pages and found pathways utterly different from the mortal rank body tempering art. Many of the meridians had never even appeared in school textbooks. Its value far exceeded the inheritances sold by public martial arts schools. Accepting it would also establish a relationship with Elder Xian that I could never entirely sever. I did not take it immediately. I first asked his identity. When the old man named himself as an elder of Taichu Martial University and the Mystic Emperor, every rumor in the former owner's memory aligned. The Mystic Emperor was an emperor rank expert and was known as one of the strongest people beneath the martial saints. During one beast tide, he had restrained 5 beast emperors alone and killed one while surrounded. Elders of the 4 great martial universities stood second only to the martial saints who protected humanity. An ordinary general rank teacher had no power to resist him. Why choose me? I asked. Elder Xian admitted that little remained of his lifespan, while humanity's apparent stability was fragile. The 4 martial saints faced at least 6 confirmed saint-rank beasts, and no one knew how many more hid in the deep sea and wilderness. He traveled in search of someone capable of inheriting this art because he wanted to preserve one more possibility before humanity faced a true crisis. The cultivation art was not an unconditional gift, of course. From a black spatial ring, he took out the art of life and death and a business card. He required me to cultivate the first revolution to perfection within 1 month. If I succeeded, I could accept the next trial. Failure would prove that I was unsuited to bear the later risks. The card held only his name, contact number, and the emblem of Taichu Martial University. It demanded no oath of loyalty and did not restrict me from applying elsewhere. Elder Xian left the choice to me while defining the evaluation standard with complete clarity. I also asked about the consequences of failure. He said the first revolution would not be fatal as long as I advanced gradually along the prescribed pathways. The true danger lay in impatience and forcing later revolutions. That risk still existed for me. Crimson could grant perfected insight, but it could not make my current body endure unlimited spiritual energy without consequence. I read the first page in full, and a new upgradable item appeared on Crimson's screen. 1 month might be short for someone else. For me, it was unnecessarily long. I quickly checked the page numbers from beginning to end, ensuring that the art was complete and that the status screen had successfully recognized it. This was the system's first encounter with a preparatory art whose rank increased by stages. Its precise cost had not fully appeared. I could not promise anything before reading all of it. Only after the final meridian pathway entered my memory did I answer. I looked up at Elder Xian. The first revolution will not take a month. Let me finish reading, and I can master it today. Elder Xian frowned at first, thinking I found 1 month too short. When he understood that I had said, I can master it today, he straightened in his chair. He had witnessed countless geniuses. Even a heaven-ranked talent could not perfect an unfamiliar cultivation art in an instant. To make me understand that bold claims carried a price, he removed a black spear from his spatial ring. 2 coiling dragon patterns ran along the shaft. The spearhead gleamed with an icy light, and the heavy aura it released when placed on the floor made my body tense instinctively. This is the mystic rank coiling dragon spear, Elder Xian said. If you truly complete the first revolution within 1 day, it is yours. I needed his spatial ring more than a weapon I could not yet use. I suggested exchanging the reward for storage equipment. Elder Xian laughed that I certainly knew how to press an advantage, but he took out a ring named Ethereal and promised that, if I succeeded, I could choose between them myself. I read the art of life and death from beginning to end. First revolution of the art of life and death uninitiated immediately appeared on my status screen. To avoid seeming too abnormal, I did not add points at once. I closed my eyes and stood for half an hour, first organizing the pathways within my mind. The first revolution did not focus on absorbing more spiritual energy. It repeatedly circulated energy through tiny channels between the skin and fascia. A deviation could cause extensive bleeding beneath the skin. Elder Xian's 1-month deadline was clearly intended to let the cultivator verify every meridian one by one, not merely test who absorbed energy fastest. In my mind, I compared every turn against the pathways Crimson had recognized, confirming that no page was missing and no archaic character had introduced ambiguity. That half-hour pause was both a disguise and a necessary inspection. When enough time had passed, I activated Crimson. 500 skill points consumed. First revolution of the art of life and death advanced to beginner. 1,000 skill points consumed. First revolution of the art of life and death advanced to minor mastery. 1,500 skill points consumed. First revolution of the art of life and death advanced to major mastery. 2,000 skill points consumed. First revolution of the art of life and death advanced to perfection. The first revolution cost 5,000 points in total. As the points vanished, the circulation no longer required me to control each section. My body automatically opened the channels in the safest sequence. The successive investments rapidly perfected the first revolution. Pathways more complex than those of the mortal rank body tempering art spread throughout my body, and pure spiritual energy converged. I immediately sat cross-legged, guiding the energy repeatedly through tiny channels among my skin, fascia, and bones. The outside world abruptly fell silent. Even the footsteps and voices beyond the door disappeared. I could not open my eyes, but I could tell that Elder Xian had erected a mental barrier to prevent anyone from interrupting my cultivation. When the spiritual energy gradually subsided, I expelled a breath of turbid air. My skin looked unchanged, but its toughness far surpassed what it had been. Pressing my knuckles into my forearm left only a shallow mark. An ordinary blade would probably struggle to break the defense in one strike. I lightly drew the blunt letter opener from the desk across the back of my hand. It left only a white line. I gradually increased the force and stopped only when the metal edge visibly deformed. The first revolution had not made me invulnerable, but it had strengthened my most fragile skin until it approached soft armor. That defense was especially valuable against an ambush. If my chest or abdomen endured one additional instant, I gained one more chance to counterattack. When I opened my eyes, Elder Xian was observing me from very close. I instinctively used mystic crane steps and retreated to the opposite side of the room, nearly treating him as an enemy who had appeared without warning. You truly reached perfection? I nodded, but said that the next 2 revolutions could not possibly be as easy. Crimson could let me continue adding points, yet concealing part of my capabilities in front of an Emperor rank expert was the most basic form of self-preservation. Elder Xian personally examined me and confirmed that the first revolution had indeed reached perfection. He did not ask how I had done it. Instead, he pushed both the ethereal ring and the coiling dragon spear toward me. The ethereal ring contained 10 cubic meters, about 350 cubic feet of space. By fixing an object in my mind, I could store or retrieve it. The coiling dragon spear was a mystic rank weapon, far stronger than my dagger or any ordinary martial arts school weapon. I tested the ring with a sheet of paper. When my gaze and mind locked onto it together, the paper vanished from the table. Inside the ring appeared a dim space where everything seemed nearly motionless. I fixed its location again, and the paper returned to my palm without any change to its folds or orientation. Living things could not be stored, and a single object larger than 10 cubic meters would fail. Moving an item in or out also required a brief moment of concentration. If interrupted during battle, I might fail to draw a weapon in time. I recorded each limitation and did not mistake storage equipment for a limitless, cost-free pocket. Why give me both? Elder Xian said that if humanity forever selected geniuses only by the steel, it would have overlooked someone capable of perfecting the art of life and death in half an hour today. He was willing to trade 2 items for the possibility that I would truly mature in the future. He then gave me a silver-white mystic heaven token engraved with the character Xian. Taichu Martial University would hold its entrance assessment in 1 month, and the token granted me the right to participate. Once I perfected the 3rd revolution of the art of life and death, he would meet me again and decide whether to transmit the true 9 revolutions of life and death. Before leaving, Elder Xian warned that quite a few rats had infiltrated Songhai City recently. He did not identify them and only told me to activate the Mystic Heaven token if I encountered mortal danger. I asked how long I would have to hold out after activation. He only said that the token would leave a precise coordinate. As long as I was not killed in a single strike, he would know. That was not a promise of immediate rescue. The token could serve only as a final distress signal, never as a replacement for my own strength. As soon as the words ended, he vanished from the office. Only his voice drifted back from far away. I stored the coiling dragon spear in the ethereal ring and confirmed that the Mystic Heaven token was secure against my body. When I opened the door, the dozen Martial University teachers were still waiting in the corridor. Every one of them crowded around me. The teacher from Songhai Martial Arts University blocked my path and demanded to know what Elder Xian had said. When I refused, He released the pressure of a general rank martial artist. It felt as though a boulder had suddenly been dropped onto my body, but the muscles, fascia, and bones reinforced by the first revolution of the art of life and death quickly stabilized. Power sufficient to suppress a body-tempering student only made my steps sink slightly. If you have something to say, say it. Stop blocking the way. He was about to flare up again when his gaze fell on the Mystic Heaven token in my hand. Someone nearby recognized it as the Mystic Emperor's personal token, and every attitude in the corridor changed at once. Several teachers offered their cards and asked whether Elder Xian had already accepted me as a disciple. The man who had questioned me looked miserable, but even he had to withdraw his pressure and apologize. "I preferred the attitude you had a moment ago," I said. Afraid I would report the conflict to Elder Xian, he eventually produced 2 manuals as compensation. One was the Spirit Rank Gale Spear Art. The other was the Mortal Rank Thunderclap Palm. I already possessed the Coiling Dragon Spear, so I naturally chose the more compatible Gale Spear Art. He maintained pressure on the manual while handing it over, plainly reluctant to part with it. I did nothing to ease his embarrassment. Only after he truly released his grip did I place it in the ethereal ring. I made him send a written confirmation to my phone stating that it was a voluntary gift, with a photograph of the cover attached. A spirit rank martial skill was valuable. If he later regretted the gift and claimed I had borrowed or stolen it, the Mystic Heaven token might give my words more weight, but it could not replace evidence. Only after the teacher confirmed the gift before the others did I leave the building. At no point did I demand that they acknowledge me as Elder Xian's disciple, because Elder Xian had never said that. Exaggerating, holding a token to attend the assessment into formal discipleship might instead create a misunderstanding with his true students. Back home, I tested the ring first. The Coiling Dragon Spear, more than 6 feet long, slipped silently into the 10 cubic meter space and required only a thought to retrieve. From now on, I could carry weapons, cultivation arts, and spoils without exposing them to the outside world. I sat cross-legged on my bed and shifted Crimson's screen to the second revolution of the art of life and death. 2,000 skill points consumed. Second revolution of the art of life and death advanced to beginner. 3,000 skill points consumed. Second revolution of the art of life and death advanced to minor mastery. 4,000 skill points consumed. Second revolution of the art of life and death advanced to major mastery. 5,000 skill points consumed. Second revolution of the art of life and death advanced to perfection. The second revolution cost 14,000 points in total. The additional 9,000 over the first showed how quickly Crimson's cost increased when the cultivation art rose in rank. I continued investing points until the second revolution reached perfection. My heartbeat abruptly accelerated. New blood flowed through every vessel in my body, darkening in color and carrying a faint sense of weight even as it moved. This was precisely what the second revolution meant by blood like flowing mercury. It increased more than strength. It enhanced blood production, recovery, and the body's endurance limits. Pure spiritual energy then entered my dantian and pushed my cultivation to spirit level 3, nearly doubling my total true chi. I made a shallow cut on my arm with the dagger and watched how quickly the blood clotted and the skin closed. Within several breaths, the bleeding stopped entirely and the pain rapidly eased. The second revolution strengthened recovery and sustained combat. It would not let me ignore a fatal injury, but it greatly reduced the loss of fighting power caused by ordinary wounds. Once the test ended, I immediately cleaned both the blade and my skin. I did not enlarge the wound merely to prove my recovery. I did not attempt the third revolution. I lacked enough skill points, and in my hands the Coiling Dragon Spear was still only a heavy staff. No matter how high the weapon's rank, it would be worthless in a real fight if I knew no spear art. I finished reading the Gale Spear Art and began adding points again. 2,000 skill points consumed. Gale Spear Art advanced to beginner. 3,000 skill points consumed. Gale Spear Art advanced to minor mastery. Another 4,000 points raised it to major mastery and 5,000 more to perfection for the same total cost of 14,000. After both upgrades, few of my original skill points remained. The third revolution would have to wait while time accumulated more. Once the spear art reached perfection, the Coiling Dragon Spear's weight and center of balance felt utterly familiar in my hands. A casual twist produced 3 simultaneous spear blossoms. I tested only a small amount of true chi against the floor, yet a green spear aura punched a deep hole through the old boards. I withdrew the spear immediately. The edges of the hole were smooth, and it was deeper than ordinary swords or blades could have produced. I had injected only a small amount of true chi. If I performed the art fully indoors, the spear aura might pierce the floor and injure someone below. I recorded the coiling dragon spear's length, center of balance, and current true chi cost, then temporarily sealed the hole. Perfecting a spear art did not mean I understood every battlefield. I still needed to test how to thrust in open ground, hallways, and crowds. The dilapidated house already leaked air from every corner, and several breakthroughs had damaged its furniture. Continuing to test my spear art here would not only demolish the building, it could also attract neighbors and the police. 1 month remained before Taichu Martial University's entrance assessment. I needed a location private and secure enough to withstand the training of a spirit rank martial artist. The school's teachers could no longer instruct me in perfected martial skills, while an ordinary martial arts school would expose too much. The Martial Artists Association was the best choice. High-ranking martial artists presided there, and it offered training rooms, strength evaluations, mission postings, and bounties. I was about to look up the association's address when Su Songming's furious roar came from the courtyard. "Su Tian, I know you are in there. Get your ass out here." I had knocked out 2 of his teeth that morning. He would never return alone so soon. If he had dared stand outside again, he must have brought someone new to rely on. I did not open the door immediately. At least 4 sets of footsteps waited in the courtyard. One was heavy and stable, with an aura clearly beyond Su Songming's. The visitors made no effort to conceal themselves. They obviously believed their strength was sufficient to force me outside. The coiling dragon spear was too conspicuous. I stored it in the ethereal ring, made certain I could retrieve it with one thought, then observed the visitors through a crack beside the window. I stored the coiling dragon spear in the ethereal ring, opened the door, and walked into the courtyard. Su Songming had not come alone. 6 or 7 muscular men in fitted black clothing stood at intervals along the walls and entrance. The man leading them carried a clear spirit rank aura. Su Songming was quietly promising him that if they helped recover the 4 million yuan in my possession, he would give them 2/3 as payment. He described my parents' death benefits as money stolen from him and had sold both my address and information about my strength to these strangers. I did not hurry across the threshold. 2 men guarded the courtyard gate, and another breath came from the top of the wall. The narrow alley behind the house was my only real retreat. Their dispersed formation showed that these were not street thugs gathered at the last minute. They belonged to an organization accustomed to surrounding its targets. I left my phone recording beside a window inside, its camera covering the courtyard. Even if I ultimately had to leave, it would preserve evidence of Su Songming negotiating the price and armed men entering my property. "That's him." The leader examined me. "You are sure a poor student has that much money?" Su Songming repeatedly guaranteed it. I did not let them keep discussing how to divide the spoils. With one thought, the coiling dragon spear appeared in my hands. "Did you come for the money, or did you come to test my spear?" The man introduced himself as Protector Gua. At my words, he merely raised one hand toward a follower named Wang Wu. He ordered the man to keep me alive, clearly intending to extract the bank card's pin. Wang Wu was at body tempering level 8. He approached without the slightest caution, treating me as the 3rd-level weakling Su Songming had described. I needed to test the real power of a perfected Gale Spear art combined with a mystic rank weapon, and he was a convenient target. Once he entered striking range, I moved with mystic crane steps and swept the coiling dragon spear sideways. Wang Wu saw only a blur before the shaft struck the side of his chest. His entire body flew several yards and landed without the ability to resist. I had used the shaft rather than the spearhead to test my control and give the remaining men a chance to reveal their arts and identity. The side of Wang Wu's chest had visibly collapsed, though he still breathed. Even without the blade, a mystic rank weapon could not be judged like an ordinary wooden staff. The feedback through the shaft was perfectly clear. The perfected Gale Spear art linked the opening motion, acceleration, and recovery into one. Using a long weapon in real combat for the first time had not cost me my balance. Even without the blade, the result exceeded my estimate. A fighter at body tempering level 8 had not had time to complete a single defense. The other followers retreated immediately. Contempt vanished from Protector Gua's face, and his right hand quietly reached toward the short blade at his waist. "Who was it that said you couldn't kill me just now?" I turned the point toward him and thrust. At the final instant, Protector Gua drew his short blade and activated a secret art called Blood Ignition. As his blood and chi burned, his aura rose 2 minor levels from spirit level 3, and his speed suddenly surged. His skin reddened rapidly, the veins along his neck swelled, and his breathing became harsh. The secret art increased short-term explosive power. It could not be free of consequences. If I only defended, I could win once the backlash arrived. But several other people remained in the courtyard, and delay would give them a chance to scale the walls and summon reinforcements. I did not compete with his short blade at close range. Instead, I used the coiling dragon spear's length of more than 6 feet to keep him where he could not approach. His increased realm could not change the gap between our weapons. The short blade shattered on its first contact with the coiling dragon spear. The spear had passed through the fragments and inflicted a grave wound across his torso. Protector was stumbled backward into the courtyard wall and immediately pressed medicinal powder against the wound, barely retaining consciousness. A broken piece of blade grazed my cheek. Skin reinforced by the first revolution stopped it, leaving only a shallow line. It was the art of life and death's first contribution in actual combat, and proof that Elder Xian's phrase, difficult for blades to injure, had not been an exaggeration. I did not immediately pursue him into the corner. 2 bulging pouches hung from Protector Gua's waist. No one knew whether they contained poison, concealed weapons, or another explosive drug. The spear's reach was my advantage. There was no reason to surrender it voluntarily. The other followers clearly recognized the secret art. One blurted out that Protector Gua, after igniting his blood, could suppress even an ordinary fighter at spirit level 5, yet he still could not withstand one thrust from me. When his threat failed, Protector Gua finally named his faction. I am a protector of the Blood Demon cult. If you kill me today, the cult master will never let you go. The name Blood Demon cult brought Elder Xian's warning to mind. The rats infiltrating Songhai City were very likely these people. I advanced with my spear. Protector Gua finally panicked and changed his story, claiming that he knew an earth-shaking secret and why the Blood Demon cult had sent so many experts into Songhai City. He wanted to trade the secret for his life. He even deliberately lowered his voice and waited for me to come closer. But an evil cult protector who led men into my home to rob and silence me had no right to set the terms of negotiation. Nor would I expose myself to his final resort for unverified intelligence. I tightened my grip and directly unleashed Gale's spear art. Protector Gua reached toward the pouch at his waist. I used a spear aura to seal off his wrist, then sent the true killing thrust into his heart. He had chosen to ambush me in my home and explicitly threatened revenge from the Blood Demon cult. I would not let the single word secret return control of the situation to him. Before Protector Gua finished speaking, the coiling dragon spear pierced his heart and pinned him to the ground. Save the secret for your cult master. His blood ignition had not yet ended, and his fingers were still reaching for something hidden inside his clothes. I gave him no chance to activate a second method. Only after his life aura disappeared did I pull out the spear. The moment Protector Gua died, the remaining followers lost all coordination. One group rushed toward the gate, another tried to scale the wall, and 2 more attempted to flank me. I pursued them with mystic crane steps. After one complete cycle of the coiling dragon spear, every one of them lay on the ground. I sealed the gate first and then chased those on the wall. The person farthest away had barely lifted half his body over it when the butt of my spear struck behind his knee and swept him back into the courtyard. The 2 approaching from the side were obstructed by the narrow terrain and could not enter the spear's inner range at the same time. Each time I dealt with one attacker, I checked the doorway again to prevent Su Songming from rushing inside and destroying the recording. The fight lasted less than 1 minute, but clear spear marks scarred the walls, doorframe, and ground. They proved that the invaders had not stood still and allowed themselves to be slaughtered. Most ordinary followers were only in the body-tempering realm. The gap between us was no longer something numbers could overcome. I did not repeatedly use the same technique. I simply cut off each escape route according to the direction they fled until no one remained capable of leaving the courtyard to summon help. Only Su Songming was left. His legs trembled as he retreated several steps. I told him to raise his fists and gave him a chance to resist me head-on. Instead, he dropped to his knees, admitted that he only wanted his money back, and begged me to spare him once more for the sake of our family relationship. As he begged, he inched slowly toward the broken short blade Guadaji had dropped. Although the weapon had shattered, the remaining edge was still sharp enough to injure someone. I kicked it away with my spear point and trusted none of his posturing. I had spared him in the morning to avoid a string of deaths that would trigger a larger investigation. Now he had personally promised 4 million yuan to Blood Demon cult members and brought armed men to my home. The risk had moved beyond possible retaliation. It had become a murder attempt already in progress. I spared you this morning. I pointed the spearhead at him. You did not learn a lesson. You came back with an evil cult to kill me. I told him he had only two choices: fight or die. Su Songming continued knocking his head against the ground. Just as I prepared to thrust, a longsword suddenly intercepted the coiling dragon's spear from the side. The clash of metal echoed off the courtyard walls. The newcomer wore a police uniform and was a squad captain at Spirit Level 5. I later learned that his name was Zhou Zheng. Responding to a report from nearby, he had arrived to find only me pointing a spear at a student. He had not witnessed the preceding conflict. His badge number and body camera were both active, so I did not immediately treat him as an accomplice. But his longsword pressed directly against my spear shaft, forcing my attention away from Su Songming. I told him to restrain the sole surviving intruder first, and then review the video inside. Zhou Zheng answered that someone faced an immediate threat to life, so his duty required him to stop me first. The judgment fit his responsibility, but it gave Su Songming the chance to hide behind him. Stop now. You can explain everything at the station, Zhou Zheng said. His longsword still pressed against my spear, and I had not withdrawn my strength. Su Songming moved behind him and immediately accused me of murder. Zhou Zheng tried to separate us, but I sensed clear hostility in his sword posture. Gale spear art unfolded again. Successive spear shadows drove him backward with his sword raised. The coiling dragon spear struck the blade and snapped the spirit rank longsword in half. The remaining force opened a wound across his shoulder. Only near the gate did Zhou Zheng regain his footing and finally realize that he could not control me by force. Su Songming tried to speak again, but my spear passed through Zhou Zheng's defenses and pierced his heart. Before I thrust, Su Songming had already reached for the backup handgun at Zhou Zheng's waist. In that instant, I could not determine whether he meant to take the officer hostage or use the weapon against me. I did not give him a third chance. Zhou Zheng tried to block with his sword, but its broken blade was too short. He could only watch the spearhead pass. The instant Su Songming fell, I retreated 6 feet so no one could claim I was continuing to attack the officer. Now we can discuss your matter. I withdrew the spear and turned toward Zhou Zheng. Police vehicles arrived outside at that exact moment. For officers, 3 men and 1 woman jumped out. At the sight of the bodies filling the courtyard and the broken sword in Zhou Zheng's hand, they drew their weapons and formed a perimeter. One young officer was Lin Fan, who had visited my home that morning. He knew I possessed several million yuan. The instant he saw me, he demanded that I drop my weapon and return to the station with them. His tone was far more urgent than the others. Lin Fan did not first ask about the injured or check the recording phone beside the window. His first statement ordered his colleagues to restrain my hands. His second asked whether the bank card was still on my body. That order of concern gave me no reason to believe my property and evidence would be registered intact after I entered the station. Let Zhou Zheng speak. I ignored him. These people invaded a residence to commit robbery and identified themselves as Blood Demon cult members. I acted in self-defense. Zhou Zheng confirmed that Protector Gua and the others had appeared in the courtyard first, but maintained that I had killed Su Songming before his eyes and must return to the station for investigation. Lin Fan kept emphasizing that I had killed more than a dozen people. Once I entered an interrogation room, he said, I would naturally confess the source of all my assets. The word assets made his motive obvious. More engines sounded from the end of the street. A burly man whose aura had reached Spirit Level 9 arrived with more than a dozen officers and introduced himself as Captain Wang Hu. He did not inspect the scene first. He ordered everyone to seal the courtyard and demanded my immediate surrender. Zhou Zheng retreated to his side, and Lin Fan recovered his courage as well. More gun barrels appeared beyond the wall. I could defeat someone at Spirit Level 5, but I was not confident I could escape unscathed from a 9th level martial artist and more than a dozen armed officers. The coiling dragon spear alone could no longer resolve this confrontation. I rapidly assessed the situation. Ordinary residents stood beyond the courtyard wall. Forcing a breakout would expose innocent people to bullets and true chi. Retreating into the house would cost me visibility and let Wang Hu seal the exit. The most rational move was to obtain a communications device before their encirclement closed and bring witnesses from outside the police into the situation. Wang Hu's people rapidly occupied the doors, windows, and courtyard wall. I sensed at least a dozen auras. Most were merely in the body-tempering realm. Wang Hu himself was the true danger. He stood only 1 step below the general rank 6 minor levels above me. I asked who had a phone. Believing I wanted to call for help, Lin Fan deliberately took out his own and spun it between his fingers, mocking that no one could save me in time. The next second, I activated Mystic Crane Steps. I did not charge straight at the phone. I feinted toward the courtyard wall first. Once several weapons shifted in that direction, I reversed and cut behind Lin Fan's flank. The perfected mystic crane steps was strongest not for raw speed, but for shifting my center of gravity and direction over an extremely short distance. When I seized the side of his neck, I gripped only the point that restricted movement without crushing his windpipe. A living Lin Fan was both temporary cover and an important witness that I had not proactively slaughtered police officers. He saw only an afterimage before I controlled his wrist and neck simultaneously. His phone fell into my hand. I held Lin Fan in front of me and forced the other officers to lower their weapons for the moment. Zhou Zheng urged me not to harm an officer, while Wang Hu ordered me to release him immediately. I did not argue. I used Lin Fan's phone to call Principal Gao and several of the Martial University teachers whose numbers I had received. This is Su Tian. I just killed a group of people at my home who identified themselves as members of the Blood Demon cult. A misunderstanding has now developed with the police. I gave my location and explained the scene in rapid succession. The moment several teachers heard Blood Demon cult and Mystic Heaven token, they told me not to escalate the conflict further. They would contact senior police leadership immediately. At the same time, I sent them a backup link to the footage from the phone beside the window. The video could prove that Su Songming negotiated a price. Armed men in black entered, and the battle began. The wall obstructed the latter half, but it was enough to refute any claim that I had summoned a crowd in order to murder them. Only after they confirmed receipt did I delete the local copy of the call log on Lin Fan's phone. The calls had already been placed, and senior police officials could return them at any moment. If Wang Hu continued attacking, he could no longer claim ignorance of outside intervention. After hearing the calls, Wang Hu finally refrained from attacking immediately. He ordered Zhou Zheng to inspect the bodies for marks left by Blood Demon cult cultivation arts. According to confessions obtained by the police, a blood-red flower pattern formed on the back of anyone cultivating a Blood Demon art. Confirming that feature would prove my account. Zhou Zheng inspected 3 bodies in succession. In the end, he shook his head at Wang Hu. His examination was not perfunctory. He lifted the clothing on each back and used a law enforcement terminal to scan for abnormal energy beneath the skin. Protector Gua had only ruptured capillaries caused by blood ignition. There was no flower pattern. The other 2 had none either. I told him to seal the pouches from their waists and the broken short blade as evidence too. Identity marks could be disguised. Residue from cultivation arts, communications devices, and weapon origins were much harder to erase all at once. There was no blood flower. My heart sank as well. Protector Gua had named the Blood Demon cult and its cult master. He had explicitly said that large numbers of their experts had entered Songhai City. The other followers had also called themselves Blood Demon cult members during battle. They could not all have improvised the same false identity. Either Protector Gua had lied from beginning to end, or the police intelligence about the blood flower, obtained from captives, was itself deliberate misdirection. A third possibility was that only one branch of Blood Demon art produced the flower, while the police had mistaken a partial characteristic for a universal standard. Under any explanation, clean backs alone could not exclude their cult affiliation. I described every feature of Protector Gua's blood ignition, reversed blood and chi, a temporary increase of 2 minor levels, and rapid weakness afterward. Zhou Zheng had clearly heard of similar arts. Doubt entered his expression for the first time. What makes you certain that every Blood Demon cult member bears a mark? I asked. Wang Hu said it was internal intelligence obtained through police interrogations and that the captive did have the blood flower. Without other evidence, the people in this courtyard could only be treated as unidentified individuals, while I was already suspected of multiple murders. I produced the Mystic Heaven token, but no one present recognized it. Wang Hu had evidently lost patience with waiting for his superiors. He started advancing, and the true chi of Spirit Level 9 slowly converged around both fists. Zhou Zheng reminded him that Lin Fan remained in my hands. Wang Hu paused for only an instant before ordering the others to tighten the perimeter. Lin Fan finally understood his position and desperately begged his captain to save him. Wang Hu did not answer. He merely said that capturing the murderer was the only priority. At that moment, the phone in his pocket rang. Wang Hu glanced at the caller ID, rejected the call, and switched the phone off. His action confirmed that the university teacher's calls had reached the police. He simply intended to give no one the opportunity to stop him from claiming the achievement. Several officers exchanged looks. Wang Hu still issued the commands, but shutting down his phone made it impossible to interpret the confrontation as a normal arrest. Some lowered their weapons slightly. Others activated their body cameras and began preserving the orders that followed. Seeing these changes, Wang Hu advanced faster. He needed to control me before senior leadership arrived, so he could turn the entire scene into an accomplished fact. Final warning. He assumed the stance of mountain-crushing fist. Release Lin Fan and surrender. Lin Fan still stood between us, but Wang Hu was already gathering power. Mountain-crushing fist required pushing true chi from the soles all the way into the knuckles. Its opening was heavy, and its power far exceeded an ordinary fist art. I felt Lin Fan's back begin to shake. I shifted my center of gravity to my left foot and prepared a lateral escape route. If Wang Hu cared about his colleague, Lin Fan would buy me time to negotiate. If he did not, I could only shove the man out of the line of attack before the fist force landed. Wang Hu approached step by step. His mouth still urged me to release the hostage, but ever more true chi concentrated around his right fist. Feeling the pressure behind him, Lin Fan's voice changed completely. "Captain Wang, I'm still here." Wang Hu did not stop. He said coldly, "The police will remember your sacrifice in bringing a murderer to justice." The next instant, mountain-crushing fist came straight at us. I shoved Lin Fan forward and shifted sideways with mystic crane steps. Wang Hu did not withdraw his punch. The force of spirit level 9 struck his own man directly. Lin Fan's life aura vanished, and the remaining momentum hurled his body toward the place where I had been standing. I pushed him in the same direction as the punch, intending to force Wang Hu to withdraw or angle the blow upward. Instead, before contact, Wang Hu lowered his shoulder again and delivered the fully formed fist force without restraint. Lin Fan's uniform tore across the chest, and his body camera shattered under the impact. Every other person in the courtyard witnessed the sequence. Wang Hu still shouted an accusation first, plainly trying to establish the story through volume. He stepped across the body and loudly accused me of murdering a police officer. There was no time to argue. He had entered the close range in which a spear was hardest to deploy. I retreated half a step and thrust the coiling dragon spear diagonally upward, meeting mountain-crushing fist with perfected gale spear art. At close range, a long weapon could not fully accelerate. I braced the butt of the spear against the ground and used the shaft as a support to absorb the first impact, then slid the point along the outside of his fist. If I received the blow directly, the coiling dragon spear might remain intact, but the shock would injure my arms first. Wang Hu likewise avoided the true spearhead. He struck the side with a fist wrapped in true chi. He did not rely on cultivation alone. His mountain-crushing fist had reached at least major mastery. The spear aura and fist force collided, sending tremendous force back through the shaft and into both my arms. Wang Hu had also underestimated the sharpness of a mystic rank weapon. The moment his arm touched the spear aura, he was forced to turn aside. The clothes across his chest tore, leaving a bloody line. Neither of us achieved a decisive result in the first exchange. I retreated several steps, my palms numb and my blood and chi churning. Wang Hu stared at the wound across his chest and finally discarded his contempt. I could exchange one direct move with him because of the perfected gale spear art, the coiling dragon spear, and the body reinforced by the art of life and death. It did not mean the gap of 6 minor levels had disappeared. If we kept trading blows, my true chi would run out first. I angled the spear toward the courtyard gate, forcing him to consider the colleagues behind him every time he attacked. Zhou Zheng had already ordered several ordinary officers to retreat and reduce the risk of being caught in the fight. That also left me a small area where I could extend the spear properly. The second revolution of the art of life and death quickly calmed my surging blood and chi, but the true chi in my dantian did not refill on its own. Based on the cost of the first collision, I could sustain only a few more complete uses of gale spear art. Wang Hu gathered mountain-crushing fist again and prepared his second attack. Just as his foot struck the ground, an angry shout sounded in the distance. "I ordered you to stop, and you still dared turn off your phone." A round, heavy-set middle-aged man swept over the courtyard wall with astonishing speed. Before Wang Hu could react, the newcomer kicked him in the side and sent him flying several yards. The newcomer carried the unmistakable aura of the general rank. He used no weapon. One kick was enough to remove a 9th-level spirit rank fighter from the line of attack, yet the force precisely avoided Wang Hu's spine. That control demonstrated the difference in realm more clearly than merely sending him flying. Several police vehicles braked outside at the same time. The newcomer had not arrived alone. He had received the contact from senior officials and led a team here. The moment Wang Hu climbed to his feet, he demanded to know why Deputy Chief Zhao was interfering. The man called Deputy Chief Zhao offered no explanation. He charged forward and slammed Wang Hu back to the ground, striking him while cursing him for rejecting a superior's call and nearly getting everyone killed. Zhou Zheng and the other officers stared in shock. The captain who had commanded them a moment ago could not complete even one counterattack now. I did not lower my spear simply because the situation had changed. This man had clearly come because of me, but that did not automatically make him trustworthy. I held the Mystic Heaven token in my left hand and kept the coiling dragon spear angled to strike at any moment. While beating Wang Hu, he consistently positioned himself between me and the other gun barrels. At least for the moment, he did not regard me as the primary arrest target. I still did not approach. I let the phone at the window continue recording and noticed that Zhou Zheng had voluntarily opened a gap in the perimeter. What truly determined the direction of the matter was not how angry the deputy chief appeared. It was whether he would examine evidence and preserve a record. Deputy Chief Zhao finally stopped, ordered officers to guard Wang Hu, and surveyed the bodies throughout the courtyard. He first instructed the accompanying medics to examine Lin Fan and the other fallen people. Lin Fan no longer had any vital signs. Guadaji and the others could not be saved, while Zhou Zheng's shoulder was immediately bandaged to stop the bleeding. That order at least showed he would not ignore the injured simply to support me. He then ordered everyone to remain in place. No one was to move a body, weapon, or phone without authorization. For the first time, the chaotic courtyard entered a genuine evidence examination state. Who can explain this clearly from beginning to end? His gaze finally settled on me. His attitude was entirely different from the one he had shown Wang Hu. Under pressure, Zhou Zheng truthfully explained everything he had witnessed after reaching the courtyard. Su Songming had brought people here. I defeated the men in black. Zhou Zheng intervened to stop me from killing Su Songming and was then repelled. After Wang Hu arrived, he refused to wait for a response from his superiors and ultimately killed Lin Fan with his own hand. Zhao Tianlin did not rely on testimony alone. He first ordered the collection of every body camera, then retrieved the video from my phone beside the window and the outgoing call history on Lin Fan's phone. Spear marks, the broken doorway, and the positions of the men in black were photographed and assigned evidence numbers one by one. I kept the bank cards separate from the old Bloodblade matter and said only that Su Songming had hired men to seize the money in exchange for million yuan. The bank could prove ownership of the account. I did not need to disclose the PIN or full balance before everyone in the courtyard. After hearing everything, Deputy Chief Zhao focused on the crucial chain of cause and effect. In other words, this group invaded the residence first. After Su Tian fought back, Wang Hu tried to arrest him without establishing their identities, and he killed a colleague during the operation. Zhou Zheng reminded him that the bodies had no blood flowers on their backs, so their cult affiliation remained unconfirmed. Then investigate their identities, wanted notices, weapons, and communication records, Deputy Chief Zhao said coldly. Who decided an investigation can rely only on a flower? He removed Wang Hu from his position as captain on the spot. Wang Hu objected and demanded an appeal to Chief Li. Deputy Chief Zhao merely ordered Zhou Zheng to take him away, then implied that the vacant captain's post would give priority to someone who truly followed investigative procedure. Removal from duty was only an on-scene measure, not a final conviction. Zhao Tianlin ordered Wang Hu held first on 3 grounds: obstruction of an investigation, refusing communications from superiors, and causing a colleague's death during an operation. The Police Oversight Division would review the matter later. Zhou Zheng also had to file a report explaining why he had fought me before determining the invaders' identities. However, his truthful testimony and attempt to stop further gunfire were recorded as well. Assigning each responsibility separately was at least more credible than simply dividing everyone into friend or enemy. Zhou Zheng accepted the order immediately. The other officers who had hesitated now followed his lead and carried the badly injured Wang Hu out of the courtyard. Only after resolving the internal issue did the deputy chief approach me. He introduced himself as Zhao Tianlin and said I did not need to be formal. I could simply call him Old Zhao. I could sense that he was a genuine general rank expert, so I did not fully lower my spear. Chief Zhao, the leader I killed, identified himself as Protector Gua of the Blood Demon cult. At the word protector, Zhao Tianlin's expression immediately turned grave. He told me that the Blood Demon cult had a strict hierarchy. Protectors were generally at least spirit level 3, most elders were general rank, and the master of a regional branch might even reach general level 9. That was only the common range compiled by police from cases in different regions. It did not prove that the Songhai branch master had reached level 9. Guidaji had not revealed the local leader's realm before dying. They would still need to establish it through communications and financial records. I described how blood ignition could temporarily raise a person by 2 minor levels. Zhao Tianlin immediately ordered technicians to collect Guidaji's blood and search for abnormalities left by the reversal of blood and qi. The next time they encountered a member without a blood flower, they would have a second method of identification. An officer nearby suddenly pulled up a newly updated wanted notice and compared it repeatedly to the leader on the ground. Found him. His name is Guidaji. He is a newly wanted protector of the blood demon cult. The photograph, facial features, and short blade in his possession all matched. The absence of a blood flower instead proved that the police's previous intelligence was incomplete or had even been deliberately planted by the blood demon cult. Guidaji's wanted notice number, reward, and threat rating appeared on the law enforcement terminal. Matching communication plaques and unregistered weapons were found on the others. Their precise cult positions could not be confirmed at once, but the items formed evidence of a coordinated crime. Zhao Tianlin ordered every item sealed in an evidence bag and had an evidence clerk who had not participated in the previous conflict sign the inventory. I photographed the evidence numbers as well to prevent spoils and evidence from being confused during transfer. Whether every other body belonged to a formally initiated follower still required individual verification. There was no longer any dispute that Guidaji had led armed men into my home to commit robbery. Zhao Tianlin asked my age. When I said I had just turned 18, the officers again looked at the coiling dragon spear and the battle marks across the courtyard. Several struggled to believe that a student not yet admitted to a martial university could kill a blood demon cult protector alone. I did not accept their exaggerated praise. I only asked whether I needed to accompany them to the station. Zhao Tianlin said the matter would be handled as self-defense and assistance in eliminating an evil cult. They would take control of the scene. If a statement was required later, I would receive formal notice rather than be detained immediately. He then remembered something and ordered an immediate search for the rewards attached to Guidaji and the others. The bounties could be paid only after their identities and causes of death were reviewed, not transferred at the scene. Zhao Tianlin gave me an intake number and explained that the self-defense determination, Guidaji's reward, and any wanted records for the other followers would be processed separately. I agreed to file a formal statement before the martial examination, provided I received advance notice of the time and place and retained my own copy of the video. He did not object and even ordered the police to repair the courtyard gate damaged by the invaders. If he was a wanted criminal, the reward should go to the person who killed him. Zhao Tianlin smiled at me. The police will not let the person who took the real risk walk away with nothing. This group of enemies who had delivered themselves to my door had not only allowed me to test my spear art. They might become my first official combat record after I joined the Martial Artists Association. Only after the perimeter was properly established did I return the coiling dragon spear to the ethereal ring. The numbness in my arms had faded, but only 60% of the true qi in my dantian remained. If Zhao Tianlin had arrived a few minutes later, I would have been forced to choose between breaking out and activating the Mystic Heaven token. I had survived because of my strength, but also because a university teacher answered my call. Zhou Zheng preserved his record, and senior police leadership arrived in time. I would not mistake that outcome as proof that I could disregard an entire police department. Zhao Tianlin had the officers remove the bodies and use specialized chemicals to clean the blood from the courtyard. Aside from the collapsed section of wall, the previous night's battle soon left only a few damaged spots. Before the evidence was removed, I checked every seal number. The coiling dragon spear was my private weapon and was photographed rather than confiscated. Guidaji's broken blade, communication plaques, and medicinal powder went with the case. Both the police and I retained a copy of the courtyard footage. The police would advance the cost of repairing the wall and later recover it from the perpetrator's property once their identities were confirmed. By the time the procedures were complete, daylight filled the sky. Only then did I truly feel the ache in both arms. The rebound from Wang Hu's punch had gone deeper than any visible injury. Zhao Tianlin invited me to relax at a place called Paradise on Earth, saying its services could make a person forget every worry. My blood and qi had not fully settled after the direct collision with Spirit Level 9, so I politely declined. Wang Hu's final punch had shown me the gap. With a mystic rank weapon and perfected martial art, I could injure him in a surprise attack, but I would struggle to receive 3 consecutive moves. Without Zhao Tianlin's timely arrival, the outcome would still have been dangerous. I circulated the Art of Life and Death once and reviewed the data from both fights. Guadaji had used blood ignition to rise from spirit level 3 to level 5, yet the spear art and weapon suppressed him. Wang, who was naturally at spirit level 9 and could use the greater volume of his true chi to wear me down even without a mystic rank weapon. Fighting above one's level was not a fixed label. An opponent's realm, martial skills, weapons, and whether he underestimated you could each change the result. Zhao Tianlin did not pressure me. He left his private card and promised to deliver Guadaji's wanted reward as soon as it was calculated. Before leaving, he handed me a blood-stained booklet found among the bodies. The blood ignition art. The booklet had been registered separately from the evidence. Only after Zhao Tianlin confirmed that the police did not require the original to trace its source did he transfer it to me as spoils from my kill. I photographed his written authorization so no one could later turn an evil cult art in my possession into evidence that I had colluded with them. This was the secret art Guadaji had used. By burning vital blood, it could temporarily raise cultivation by 2 minor levels. The price was weakness and bodily damage after the fight. When I read it completely, Crimson recorded it as expected. Cultivation, Spirit Rank, Level 3. Cultivation Art, Second Revolution of the Art of Life and Death Perfection. Martial Skills, Mystic Crane Steps Perfection, Gale Spear Art Perfection, Blood Ignition Art Uninitiated. Skill Points, 3,579. That was not enough to perfect the third revolution of the Art of Life and Death. I had also tried cultivating normally without the system. At this body's natural efficiency, a breakthrough through 1 minor spirit rank level could take years. I likewise did not upgrade the blood ignition art immediately. Crimson could perfect an evil cult's secret art, but it could not erase the basic cost of burning vital blood. Until I knew how much backlash the Art of Life and Death could repair, I preferred to preserve my points. The current 3,579 points were merely an instantaneous balance. The system still generated 1 point every second, exactly 86,400 per day. That was the true basis for planning future cultivation arts. Only a few days had passed since the system activated, and I had already reached Spirit Level 3. Yet the Blood Demon Branch Master was rumored to be at General Level 9, and Wang, who now hated me after losing his position. Continuing to live in the ruined house provided neither training security nor personal safety. Early the next morning, I went to the Martial Artists Association. Its building was far grander than an ordinary martial arts school. A central electronic display continuously scrolled through bounties, escort contracts, and beast hunting missions. Martial artists moved in every direction carrying weapons and spoils. I even saw a muscular man carry an entire beast to the materials counter. The entrance first verified identity and any weapons being carried. After a basic scan confirmed my spirit rank aura, the terminal generated a temporary visitor code. Accepting missions, selling high-ranking materials, and attending internal auctions required additional association membership. The hall was divided into 4 areas: missions, materials, training, and trade, each with separate security and cameras. Compared with my ruined home, the greatest value here was not the equipment. It was that anyone who attacked inside the building would have to face the association's experts. The counter-renting training facilities was surprisingly quiet. I asked a young receptionist named Su Mengxian, and she introduced 3 levels. The basic training area cost 500 yuan per day and could accommodate more than a dozen people together. A private intermediate training room cost 3,000 per day and included better equipment and body-tempering beast meat. An advanced training room cost 10,000 per day. The association had only 3 and provided spirit rank beast meat, 3 special nutritional supplements every day, and the newest equipment purchased from the 4 megacities. The advanced rooms were expensive. People without resources could not afford them, while true great families maintained private facilities. No wonder there was almost no line at this counter. I asked Su Mengxian to display the costs on the terminal. 5,000 yuan for 10 days in basic, 30,000 for intermediate, and 100,000 for advanced. The advanced package included the spirit rank meat, 3 daily supplements, and equipment use. There were no separate material fees. If I considered only the room, the price was high. Once daily supplies and privacy were included, 100,000 yuan was actually cheaper than purchasing everything myself. I was about to choose an advanced room when Ding Xiaoya interrupted the registration. I had just begun asking about rental time when another receptionist, Ding Xiaoya, suddenly spoke. Su Mengxian, what is the point of explaining it all? She glanced at my faded jacket. Someone like him cannot afford even the cheapest facility. He is only here to waste our time. I had come to the association to train safely, not to let an employee decide whether I could spend money by examining my clothes. What I rent has nothing to do with you. I looked at her. If the association's service begins by insulting its customers, summon whoever is in charge. Ding Xiaoye rose with a sneer. Rather than apologize, she ordered me to learn how to speak to her properly. Ding Xiaoye demanded that I kneel before everyone, slap my own face, and apologize. Otherwise, she would call association security and have them break both my legs. She had not muted the counter microphone, and a nearby camera pointed directly at us. I glanced at the unfinished registration page on Su Mingxuan's terminal. It clearly preserved the time when I requested prices and selected an advanced training room. Her claim that I could not pay and came only to harass them did not match the electronic record. I first asked her to repeat which association regulation allowed an employee to order a customer to kneel because of his clothing. Ding Xiaoye gave no answer. She slapped her employee badge on the desk and declared that Supervisor Xiao would certainly support her. Su Mingxian went pale and quietly tugged at the corner of my coat, signaling that I should leave first. She pleaded with Ding Xiaoye on my behalf, only to be accused of conspiring with an outsider and planning to let me enter a training room without authorization. Do you own the association? I asked. Ding Xiaoye told me to stop talking and kneel. I raised my hand and slapped her. She toppled over with the chair, and the side of her face rapidly swelled. I used only an ordinary person's strength and mobilized no true qi. The first slap stopped her from continuing to advance. My second action was to step half a pace backward and hold both hands where the camera could see them clearly. If association security followed procedure, the footage would establish who made the first threat and who asked for a supervisor. Many people in the hall turned to watch. Ding Xiaoye immediately screamed that I had attacked an ordinary female employee without cause. Su Mingxian tried to explain that she had insulted a customer first, but Ding Xiaoye spoke over her and continued portraying me as a harasser who became violent after rejection. Finished with the performance? I asked. Emboldened by the growing crowd, Ding Xiaoye pointed at her other cheek and challenged me to hit her again if I had the nerve. I granted her request. The second slap spun her halfway around. She lunged at me in retaliation. I sidestepped and used one foot to send her toward the counter. Ding Xiaoye struck the edge and finally lost the ability to continue the confrontation. When she clawed at my eyes, her nails had already touched the side of my face. I planted my foot against her abdomen and pushed outward rather than kicking her ribs. She remained conscious after striking the counter, but Su Mingxian and another employee had to hold her up, and she could not lunge again. The hall security guards had not attacked immediately, which meant they were also waiting for a supervisor to confirm the facts rather than relying only on Ding Xiaoye's shouting. I did not pursue her. I simply demanded the person in charge again. Before long, a supervisor Xiao entered the hall with Zhou Zheng. The injury on Zhou Zheng's shoulder had been treated, but an ordinary backup sword now hung at his waist. He clearly had not yet purchased a replacement weapon. Ding Xiaoye clung to Supervisor Zhao's trouser leg and immediately changed her story. She claimed that I had groped her first and beaten her only after she rejected me. Without questioning any other witness, Supervisor Xiao invoked the association's dignity, summoned the guards, and demanded that I propose compensation or have both legs broken before being thrown out. I pointed to the cameras and counter recordings and demanded that they retrieve the evidence first. Supervisor Xiao refused to examine it. He told a technician to handle it later, plainly intending to restrain me first and then decide which portions of evidence to preserve. Zhou Zheng stood behind him but did not immediately testify for either side. He first looked at Su Mingxian, then at the hall cameras. Only after the guards formed a true perimeter did he speak. His restraint was more valuable than unconditional support, because he had also witnessed the supervisor's refusal to verify the evidence. Su Mingxian gathered her courage and stepped forward. She stated clearly that Ding Xiaoye had mocked a customer's clothes first and then ordered me to kneel. Supervisor Xiao only told her to shut up, while the guards closed in from every direction. Only then did Zhou Zheng speak. Supervisor Xiao, do you know whom you have surrounded? He walked to my side and recounted the previous night's events in public. I had assisted the police in killing Guadaji, a protector of the blood demon cult, and Deputy Chief Xiao had even planned to send me a commendation banner. The crowd's attitude changed instantly. Some recognized Zhou Zheng. Others pointed out that a blood demon cult protector was at least spirit level 3 and could not be handled easily by an ordinary student. The security guards stopped advancing. The association also had an internal hierarchy. A martial artist who participated in an evil cult case represented an entirely different level of risk from an ordinary visitor. Supervisor Xiao finally signaled the technician to lock the footage instead of deleting or overwriting it. I had Su Mingxian record the footage number and retention period. Strength inside the hall could not replace facts. A record that prevented anyone from changing the story later still mattered most. Supervisor Zhao's expression changed with the situation. He waved the guards back and turned toward Ding Xiaoya, plainly re-evaluating whom he should protect. I did not want everyone learning my real combat record. However, Captain Zhou exaggerated. I said, taking over. The police were the main force. I only assisted from the side. The Blood Demon cult still had a branch master and elders in Songhai City. Portraying me as a hero who killed a protector alone would make them notice me sooner. Zhou Zheng immediately revised his account. Several officers had participated in the response, he explained, while I provided crucial assistance. That version did not deny my involvement, but kept my exact fighting power inside the official record instead of spreading it through the crowd. I nodded to him. We had fought the previous night. At least now we shared the same judgment about controlling the risk of information. Zhou Zheng understood that I was deliberately minimizing my achievement and offered no further explanation. The crowd found it easier to believe that the police had completed the main battle, and the discussion quickly subsided. Supervisor Xiao announced Ding Xiaoya's dismissal on the spot, saying that publicly insulting a valued guest had damaged the association's reputation. He then asked whether that resolution satisfied me. I first required him to enter the reason for dismissal in the employee system rather than merely announce it in the hall. The footage number, Su Mingxuan's testimony, and Ding Xiaoya's attempt to prevent examination of the record all needed to be archived. Otherwise, after leaving, she could recast the matter as an innocent employee fired by the powerful. Supervisor Xiao clearly did not want to enlarge an internal scandal, but under Zhou Zheng's gaze, he completed the entry. She also slandered Su Mingxian, I said. She owes both of us an apology. Ding Xiaoya refused to lower her head and looked to Supervisor Xiao for help. Zhou Zheng mentioned that Zhao Tianlin was paying close attention to my case. Supervisor Xiao instantly stopped hesitating and ordered her to comply. In the end, Ding Xiaoya knelt before everyone. She first admitted judging a customer by his clothing. Then she apologized to Su Mingxian and said she should not have slandered her merely to escape responsibility. With so many people watching, Su Mingxian waved her hands in panic. I made Ding Xiaoya finish every word she owed. Su Mingxian asked for no extra compensation. She only required the supervisor to confirm that she would not lose pay or be reassigned for testifying. Once Supervisor Xiao provided a written guarantee on the employee terminal, she returned to the counter. The matter could have ended there. I also told Ding Xiaoya clearly that if she left and stopped threatening us, neither side would have any further contact. After the apology, I told her to go. She walked several steps, then turned back and glared at me. Gritting her teeth, she said this was not over. Before the threat was halfway out of her mouth, I had already unleashed Thunderclap Fist. Pointing at Su Mingxian and me, she explicitly declared that she would investigate our addresses and make us pay in the future. Her earlier demand that security break my legs, the false accusation of sexual harassment, and her public counterattack had already proved this was not a careless remark made in anger. From dying in the alley to Su Songming bringing an evil cult back to my home, I had now seen twice what happened when an enemy was released and allowed to return. My judgment might be excessively harsh, and I would have to bear its consequences, but I would not shift the decision onto someone else. Fist force erupted at close range. Ding Xiaoya fell where she stood, her life aura extinguished. The hall dropped into dead silence again. Supervisor Xiao demanded to know why I had killed someone over a single threat. I did not evade the question. She blamed me for losing her job, for her lies, and for her humiliation. Before leaving, she clearly promised retaliation. I will not wait for an enemy to prepare a second attack before responding passively. Zhou Zheng immediately ordered everyone to remain still, reviewed the footage, and contacted Zhao Tianlin. After association medics confirmed Ding Xiaoya's death, the scene was sealed under martial artist conflict procedure. I neither left nor used the Mystic Heaven token to pressure anyone. I gave a complete statement of my reasons for striking. This world allowed martial artists to employ stronger self-defense measures than ordinary people when faced with an explicit threat, but whether I had crossed the line still required joint review by the association and police. After watching the recording remotely and confirming the prior events and the supervisor's refusal to intervene, Zhao Tianlin ordered an independent review later and did not have me detained on the spot. This was not a victory worth repeatedly boasting about. I had simply died once in an alley and no longer believed that unrestrained hostility would vanish on its own. Supervisor Xiao remained furious but did not attack personally. Zhou Zheng stood between us and reminded him to address employee and scene responsibility first. In the end, Supervisor Xiao apologized on behalf of the association and did not pursue the confrontation further at that moment. I asked Su Mengxian to continue processing the training room. Advanced facility. 10 days. The normal cost was 100,000 yuan. To settle the conflict, Supervisor Xiao voluntarily used his management discount and paid 50,000 himself as association compensation. Su Mingxuan's hands still trembled faintly when she gave me the electronic access card. The discount did not change the listed price from 100,000 to 50,000. Management authority covered half the cost, while the room remained registered as a 10-day advanced package. The card was bound to my identity and opened only the assigned room. Spirit rank beast meat and 3 nutritional supplements were collected daily, and unused portions could not be taken away. I reviewed and signed the contract, keeping that compensation separate from the previous investigation. Even if the conclusion of the conflict later changed, the training room rental had its own independent receipt. I did not begin training immediately. Zhou Zheng and Supervisor Xiao had originally intended to attend the association's internal auction. Zhou Zheng invited me to accompany them, partly to compensate for publicly revealing my battle record in the hall. Supervisor Xiao explained that Shanghai City's auction occurred only once every 3 months. Cultivation arts, martial skills, weapons, and cultivation medicines unavailable on ordinary markets would appear there. He had only bronze access, but Zhou Zheng held a silver token and could bring 1 additional guest into a private box. I still possessed more than 4 million yuan and had wanted to find resources I could convert into strength. Robbery was forbidden inside the auction, and the association guaranteed every transaction. I had only just obtained a spatial ring and needed high-ranking manuals. This was far safer than exposing my identity in the black market. I gave the access card to Su Mengxian for safekeeping and followed Zhou Zheng into the auction area first. Training could wait a few hours. A resource window that opened once every 3 months would not reopen if I missed it. Then I'll trouble Captain Zhou to lead the way. We passed through an internal association corridor toward the auction area. The auction hall's doors were made from Titan alloy and were said to withstand a general rank martial artist's full power attack. Zhou Zheng presented his silver token, Supervisor Xiao showed his bronze token, and I entered as Zhou Zheng's guest. An employee led us to a private box on the 2nd floor. The auction hall had 3 levels. Ordinary seating filled the first. Private boxes occupied the second. Only 4 or 5 rooms stood on the third, plainly reserved for clients with true power or status. Before entry, every person had to bind a bidding terminal. A bidder in ordinary seating could place no single bid beyond the account balance. A private box client could add association credit, materials, or collateral. The association appraised every lot before the sale and handled settlement backstage afterward, so buyer and seller never needed to meet directly. The process reduced the risk of robbery, but it did not conceal the box number. If something truly scarce appeared, a bidder might still be followed after leaving the association. I hid the ethereal ring beneath my sleeve and did not display how much I could carry. Several kinds of spiritual fruit rested on the table. I tried one mottled blue and red fruit. Its sweet and sour flesh contained a small amount of spiritual energy. It was not enough to raise a realm directly, but it could nourish the internal organs. The former owner had never even seen such a thing. Zhou Zheng told me that the fruit and drinks were already included in the service fee and would not be charged separately later. I still ate only one. After confirming that it had no abnormal smell, I stopped. The less I consumed in an unfamiliar environment, the less vulnerable I would be to drugs or emotional influence. The seats below gradually filled. Many guests concealed their identities with masks or cloaks. The association permitted anonymous bidding but retained real names in its internal records, so any dispute could be traced. On the way in, I noticed that many young female attendants wore identical standard identity tags. Zhou Zheng explained that most came from cities destroyed by beast tides. The association took them in under long-term employment contracts, exchanging housing and resources for their service. He called it rescue. I saw how they did not dare refuse a customer. The high walls of this world kept out the beasts, but they had not given every survivor equal choices. I had no power to change the system today. I simply remembered what I saw. I declined the private box's additional companionship service and asked the employee to leave only the catalog and water. Whether a long-term contract was voluntary could not be answered by the phrase, "We provide housing." Until I understood the rules, I would at least not turn my own spending into another layer of pressure. After confirming the request, the attendant left and switched the lamp outside to do not disturb. At last, only the three of us remained in the box. The auctioneer soon appeared at the end of the red carpet. Immortal Phone wore extravagantly tailored clothing and a gauze veil. Every movement and every note of the voice carried deliberately heightened allure. A single opening sentence triggered cheers across the first floor. I watched for 2 extra moments and immediately noticed a faint pull on my mind. The auctioneer must cultivate a special art that influenced emotion or perception. Appearance alone could not explain it. After I circulated the art of life and death once, the pull rapidly weakened. I shifted my attention to the bidding display and stopped watching the auctioneer's movements. Several people repeatedly raised their bids after a single word of encouragement. The art could not control a person's mind, but it plainly magnified impulse. The association regarded such presentation as a sales technique. Bidders had to preserve their own judgment. Zhou Zheng did not join the cheering. Instead, he shut the box door and quietly told me an internal association secret. Immortal Phone was actually a man. A cultivation art obtained from an ancient ruin had altered his body and voice, and he had hosted auctions under his current identity ever since. Many guests did not know the truth, and the association prohibited employees from spreading it casually. I offered no judgment on his choice. I only asked why the matter required such caution. Zhou Zheng said Immortal Phone was quite powerful and extremely sensitive to discussion of the art's consequences. If overheard, the resulting trouble could eclipse the auction itself. I told him not to reveal any more. Gender and the price of a cultivation art were Immortal Feng's personal information and had nothing to do with the authenticity of a lot. Knowing a secret did not give me the right to spread it. Zhou Zheng nodded and returned to the catalog. He warned me that the final headline lots were often extraordinarily expensive. 3 or 4 million yuan would buy only one of them, so I could not let the excitement of the earlier sales carry me away. The first item was already appearing below. Immortal Feng's true identity had nothing to do with me. I had come only for manuals and cultivation resources. As long as Crimson could record an item, even something incomplete might possess very different value. I separately marked every catalog listing described as incomplete, never successfully cultivated, or unidentifiable. For normal martial artists, those words represented danger. To Crimson, which could repair and directly improve them, they might instead be the cheapest entry point. The first lot's tray rose onto the stage. I activated the balance lock function on my terminal and formally began filtering the offerings. The balance lock allowed me to spend only a preset maximum. Exceeding it required fresh verification. Even if the atmosphere or an influencing art distorted my judgment, one impulsive bid could not empty my account. I would first examine each lot's use, then its degree of damage, and only then decide a price. The first lot contained 5 bottles of premium body tempering elixir. Each tripled cultivation speed within the body tempering realm for 1 day. The set's market value was roughly 17,000 yuan. Someone pushed the bid to 20,000 merely because Immortal Phone personally displayed it, and no one competed further. The additional 3,000 was not outrageous, but it proved that the host's art was influencing judgment. I wrote the open market price beside each item category in the catalog and set my highest acceptable figure. Once a bid exceeded that ceiling, I would stop regardless of the atmosphere. This was also my first martial artist auction. Without rules decided beforehand, it would be easy to mistake an account balance for ammunition in a contest. Beast eggs, cubs, weapons, herbs, and manuals of various ranks appeared one after another. Zhou Zheng purchased a new spirit rank longsword. I continued to make no bids. Ordinary body tempering resources offered me little help now, while complete spirit rank manuals were being driven to excessive prices. Waiting was more worthwhile. Zhou Zheng's new sword cost more than a standard weapon, but matched the sword art he habitually used. A police allowance for his broken duty sword covered part of the price, and he paid the balance himself. Supervisor Xiao tested the bidding several times, but withdrew each time because of his limited budget. I used their behavior as a reference. Bid only when an item was genuinely useful, never merely to make people remember our box number. During the latter half of the auction, an attendant carried a scroll onto the stage. Immortal Phone introduced it as the Earth rank martial skill, Phantom Body of the Great Void. Cultivated completely to major mastery, It could instantly create many figures nearly impossible to distinguish from reality and could even interfere with an Emperor rank expert's judgment. The audience had only begun to grow excited when the auctioneer added the most important restriction. This was a severely damaged scroll. The association had studied it for half a year and asked experts in Taichu City to examine it, yet still could not restore the core pathways. Even if someone forced an incomplete version into practice, it generally produced only after images and might not fool a general rank martial artist. The appraisal listed the missing components: the core visualization diagram, 2 segments of true chi pathways, and the final stabilization method were all incomplete. Forced cultivation might not merely fail. It could send true chi out of control inside the meridians of the head. The association therefore guaranteed only that the scroll material and surviving text were authentic, not that it produced any cultivation result. Those public limitations had driven the price below that of an ordinary mortal rank manual. The opening bid was only 10,000 yuan, yet the hall remained quiet. No one wanted to pay for an earth rank name attached to a fragment that even experts could not use. I focused on the scroll, and Crimson immediately produced a prompt. Fragment of the earth rank martial skill phantom body of the great void detected. Skill points may be consumed to restore it. A complete earth rank martial skill was nearly impossible to measure in ordinary money. If the system could repair this one, I had to obtain it. The prompt said only that restoration was possible. It did not perform the repair automatically. 100,000 skill points represented a hidden cost and meant I still needed time to accumulate them. Before paying, I also had to confirm that the original scroll would be delivered in full and that the system prompt would remain after the lot left the stage. I first requested a close inspection. The scroll was brought outside our box behind a transparent protective array. I could not turn its pages, but Crimson's prompt remained. Only then did I formally bid. Another second-floor box opened with 10,000 yuan. I raised it to 15. The other bidder was Zheng Qian, a well-known wealthy young master of Shanghai City. He had originally wanted only to perform before a mortal foe. Once someone challenged him, he immediately drove the price to 20,000, then 100,000, and finally 200,000. I bid 300,000 yuan. Zhou Zheng reminded me that the fragment had already failed to sell once and could easily be worthless. Supervisor Xiao likewise did not understand why I would compete with Zheng Qian for it. I offered no explanation of Crimson and only said that I had decided. Zheng Qian wanted to raise the bid again, but his steward reminded him to preserve funds for a later target. He stopped and instead mocked me publicly for paying 300,000 yuan for trash. 300,000 once, twice, 3 times sold. An attendant quickly delivered the scroll to our box and asked whether I would pay in cash or by card. I accepted the fragment and read it from beginning to end. The system displayed more precise information. Incomplete version of the Earth rank martial skill phantom body of the Great Void acquired. Skill points required for completion, 100,000. 100,000 seconds was roughly 27 hours and 47 minutes. In less than 28 hours, the scroll everyone treated as garbage could become complete in my hands. The exact conversion was 27 hours, 46 minutes, and 40 seconds. My previous balance had been 4.5 million yuan. After paying 300,000, I had 4.2 million left. Supervisor Xiao had covered the 50,000 yuan advanced room charge, so it was not deducted from this card. On the bidding terminal, I confirmed the sale price, 0 transaction fee, and delivery of the original fragment rather than an association copy. The employee completed the transfer only after verifying my fingerprint. I took out the bank card to pay. Trading 300,000 yuan for a complete Earth rank martial skill was not an impulsive contest. It was the most valuable opportunity one had found since entering the auction. I stored the fragment directly in the ethereal ring and made no attempt to cultivate it inside the box. The moment the aura of an Earth rank martial skill appeared, the third-floor guests and association appraisers would notice. All I needed now was to wait until enough skill points accumulated and repair it inside a sealed training room. The true gain was not defeating Zheng Qian's bid. It was letting everyone continue to believe that the object I bought was useless trash. When the attendant saw that I had finished reading the fragment but still had not acted, she reminded me to pay. Zhou Zheng thought I lacked the money and offered me a loan. I first checked the lot number on the receipt and confirmed that it matched the seal on the scroll. The 300,000 yuan had been locked during the bidding, but would leave my account only after a second fingerprint verification. If I refused payment, the association could confiscate my deposit and cancel my future eligibility. Zhou Zheng's loan offer was well intended, but I had no intention of turning my first high-ranking resource purchase into a debt of personal favor. I can afford 300,000. Using my clothes to conceal the movement, I removed my bank card from the ethereal ring. The machine read it and deducted 300,000 yuan on the spot, leaving a balance of 4.2 million. Only after confirming payment did the attendant give me the transaction receipt as well. At the sight of the balance, Zhou Zheng first looked astonished and then somehow suspected that I was Zhao Tianlin's illegitimate son. I told him not to make wild guesses and offered no explanation about the death benefits. Enough people already knew how much money I possessed. The auction continued, and none of the ordinary items that followed persuaded me to bid. Only when the headline lot arrived on stage in a small alloy cart, flanked by two spirit level 9 martial artists, did I sit upright again. A blue-green fruit rested inside the transparent shield. 3 natural rings marked its skin, and its spiritual energy could be sensed even through the shield. The appraisal listed its harvest time, storage temperature, and medicinal integrity. It also stated that an expert alchemist below the emperor rank must process it. An ordinary person could not judge from its appearance whether it was safe to consume directly. The 2 9th-level guards were not decorative. A life extension resource could drive experts nearing the end of their lives into irrational action. The auction house had to prevent someone from simply stealing it without bidding. 1 azure nether fruit, suitable for refining minor longevity pills. Opening bid, 500,000 yuan. Minimum increment, 100,000. Zhou Zheng told me that 1 azure nether fruit could produce at most 3 minor longevity pills, each extending life by 5 years. Consuming the fruit directly would also provide a large amount of pure spiritual energy, but compared with additional lifespan, that use was incredibly wasteful. At most 3 depended on the alchemist's ability and the quality of supplementary ingredients. Success was not guaranteed. If all 3 pills were produced, they theoretically granted 15 years in total. If the refinement failed, even the fruit could be lost. That was why the normal valuation was roughly 7 million yuan rather than the simple sum of 3 finished pills. I did not bid. I was nowhere near a lifespan crisis, and 4.2 million yuan was insufficient to compete to the end without revealing other property. Zheng Qian had clearly come for this fruit. His grandfather, Zheng Jin, was the general rank expert supporting the Zheng family, but rumors said the old man's life was nearing its end. If he died, the family lacked another expert capable of standing alone. Every other faction would see their resources as available prey. The bidding rose rapidly from 600,000 to 3 million. Someone deliberately exposed the old man's condition and kept raising the price to test the family. Zheng Qian repeatedly insisted that his grandfather was healthy, yet his bids grew increasingly frantic. In the end, he purchased the azure nether fruit for 10 million yuan, far above its normal valuation of roughly 7 million. The terminal showed that his final bid required additional collateral. The third-floor boxes did not follow, and every other bidder stopped at the round figure of 10 million. Zheng Qian had overpaid by 3 million, but at least he had obtained legal ownership through a public auction. After the hammer fell, the 2 guards should have moved the shield backstage for settlement. Before they could, black iron spheres flew onto the platform. Immortal Feng had only just declared the sale when several black iron balls suddenly landed on the auction stage. The spheres burst. Dense black fog instantly covered the platform and first-floor seats. Martial artists who contacted it quickly became dizzy, weak-limbed, and began bleeding from the nose and mouth. People trying to escape jammed the exits, and the scene immediately collapsed into chaos. Someone recognized Swamp Black Mist. The attacker was likely Old Man Black Mist, notorious for poison. He was only at spirit level 9, but had once poisoned 3 martial artists at the same level in succession. The private box ventilation shut down automatically, but the indicator beside the door also turned red, showing that the central poison exhaust system had not activated. I covered my mouth and nose with wet cloth, tied my sleeves closed, and warned Zhou Zheng not to touch the fallen people's skin directly. The poison did not work through inhalation alone. Black specks on exposed skin were slowly spreading. Ordinary spirit rank martial artists became sluggish within several breaths. Zhou Zheng told me to evacuate immediately. I was about to follow when I noticed that a wisp of black fog had touched the back of my hand. Contact with my skin caused no obvious discomfort. The blood and qi reinforced by the art of life and death seemed to be resisting it on their own. I did not risk remaining in the central area merely because of that resistance. Greater concentrations meant stronger poison, and no one knew how much the second revolution could withstand. The art of life and death accelerated my blood flow, and the numbness at the contact points soon eased, but no prompt declared complete immunity. I rinsed the back of my hand with clean water and left the contaminated outer cloth in the box's sealed waste bag so I would not carry the mist into other areas during evacuation. Zhou Zheng possessed a higher cultivation than I did, yet he still became mildly dizzy. Only after checking each other's gait and clarity of mind did we enter the corridor. We did not shove aside injured people merely to reach the exit first. We evacuated along the second-floor corridor. Crashes and screams continued behind us, but no general rank association expert appeared. The auction was taking place inside the Martial Artists Association itself. If one 9th-level spirit rank attacker could break in here, I had to reassess the advanced training rooms advertised as the safest in the city. I noted 3 failed points along the evacuation route. Security had not intercepted the poison weapons, ventilation responded late, and the private box doors failed to form automatic seals. The advanced training area had a different structure, but the same association staff managed both. Whether I continued the rental could not depend on one promise from Supervisor Xiao. I needed to see the cause of the incident and the actual response from the experts left behind. We had barely reached the auction area's exit when a mortal phone cried for help near the platform. I looked back. Old Man Black Mist had shattered the protective shield and placed the azure nether fruit inside his clothes. Using the poison fog to suppress the 2 guards, he seized Immortal Feng as a hostage and announced that the Blood Demon cult had drawn every general rank association expert away. No one here could stop him today. The 2 spirit level 9 guards were not dead. They had only lost the strength in their limbs. Old Man Black Mist did not entangle himself with them. He directly took the fruit and controlled the nearest host, showing that his objective had been precise from the beginning. The intelligence he shouted was not necessarily entirely true, but it aligned with Guadaji's appearance at my home and simultaneous alerts across the city. At the very least, the association's main force truly was absent. His statement explained another part of why Guadaji and the others had entered the city. The Blood Demon cult was not merely searching for something. It was manipulating the association's defenses to create an opportunity for Old Man Black Mist to rob the auction. Who dares cause trouble in the Martial Artists Association? A middle-aged man in black training clothes swept into the hall above us and paused briefly in midair. The ability to tread through the air and project true chi over a distance meant he was at least general rank. Supervisor Xiao recognized him as an Hong Tao, the expert left behind to guard the association. And Hong Tao dispersed the poison mist with repeated palm winds. Old Man Black Mist was forced to release Immortal Foam and turn toward the exit. The palm winds tore away the auctioneer's veil and outer clothing. Old Man Black Mist seemed to confirm the identity Secret Zhou Zheng had mentioned. After a momentary shock, he fled even faster and showed no further intention of taking a hostage. I did not stop to stare at the exposed body. I only confirmed that employees pulled Immortal Phone into a secure passage. Once the hostage was free, and Hong Tao could pursue without restraint, and Old Man Black Mist could no longer use another person to block the palm winds. Zhou Zheng ordered nearby injured people to lie flat against the walls, preventing the general rank True Chi from causing secondary injuries as it swept down the passage. And Hong Tao chased him from the auction stage. Old Man Black Mist deliberately shouted, "Concealed weapon," and threw 2 iron spheres to the side. And Hong Tao avoided the solid objects, but they exploded in midair, sending poison fog into his face from behind and to the side. His body visibly swayed. The spheres themselves caused no injury. The true attack came from the direction of the spreading fog. Old Man Black Mist exploited his opponent's instinctive evasion of physical projectiles and made Hong Tao enter the mist's path voluntarily. Cultivation alone could not completely erase that kind of experience. And Hong Tao immediately sealed his breathing and several meridians, but he was still half a beat too late. The general rank could slow poison. It could not make a substance already in the blood disappear. Even poisoned, he remained separated from the spirit rank by an enormous gulf. And Hong Tao released a stream of green true chi. Old Man Black Mist raised a small tortoiseshell shield. The shield shattered instantly, and the remaining force exploded into a wound across his back. And Hong Tao was also affected by the poison. He spat blood after landing and could not pursue. Old Man Black Mist escaped the association with the azure nether fruit, followed closely by 3 9th-level spirit rank guards from the Zheng family. Association medics injected Hong Tao with an antidote before activating full ventilation. The auction was formally suspended, every sale record frozen, and exits opened in order of private box number. The Zheng guards had ignored the general instructions and pursued independently on the grounds that the buyer's property had been stolen. I memorized their clothes and direction. If I later found matching traces in the city, I could at least determine who had passed first. I asked Supervisor Xiao whether the association's security promise meant anything at all. He explained that several general-rank experts normally guarded the building. Today, the Blood Demon cult had created simultaneous unrest across the city, drawing away almost every expert and leaving only in Hongtao. Old Man Black Mist had also prepared a poison designed specifically for powerful martial artists. That was how he escaped. I demanded confirmation that the advanced training area's protection was independent. Supervisor Xiao said the training floor had separate access control, ventilation, and an emergency sealing array, and the Black Mist had never entered it. However, any renter could pause the clock or request a refund until the association completed a comprehensive inspection. I chose to pause that day's time and retain the next 9 days plus the unused hours. That let me preserve access to rare equipment without risking occupancy, while the attacker might still have accomplices nearby. This incident did not mean an advanced training room could be breached at any moment. It did prove that the Blood Demon cult was executing an organized plan. I looked in the direction where Old Man Black Mist had vanished. He had expended many poison weapons in the auction, suffered a direct wound from general rank True Qi, and still faced pursuit from 3 Zheng guards at his own level. If I were at spirit level 9, I could follow the trail, wait until both sides exhausted one another, and take the Azure Nether Fruit. But I was only at spirit level 3. Chasing a poison expert who might still possess hidden methods was not courage. It was wagering my life on the unknown. Old Man Black Mist was indeed injured, but the severity of those wounds, his remaining poison weapons, and his route were all uncertain. The 3 Zheng guards were already pursuing. If they engaged him, they might treat any later arrival as another thief. I suppressed the idea and first used an association test reagent to verify that the toxin on my hand was no longer spreading. My risk assessment would change only if new physical evidence proved that he had become isolated and was close to losing all fighting power. I left the association with Zhou Zheng and Supervisor Xiao and went to eat nearby, planning to return to the advanced training room after the incident was resolved. The restaurant was only 2 blocks away. I chose a window seat that overlooked both the association's front entrance and the general direction of Old Man Black Mist's escape. The meal was not relaxation. It restored blood and qi while I waited for the security inspection. Zhou Zheng had to return to the police station and file a report. After exchanging contact details, I returned alone. By then, traffic around the association had resumed, and the true pursuers had long since vanished from sight. After eating, I returned alone along the original route to the Martial Artists Association while reorganizing the skill point plan ahead. Each proficiency stage of the 3rd revolution of the art of life and death cost tens of thousands of points. Reaching perfection would likely require more than 200,000 over 2.5 days. Restoring Phantom Body of the Great Void alone required 100,000, and once the complete art appeared, cultivating it would cost additional points. I calculated the two separately. The system added exactly 86,400 points per day. Restoring the art required 27 hours, 46 minutes, and 40 seconds. I had not yet verified the 3rd revolution's exact 4-stage costs, and could not simply deduct an estimated 200,000 plus in advance. The safest sequence was to let points accumulate naturally. Once I could repair Phantom Body of the Great Void, I would examine the new cost of the complete art. If the total was too high, I would prioritize the art of life and death rather than obtain a restored movement skill I could not upgrade. In the short term, I had to choose between raising my body's limit first and obtaining an Earth rank movement art first. The martial examination 1 month from now had 2 main stages. The first tested strength, speed, and reaction time, eliminating anyone without basic survival ability. The second sent candidates into a wilderness area cleared of high-ranking beasts. They had to survive alone for 3 days and earn points by killing beasts. Only those who passed both stages could apply to an ordinary martial university, and final rank determined admission. That information came from an old guide distributed by the school. This year's examination committee could still adjust the official duration and testing rules. I therefore treated strength, speed, reaction time, and beast points as confirmed events, not 3 days, as an immutable figure. The 4 great martial universities also held additional entrance tests in which real weapons were permitted in the arena and deaths occurred every year. Only an Earth rank special admit, like Lin Xian, you could skip most conventional procedures. With my current foundation, the ordinary martial examination posed no problem. The true preparations were for the tests of the 4th grade and any action the blood demon cult might launch beforehand. While I was still some distance from the association, I smelled fresh blood. A small piece of blood-stained cloth hung from a roadside branch. Its pattern matched Old Man Black Mist's clothing as he fled. A drop of blood on the wall had not yet dried. He had just crossed into the courtyard beside me, and his injuries were already affecting his movement. The distance between blood drops kept shortening, and the final smear stopped on the inner side of the wall. A normal fugitive would continue away from the association. A badly injured one needed an enclosed place to stop the bleeding and hide from pursuers. This courtyard was also outside the main street cameras, exactly the choice an experienced fugitive would make. I did not identify him from one piece of cloth. I circled to the side and observed first. The courtyard gate was undamaged, but a rear window had been pried open from outside. The 2 familiar breaths of the elderly residents inside had vanished completely. When I passed during the day, an elderly couple had still been moving about the courtyard. Now the lights were off, and 2 different scents of blood came from beyond the door. Through the crack, I saw a teacup lying in the living room and drag marks across the floor. I heard no cries for help and no normal footsteps. Even if Old Man Black Mist was absent, a violent incident had occurred that required police intervention. Calling immediately might let the intruder escape before officers arrived. I first created a timed message containing my location and suspected auction robber. Unless canceled within 10 minutes, it would automatically send to Zhejiang. I did not scale the wall. Standing outside, I shouted, "Uncle Lou, open the door. Didn't we agree to have a drink?" After a pause, someone inside imitated the old man's voice and said he felt ill and had gone to bed. The tone was similar, but the breathing and pauses belonged unmistakably to Old Man Black Mist. I kept knocking and used the replies to locate him behind the guest room window. The gate was unlocked. Pretending to notice nothing, I walked inside, my mind continuously fixed on the ethereal ring beside my right hand. The imitated voice only repeated that he had gone to bed and could not answer the liquor brand I invented. Beneath the guest room curtain, a corner of fabric matched the scrap on the branch. With each step, I avoided the blood on the ground so my feet would not slip and kept my body away from a direct line with the window. The coiling dragon spear was long. The instant I drew it, there had to be enough room for a complete thrust. "Then I'll come back tomorrow." The person inside plainly relaxed. I abruptly activated Mystic Crane steps and crossed the courtyard. As the coiling dragon spear emerged from the ring, it pierced the window frame. Badly injured, Old Man Black Mist reacted half a beat too slowly. He managed to twist, but the spear still punched through his torso. I had aimed to the left of the voice rather than the center of the window. Old Man Black Mist had indeed pressed himself against the wall to evade. A thrust through the middle would have struck empty space. As the wooden frame exploded, I held my breath in case he used the dust to release poison again. The wound was not immediately fatal, but it further impaired his strength. His right leg buckled as he landed, showing that the earlier injury from an Hong Tao was still affecting him. He did not stay to fight. He smashed through the window on the other side and fled. I crossed the broken window in pursuit. Even with little true chi remaining, he was still at spirit level 9 and specialized in poison. My first thrust had missed a vital point. The battle was not over. I did not step where he had been standing. I passed along the outside of the sill. Sure enough, a nearly transparent powder covered the floor. Anyone focused only on his retreating back would have stepped directly into it. I maintained a distance inside the coiling dragon spear's reach, but beyond that of his dagger. I needed to end the fight before he drew another poison weapon. Old Man Black Mist had barely left the room when my second thrust reached his back. He knew continued flight would expose him completely and had no choice but to turn and block with his dagger. The coiling dragon spear collided with it, and the mystic rank weapon knocked the short blade straight out of his hand. The dagger did not fall. It spun toward my face. I tilted my head aside, slowing the spear by half a beat. Old Man Black Mist used that instant to reach his left hand into his sleeve, where he clearly concealed one final poison weapon. I did not insist on piercing his chest immediately. I used spear blossoms to seal both hands and sleeves first. As long as the poison weapon could not leave his clothing, all that remained of his spirit level 9 cultivation was nearly exhausted true chi. Less than 10% of his full true chi remained. He bore wounds from an Hong Tao, the Zheng guards, and my first thrust. He could still see that I was only at spirit level 3, yet he could not understand why my speed far exceeded my realm. I gave him no time to recover. A twist of Gale spear art created 3 shadows, sealing the left, right, and rear. Old Man Black Mist had only one choice: force his way forward. The true spearhead was already thrusting down the center. The first 2 shadows existed only to drive his steps. The third carried true chi. Old Man Black Mist recognized that both sides were false paths, but lacked the speed to cross the center line. He tried to lower his head and press close to the shaft. I shifted my target upward from his chest to his neck. A long weapon feared close-range entanglement. If this thrust failed to stop him, I would abandon the spear and retreat immediately rather than wrestle with a 9th-level martial artist for its shaft. One cold gleam passed through his throat. The old man's body went rigid, then collapsed in the courtyard. I did not approach immediately. I checked his limbs with the shaft first and verified that no black mist spheres remained in his sleeves or at his waist. Only after his life aura vanished completely did I search the spoils. He had consumed almost every usable poison weapon and defensive item during his escape. Only the azure nether fruit remained, sealed in beeswax. I placed it in the ethereal ring. Only then did my arms begin trembling beyond my control. The beeswax seal and association lot number were intact, proving the fruit was not bait prepared by Old Man Black Mist. I neither opened it to smell it nor touched the skin directly. I stored it with its outer casing in the part of the ring farthest from any food. Half a packet of poison powder remained in his sleeve. I used the spear point to push it into a ceramic jar and sealed it as evidence rather than carrying it with me. The fight appeared to contain only 3 thrusts. In reality, everyone had to finish before a 9th-level fighter could react. Even the blood vessels reinforced by the art of life and death swelled painfully. If the old man had not already been wounded by several parties, I would certainly have been the one to fall. Footsteps soon sounded outside. I hid behind the wall and watched 2 Zheng guards climb into the courtyard. They confirmed that Old Man Black Mist had only just died and the azure nether fruit was gone, then reconstructed the battle from the window, dagger, and fatal spear wound. One believed that anyone capable of killing a spirit level 9 fighter so cleanly was probably a general rank expert from the Martial Artists Association. The other wanted to continue the pursuit, but was stopped by his companion. They also mentioned that Zheng Ming, the 3rd guard, had fought the old man head-on earlier and died in the poison counterattack. They ultimately decided to take the body away and claim that an association expert had recovered the azure nether fruit first, allowing the Zheng family to hold the auctioneer directly responsible. I waited until the footsteps had vanished completely before scaling the opposite wall and leaving. The timed message had already gone to Zhou Zhang. I added that the elderly couple had likely been murdered and that Zheng guards had removed the robber's body, then sent him the courtyard's location. The azure nether fruit did not appear in my account. It was a spoil I had taken from the robber and the central item the Zheng family and association would fight over. I did not return home immediately. I detoured through 2 streets and confirmed that no one followed before entering the training area through the association's side door. The advanced floor inspection was complete. Access records showed that no one but staff had entered my room. By the next day, I had recovered to my best condition inside the advanced training room. It covered roughly 200 square meters, about 2,150 square feet, and gave me enough space to deploy the coiling dragon spear. Breakfast included 10 kilograms, or 22 pounds, of spirit rank beast meat. I ate all of it and drank half a nutritional supplement before reaching only 70% fullness. Spiritual energy and food could not push my realm directly like a system reward, but it rapidly replenished the blood and chi expended the previous night. The 10 kilograms referred to raw weight. The cooked portion weighed less. I ate it in 3 sessions, circulating the art of life and death once after each to observe any drug or abnormal spiritual energy. Half a supplement supplied the remaining trace nutrients. More would only burden my stomach. 70% fullness was calculated using a martial artist's enhanced digestion. It did not mean an ordinary person could tolerate the same intake. A white smart robot from Magic City cleared the dishes. The 4 great central cities were Magic City, Imperial City, Apocalypse City, and Taichu City. Apocalypse and Taichu had risen after the Great Cataclysm, and Shanghai City fell under Taichu's jurisdiction. I ordered the robot to activate the training equipment, preparing to measure my true combat power with professional instruments for the first time. Before starting, the equipment requested an estimated realm and emergency stop threshold. I set my public identity to Spirit Level 3, selected no prohibited drug enhancement, and switched the system to local mode so the data would not upload automatically to the association's public rankings. The Azure Netherfruit and last night's battle could wait. Only after I knew my base strength, martial skill output, and recovery speed would every future risk have a meaningful scale for comparison. The Advanced Training Room's strength machine came from Taichu City. Its core used memory metal and could withstand an impact of up to 50,000 kilograms. I put on protective gloves and first tested my basic punching force without any martial skill. First punch, 5,900 kilograms. The machine confirmed its sensor self-check and reset the target before recording the number. I did not celebrate immediately. I checked my stance. My rear foot was half an inch behind the reference line, so incomplete force generation might have made the first punch slightly low. For the next 3 punches, I adjusted my hips, breathing, and point of contact. The readings rose gradually. The purpose was not to capture only the highest number, but to find the level I could reproduce reliably. I adjusted my breathing and angle and threw 3 more punches: 5,987, 6,023, and 6,199 kilograms. The average was close to 6,000 kilograms. The 4-punch average was approximately 6,027 kilograms. If I listed the obviously low calibration punch separately, the latter 3 averaged about 6,070. In my training record, I still wrote approximately 6,000, rather than treating a single 6,199 as my permanent baseline. The target rebounded normally, and neither my wrist nor shoulder hurt. That meant the strength came from a stable physical state rather than blood ignition or short-term overexertion. Under the Martial Artists Association's common standard, every body tempering level added roughly 100 kilograms. After entering the spirit rank, each minor level added roughly 1,000. An ordinary martial artist at spirit level 3 possessed about 4,000 kilograms of base force. I was already approaching the level of spirit level 5. The second revolution's reinforcement of my blood, chi, and physical body gave me approximately 2,000 kilograms more base strength than my apparent realm. The martial examination strength test required only 900 kilograms and permitted martial skills. In this category alone, I stood far beyond the passing line. 900 kilograms was merely the public baseline. Actual rankings depended on comparison with this year's candidates. Martial skills were permitted, but they consumed true chi and could affect the speed and reaction tests that followed. If I wanted only to pass, there was no need to unleash everything in the first event. If I wanted first place, I had to schedule recovery intervals. Those details mattered more than merely knowing that I could pass. I drew the coiling dragon spear and tested weapon output with perfected Gale spear art. The point stabbed into the center of the memory metal, and the display stopped at 10,000 kilograms. That already exceeded the base strength of an ordinary fighter at spirit level 9. The 10,000 kilogram result was an equivalent force calculated from the spear point's impulse. It did not mean I could lift 10 metric tons with my bare hands. The point's area, Gale spear art's acceleration, and the strength of a mystic rank weapon all contributed. I made 2 additional test thrusts with less true chi, confirming that the first impact had not miscalibrated the machine. The readings fell in proportion to my input, and the memory metal recovered normally. Only then did I record 10,000 kilograms as my current maximum weapon output. After the test, the indentation began repairing itself. I stored the spear and went to the association's semi-open martial field to test speed and reaction time. Many young people were already there. One round figure waved at me. Peng Haoyu told me that he had taken the elixir the school awarded to students with mystic rank talents or higher, raising his cultivation from body tempering level 2 to level 7. Baihaoran had reached level 9 with similar resources. Lin Xianyu had broken into the spirit rank and received early special admission to Taichu Martial University, allowing her to skip the ordinary martial examination. The fat kid's realm had risen rapidly, but his meridians still fluctuated from the freshly absorbed medicine. I told him to perform a basic warm-up and not unleash consecutive bursts merely to compete with Baihaoran. A mystic rank talent improved absorption. It did not automatically grant combat control after 1 dose. He showed me the packaging. The batch number and dosage both complied with martial examination rules and did not count as a prohibited drug. The school distributed awards only by awakening rank, so my mortal rank record naturally excluded me. The fat kid had even asked Louis Feng why I received no reward. The answer was that the school had detected no talent and I did not appear on its resource list. Lei Dong from Fenglin High School and Zhang Yonghuai from Yangji High School had also come to the field. Both had mystic rank talents and had already reached body tempering level 9. Together with Baihaoran, They intended to compare their power using professional equipment. At the sight of me, Bai Haoran immediately mocked Pang Haoyu for associating with a talentless piece of trash. The fat kid rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. I held his shoulder. At body tempering level 7, he had no chance against Bai Haoran now. You just jumped from level 2 to level 7. Your strength and footwork have not adjusted to each other yet, I said quietly. If you lose now, you will waste every advantage the elixir gave you on an injury. Only then did Pang Haoyu lower his arms. His willingness to defend me was one thing. I could not turn that loyalty into a reason for him to suffer a meaningless injury. Let me handle it. I took only one step forward, and Bai Haoran instinctively retreated. His 2 defeats on the athletic field had already left a shadow in his mind. I continued approaching. He backed away several more steps, finally muttered, "We'll fight after I enter the spirit rank," and turned to leave only to trip over his own feet along the way. I did not pursue. Someone incapable of facing his own defeat did not yet deserve to be my opponent. Bai Haoran performed no equipment test before leaving. The line about fighting after his breakthrough merely preserved his pride. I removed him from my current training goals and stopped wasting time provoking someone who had already withdrawn. Lei Dong and Zhang Yonghuai maintained their distance. They neither joined the mockery nor immediately tried to befriend me after Bai Haoran retreated. They clearly placed greater value on verifiable data. They did not leave. They looked from me to the strength testing area, plainly wanting to know what kind of real numbers belonged to the person who frightened Bai Haoran away. The public fields displays did not show my private room results. They could judge only by my steps and aura, not know the 2 figures of 6,000 kilograms and 10,000 kilograms. I likewise did not intend to announce them. The speed and reaction tests ahead would occur before more people. How much to conceal and how much to display needed to serve my martial examination goals. Bai Haoran declared that he would fight me after reaching the spirit rank, then turned and fled. I activated Mystic Crane steps and caught him before he left the martial field. One punch to the side of his face knocked him unconscious on the spot. I did not pursue him to continue an argument. Before leaving, he had looked back and threatened to settle accounts with Pang Haoyu after the martial examination. Our previous 2 conflicts had already proved that tolerating such threats only taught him to regard restraint as another opportunity. After an examination, the staff confirmed that he had merely fainted and suffered no skull damage. I registered the circumstances of my strike at the scene and accepted any responsibility this conflict inside the facility might produce. I had deliberately worn training gloves and used only enough power to incapacitate him. Once the staff carried him away, I ignored the onlookers and went to the 100-meter speed track. Pang Haoyu started the timer for me. At the sound, I sprinted with only my body's base speed and did not use Mystic Crane steps. The finished display read 53.3 meters per second. The 100-meter track used both a pressure plate at the start and a light curtain at the finish. After the first result, I reviewed the video and confirmed that I had not left the pressure plate early or produced an error by crossing the finish at an angle. The 53.3 meters per second was a short distance average, not a speed I could maintain indefinitely. If the martial examination required repeated turns or carried weight, I would have to reevaluate the figure. The association equipment's old training reference was 23.3 meters per second. Lei Dong said his personal best was 29.3, the highest in his year at Fenglin High School. My base speed was almost twice his. If I added perfected Mystic Crane steps, my short-term speed could rise by roughly another 50%. The official passing line had to come from this year's military notice, not an old reference figure. The examination committee later announced 25 meters per second, so everyone currently between 23 and 25 still needed to train. Lei Dong and Zhang Yonghuai approached and asked about my cultivation method. Pang Haoyu believed it was a core secret and should not be given free to competitors. Lei Dong produced an anonymous card holding 200,000 yuan, then worried that the gesture looked insulting and quickly apologized. I did not explain Crimson. I merely told him that the body's former owner began cultivating at 5 every morning and never stopped because he lacked resources. Lei Dong treated those words as the answer to some mental breakthrough, forced the bank card into my hand, and left. I verified that the card was not bound to a real identity and had Lei Dong leave a terminal confirmation that it was a voluntary gift. 200,000 yuan could not buy the system's secret. He received only the training habit I was willing to reveal. Both sides understood the exchange, preventing the money from becoming a future dispute over the sale of a cultivation method. The income increased my bank balance from 4.2 million to 4.4 million yuan. not yet counting Guadagi's unpaid reward. I had not lied. Without the original owner's physical foundation and memories, I would not even possess my first Savage Bull fist. Lei Dong simply did not know that the system was the true source of my speed. Peng Haoyu then completed his test at 24.38 meters per second. That was 1.08 above the old reference, but still 0.62 below the official 25-meter line later announced for this year. I warned him not to mistake the old training display for a passing result. Weight, terrain, and injuries would reduce speed in actual combat. He had to keep improving. He was not discouraged by the missing 0.62 meters. Reviewing the starting video, he noticed that his first 5 steps were too long. Correcting the technique and combining it with the realm improvements from his Mystic rank talent still left him plenty of room over the next dozen days. We then entered the reaction testing room, an enclosed space roughly 5 meters by 5 meters. The walls fired rubber rounds continuously, increasing their speed and direction changes once per minute. The test ended after 3 cumulative hits. Protective glasses and light armor were mandatory. The rubber rounds were not fatal, but could cause bruising at higher speeds. Each firing port had an individual indicator light, but the interval between light and shot gradually shortened. Watching the lights alone was not enough. The test ended after 3 hits in total, not necessarily consecutive ones. That distinction directly affected the later time of 5 minutes and 15 seconds. I made the staff confirm it on the screen before starting. The previous student at body tempering level 8 lasted only about 1 minute. Peng Haoyu entered with complete confidence, but because of his build and inadequate footwork, 3 consecutive shots struck him in less than 20 seconds. A boy in athletic clothing mocked the fat kid on the spot and declared that anyone who befriended him could not be strong either. I ordered him to take it back. Instead, he demanded whether I knew who he was. I slapped him against the wall with roughly 1/10 of my strength. He could still speak after falling, and the arena staff received no medical alarm. I did not approach further. I only ordered him to stop grabbing Peng Haoyu's collar and obstructing the next test. The public martial field was not a private dueling area. Every subsequent action would be preserved on camera. Your identity cannot block a fist for you. Clutching his face, the boy stopped approaching. I entered the testing room, and the metal door closed behind me. Unlike straight-line speed, this event truly tested vision, judgment, and precise bodily control. When the countdown ended, the first rubber round fired from a port in the left wall. Before the official clock began, the equipment launched 3 slow calibration rounds to verify the protective gear and sensors. They did not count as hits. The screen reset to 0, the door locked, and only then did the true first shot appear from the left. I placed both feet in the center of the room so the walls would not restrict my retreat from the beginning. Rather than focus on one port, I covered all 4 sides with my peripheral vision. I did not move my feet. A tilt of my head let the first round pass. 3 more followed from different angles. I used the firing sounds and changes in the ports to predict each path and avoided them in turn. After 1 minute, the rounds accelerated. After 2, 3 walls began firing simultaneously. By the 3rd minute, ordinary footwork could no longer make consecutive turns inside the limited space. I started using mystic crane steps, searching for the smallest gaps among the trajectories. During the 4th minute, all 4 walls activated. Every evasion had to account for the next group of projectiles. One unnecessary movement would place me inside crossing fire. Mystic crane steps could carry me across one trajectory instantly, but it left brief momentum at the landing point. The room was only 16 feet wide. A complete use of the art would instead send me into a wall. I divided it into half steps, turns, and shifts of balance, using the smallest possible motions. After hitting the ground, the rubber rounds entered collection ports and did not ricochet. I had to calculate firing directions, not old projectiles bouncing around the room. At 5 minutes and 3 seconds, my concentration and stamina neared their limits. I deliberately moved toward one rubber round, accepting a glancing hit so the other trajectories would miss. The final 2 waves continued accelerating. 3 rounds struck me in succession over the remaining time, ending the test at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. The first hit landed on my left shoulder and lit one sensor. The second struck my ribs. Only after the third hit my back did the system shut down every port together. The hits were not consecutive, but they satisfied the cumulative termination rule. I did not use blood ignition to hold out a few more seconds. A reaction test should measure a normal state. Time gained through temporary overexertion would not represent sustained combat ability and would interfere with subsequent training. When the metal door opened, Pang Haoyu rushed over and announced my time. The boy in athletic clothing no longer mocked us. Instead, he asked whether I was Su Tian from Yutsai High School. He had clearly heard about the conflict during the awakening ceremony. When I confirmed my identity, he ran out of the martial field in excitement. The strange reaction made me watch him for another moment. I had just struck him, yet he neither sought revenge nor explained why my name mattered. I asked whether the staff could show me his registration. Citing visitor privacy, they refused and confirmed only that his temporary pass was authentic. The cameras could preserve the direction in which he left, but they would not give one customer another's address. I did not exceed my authority by investigating further. Instead, I told Pang Haoyu to remember the boy's face and clothes. If he had merely heard my name, the precaution cost nothing. If he intended to report to someone, at least we would not leave the association utterly unprepared. I committed his appearance to memory and did not pursue. The association had cameras and general rank experts. At least the risk of an attack inside remained low. The reaction test confirmed my current weakness. My speed exceeded most spirit rank martial artists, but sustained, high-intensity judgment still consumed enormous mental energy. A real enemy would not fire rubber rounds from fixed ports. They might use decoys, poison, and wide-area attacks. 5 minutes and 15 seconds was not a pure reaction time figure. It included footwork, stamina, vision, and strategic choices. My first deliberate glancing hit to create space showed that, in combat, I could also use a light injury to avoid a fatal one. But I had to understand the damage ceiling. That choice could not become a habit. I recorded the recovery time from mental fatigue. My attention did not stabilize until roughly 10 minutes after leaving the room, which would affect the scheduling of consecutive events. I returned to the advanced training room and checked the status screen. My skill points had reached 123,579. Repairing Phantom Body of the Great Void required 100,000. The third revolution of the art of life and death could directly strengthen my bones, flesh, and vitality. Faced with unknown enemies, raising my body's survival ability first was safer. I decided to prioritize the third revolution. Phantom Body of the Great Void increased tactical options, but could not bear every risk in my body's place. The third revolution raised my true survival rate whether I faced an ambush, encirclement, or poison. My balance exceeded the 120,000 required for its first 3 proficiency stages by only 3,579. Exactly enough to raise the third revolution to major mastery, but not perfection. I did not spend points on one restoration step and leave it unfinished. Once consumed, skill points could not be withdrawn. The order had to be decided before I pressed the plus sign. At the time, I did not know whom the boy in athletic clothes would tell about my 5-minute 15-second result. But his expression as though he had found his target was enough reason for an extra layer of caution whenever I left the association. I changed my route out to an internal passage on the training floor and stopped visiting the same restaurant on a fixed schedule. Every change was small enough that an ordinary person would not think I was hiding, yet it denied accurate timing to anyone planning an ambush from a single observation. Back in the advanced training room, I washed away the sweat from testing, changed into clean training clothes, and sat cross-legged on the hide-covered couch. Skill points, 123,579. The balance came from continuous timed accumulation and did not mix Laydon's money with skill points. Money purchased manuals and training conditions. System points came only from time and any beast remnants I discovered later. The 2 resources required separate accounts. I disabled the room's external notices and set the life monitoring equipment to trigger an alarm for abnormal heart rate before beginning the third revolution. During consecutive breakthroughs, the greatest danger was sinking into insight while my body suffered damage I could not perceive. I began improving the third revolution of the art of life and death. 30,000 skill points consumed. Third revolution advanced to beginner. 40,000 skill points consumed. Third revolution advanced to minor mastery. 50,000 skill points consumed. Third revolution advanced to major mastery. The 3 investments totaled 120,000, leaving only 3,579. Under the system's proficiency categories, I was explicitly at major mastery and still lacked 60,000 points for perfection. I could call it close to the third revolution's peak, nothing more. I wrote that fact in my training log, so I would not later mistake the signs of white jade bones appearing at major mastery for complete perfection. Nearly all 120,000 points vanished. The pure spiritual energy divided into 2 streams. One entered my dantian, while the other repeatedly tempered my bones and fascia. My bones gradually developed the luster of white jade, and my muscles and skin were reinforced again. Spirit level 4. Level 5. Finally, spirit level 6. Advancing through 3 minor levels was not solely a matter of receiving more spiritual energy. The third revolution transformed my body structure, allowing me to endure stronger, true chi and impact. Advancing the third revolution from major mastery to perfection still required 60,000 points. I was close to the peak, but had not achieved the complete state of golden muscle and jade bone. A change in bone color did not mean my bones could not be injured. I first performed low-intensity joint loading and a full-body scan. Only after confirming that there were no fractures did I gradually increase the range of movement. The transformation had given me a complete sense of control, but the coordination of muscle, tendon, and new strength still required equipment verification. The art of life and death gave me a higher ceiling. It did not exempt me from warming up or managing risk. I restarted the strength machine. One punch without a martial skill reached 9,321 kilograms, already above many newly advanced spirit level 8 martial artists. My realm was only spirit level 6, yet my actual base strength crossed 2 additional minor levels. Before testing, I recalibrated the target and delivered 2 punches at 70% strength. Only after the reading stabilized did I throw a full power punch, preventing a machine error from masquerading as the benefit of my breakthrough. Compared with the previous figure of roughly 6,000 kilograms, the gain exceeded 3,000. No joint pain accompanied the increased output, proving that the third revolution strengthened not only force but the structures bearing it. Strength produced by the system was no different from personal cultivation, and my body obtained complete control at the same time. I did not require additional adaptation time. I only needed to continue accumulating skill points. For the next dozen-plus days, I spent most of my time in the advanced training room, gradually completing the third revolution and the blood ignition art. When I occasionally left, I ate only at the nearby Yayun Pavilion. The next 60,000 accumulated points were prioritized for perfecting the third revolution. I then advanced blood ignition stage by stage and tested it only for several seconds at a time, using nutritional supplements, the art of life and death, and association scans to confirm that no lasting damage remained. I never left at a fixed time or followed the same route. The strange behavior of the boy in athletic clothes remained unexplained. Safety in the training room did not guarantee safety on the return from a restaurant. One Yayun Pavilion dish called Battle of Dragon and Tiger used Spirit Rank Mystic Water Azure Sky Serpent and 5-colored chicken. It cost tens of thousands of yuan, but replenished blood and chi and provided a slight increase in cultivation. The meaning of strength was to possess more choices in life, not imprison myself as an ascetic who did nothing but count skill points. I kept a receipt for every purchase and recorded the ingredients ranks, portion sizes, and my physical reaction. The tiny cultivation gain from spirit rank food could not compare with Crimson, but it reduced recovery time after intense training. Several million yuan remained in my account. I did not keep my body in chronic deficit to save the cost of one meal, nor did I repeatedly purchase more ingredients than I could digest merely because I had money. Many people in the association had begun recognizing me during training. Su Mengxian also greeted me whenever I passed the counter. She had once attended Yucai High School too, but had not taken the martial examination. Her family connections had placed her in an association job instead. One evening, as I returned from Yayun Pavilion, she ran over, pressed a pink envelope into my hand, and left with a red face before I could ask anything. I put it in my pocket without opening it in public. The open counter was crowded. Any response would turn her into the center of attention. I only nodded to confirm that I had received it and waited until I returned to the private training room to read it. Over these dozen-plus days, she had distributed supplies and handled my access card according to the contract without demanding special repayment for the earlier conflict. I at least owed the letter a serious and unambiguous answer. Tomorrow was martial examination registration day. Before then, I still had one final major improvement to complete. Back in the training room, I opened Su Mengxuan's letter. Its contents were simple. She thanked me for speaking on her behalf that day and admitted that she had developed feelings for me during the dozen-plus days we had known each other. I did not mock her feelings, but I could not accept them. After the martial examination, I would go to Taichu Martial University. The Blood Demon Cult and Black Tortoise Secret Realm could both bring danger. It would be unfair to pull someone planning a life in Shanghai City onto that path. I kept the letter and gave no false promise in person, then began the final round of point investment. On the back, I wrote a brief reply. I appreciated her honesty, but I could not begin a relationship before the martial examination and my departure from Shanghai City. Rejection did not diminish her worth, and there was no need to create an expectation without a deadline by saying, "Wait until I return." I resealed the letter and planned to hand it back when returning the access card. A relationship should begin only when both people understood their real choices, not remain ambiguous through silence. During the past dozen-plus days, both the Third Revolution and Blood Ignition had reached perfection, and my cultivation had risen to Spirit Level 8. I first spent 100,000 points repairing the damaged phantom body of the Great Void, then invested 500,000 more to advance the complete Earth rank martial skill to beginner. Restoration and cultivation were separate costs. The first 100,000 only restored the missing visualization diagram and meridian pathways, turning the fragment into a usable art. True initiation required another 500,000. The combined cost was 600,000. Without either step, I could not produce a tangible phantom body. Before adding the points, I preserved enough of a balance for my other arts and did not activate Blood Ignition. I did not know how much spiritual energy an Earth rank martial skill would draw. I could not impose two physical burdens at once. An enormous amount of spiritual energy entered my body. My mercury-like blood surged, my bones fully developed the toughness and luster of white jade, and the true chi in my dantian crossed the spirit rank's final barrier. Spirit Level 9. I circulated phantom body of the Great Void according to the new insights. A phantom identical to me in appearance and aura appeared before me. At beginner, I could maintain only one, but it possessed roughly 80% of my strength and could act independently under mental commands. Judging only appearance and aura, even an ordinary king rank expert would struggle to distinguish it immediately. I first tested whether it could leave my sight, carry ordinary objects, and how control latency changed with distance. The phantom could complete simple actions independently within several dozen meters. It did not bleed real blood when injured. Fatal damage made it gradually transparent until it dispersed. It could not use the soul coiling dragon spear inside my ethereal ring and could not permanently bear injuries in my body's place. 80% was the upper limit in a complete state, not a promise that every attack could be copied without cost. I exchanged a direct punch with the phantom. The resulting shock wave moved the equipment in the room, proving that it was not a simple image but a manifested duplicate capable of attacking and bearing damage. The training equipment recorded each impact separately. The phantom truly reached approximately 80% of my current base strength. When our fists collided, I felt both my body's touch and the phantom's feedback. Brief parallel control did not confuse my mind. In a real battle, that dual vision could also become a burden. I limited the phantom to 3 instructions: advance, observe, and counterattack if attacked, so I would not have to control every movement continuously. Early the next morning, I went to Yutsai High School to register. To become familiar with the art, I sent the phantom ahead while my real body controlled its steps with mystic crane steps, remaining where passers-by were unlikely to notice me. I returned Su Mingxuan's letter in advance and settled the training room handover. After leaving, I avoided the usual main road and selected a civilian district with fewer cameras but several exits. The phantom wore the same jacket as I did, while my true body kept its aura concealed more than 30 feet behind. The purpose was not to frighten pedestrians. The boy in athletic clothes had warned me that a fixed registration date was easy for a watcher to predict. Sending the phantom first provided an ideal test for ambush risk. In the civilian district, a woman on the street approached to speak. Her heavy perfume made the phantom retreat half a step. At the exact instant she drew its attention, a black shadow lunged from behind and to the side. A poisoned dagger sank to the hilt into the phantom's back. I could not confirm whether the woman participated. Her timing was suspicious, but she had exchanged no visible signal with the shadow. I did not treat an unproven guess as a conclusion and kept my true body hidden farther back in the darkness. The dagger targeted the heart precisely, showing that the attacker had observed my height and stride. Poison spread across the phantom's surface, but never entered my real blood. Believing he had struck my heart, the attacker spoke my name and began to laugh. I had already drawn the coiling dragon spear behind him and drove it through his chest. I did not reveal myself the moment he attacked. I waited until both his hands pressed the dagger and his balance shifted completely forward. The reactions of a spirit level 9 martial artist were still dangerous. Only when he believed he had succeeded and could not turn quickly did my thrust have the highest chance of landing. The spearhead entered from behind on a path, avoiding the poisoned dagger and directly destroyed his heart and lungs. Wang Hu tried to drive an elbow backward, but the phantom seized his dagger wrist at the same moment and completely sealed off a second attack. He turned, saw two identical versions of me, and his pupils contracted. Then he collapsed. The one he had stabbed was only a phantom. I ordered the phantom to remove his mask. The attacker was the dismissed Wang Hu. His dagger glowed with dark blue poison. He had not only followed me for a long time, but deliberately chosen the instant a woman approached and my apparent vision became distracted. Without phantom body of the great void, a poisoned blade thrust from behind by a 9th-level fighter could still have gravely injured me. I searched Wang Hu and found nothing valuable. After losing his position and home, he had clearly exhausted his resources. Only the poisoned dagger prepared for revenge remained. I wrapped the dagger in cloth to avoid contact with the dark blue toxin. Wang Hu carried no communications device, identification, or cash. Inside his clothes was only a route map compiled through continuous surveillance, marking the association, Yayun Pavilion, and Yutsai High School. The map proved that the ambush had been prepared over a long period. It also explained the athletic boy's excitement after confirming my name. Whether the two had communicated directly still required more evidence. The woman was still sitting on the ground. She had witnessed two identical versions of me and heard Wang Hu call my name. The mortally wounded phantom had become half-transparent. I stored the coiling dragon spear and turned toward the sole witness. The woman retreated continuously, promising that she would say nothing. I asked whether she knew who I was. She immediately answered, Su Tian. That meant she knew my name and had seen Phantom Body of the Great Void. If she sold the information to the Blood Demon cult or another faction, the Earthrank trump card I had only just obtained would lose its surprise value. I first asked whether she knew Wang Hu. She repeatedly shook her head. I found no weapon or coded communication on her, and nothing proved that she had participated in the ambush. Turning her over to the police would create formal testimony and place both Phantom Body of the Great Void and Wang Hu's death into more records. Releasing her offered no control over where the information went. There was no clean option. She was not an enemy who had already attacked me, yet I still placed secrecy above her life. I alone had to bear responsibility for that choice. I ended her life with the captured poison dagger, recalled the phantom that was about to disperse, and left the civilian district. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. No one else on the street had noticed anything abnormal in the alley. I did not leave the dagger at the scene. I wrapped it in Wang Hu's clothing and stored it with the route map in the ethereal ring so I could later trace the poison's origin if necessary. Before the phantom dispersed, the wound on its back had confirmed that fatal physical damage caused visible transparency. I did not describe the decision as a victory. Wang Hu was an active attacker. The woman was only a witness. They could not be treated as the same thing. Greater power gave me more choices and made it impossible to shift the consequences onto the claim that there was no alternative. When I reached Yutsai High School, parents escorting candidates crowded the gates. Some warned their children not to overreach during practical combat. Some demanded that they move in groups. Others believed body tempering level 9 guaranteed a strong examination result. No family had come with me, but Peng Haoyu waited in the classroom. He had already broken into spirit level 1, while Bai Haoran had used family resources to reach spirit level 2. The two had just argued because classmates were discussing me. The instant Bai Haoran saw me enter, he fell silent and returned to his seat. The fat kid's speed had risen from 24.38 to nearly 40 meters per second, proving that more than his realm number had changed over the previous dozen days. He no longer mentioned the old reference line and prepared according to the military district's official strength, speed, and reaction events. Although Bai Haoran stood one level higher, he did not volunteer for another test. After repeated defeats, avoiding me had become instinct. At least on registration day, he would create no more conflict. Our homeroom teacher, Lu Yifeng, distributed the registration forms. Participation was voluntary. The first physical fitness stage would occur that afternoon in the military district, be recorded in full, and connect to the Skynet system to generate real-time rankings. The form required disclosure of previous injuries, consumed elixirs, and carried weapons. The coiling dragon spear was a permitted registered cold weapon, so I truthfully listed it as mystic rank. I did not activate blood ignition that day, while Wang Hu's poison dagger remained sealed in the ethereal ring and would not enter the testing area. I listed Zhao Tianlin's official police number as my emergency contact. Having no immediate relatives did not mean no one could verify my identity after an accident. The 4 martial saints jointly led the National Martial College entrance examination. implemented by regional militaries. Every student of the same year across humanity entered a unified ranking. The top 100 received rewards of at least 1 million yuan. The overall champion would meet the 4 martial saints and select one treasure from the second floor of humanity's vault. A unified ranking did not mean everyone tested in one location. Each city used equipment of identical specification, and an inspector signed the data before upload to Skynet. If a result was abnormal, the examination committee could retrieve and review the original footage. The system gave students from small cities a direct route to compete with geniuses from central cities. It also meant my mortal rank file, and any abnormal result would attract notice from higher authorities. Humanity's vault had 3 floors, and every artifact within had been selected by a martial saint. My mystic rank coiling dragon spear would qualify only for a corner of the first floor. The second floor reward was worth far more than ordinary money or martial skills. I signed my name on the registration form. Liu Yifeng checked each identity and collected the forms. Registration was not a casual declaration. Once we entered the military district, every candidate had to obey examination orders. The notice also explicitly listed the risk of injury and death during practical combat. I checked again that the Taichu number 3 wristband had not yet been distributed. Today, I carried only my personal terminal. The examiners still had to explain the rules for cultivation arts, weapons, and emergency supplies. I could not substitute old training material for instructions given on-site. The overall number 1 rank is mine. That afternoon, the classes assembled on the athletic field and boarded military buses bound for the testing site. Roads were closed in advance, and military vehicles cleared the route. Every soldier along the way carried live ammunition. The atmosphere changed the instant the convoy entered the military district. Patrols moved in groups of 5, and martial artists guarded important intersections. Many students entering a military base for the first time went pale beneath its killing aura. Each bus passed an identity gate before parking in its school's assigned area. Soldiers inspected the undercarriage and luggage. Every firearm, explosive, or undeclared medicine had to remain outside. A scan confirmed that the coiling dragon spear matched my registration, so it was not confiscated. I memorized the locations of the medical station, assembly field, and exits. Even in a military-run examination, knowing the evacuation routes remained a basic habit in an unfamiliar environment. A broadcast ordered every class into its assigned seating. In 10 minutes, the examination's commander-in-chief would announce the rules. I surveyed the area. These were not only students from Yucai High School. Every candidate in Songhai City with a realistic chance of entering a martial university had gathered here. My first truly public competition was about to begin. I put Wang Hu and the school's opinions out of mind and steadied my breathing. Every result ahead would enter the ranking of all humanity. Concealing too much would cost me rewards. Revealing too much would let my enemies estimate my limit faster. This time, I would reveal enough to win the championship, while keeping the system and Black Tortoise token as my 2 deepest secrets. More than 1,000 chairs filled the military district plaza. Several officers sat on the platform ahead, but the commander-in-chief's central position remained empty. At the far end, a young man in his 20s leaned against a table and nodded when he saw me looking. The seats were divided by school, with candidate identity numbers attached to the backs. Soldiers ordered everyone to remain in place without authorization. We could drink from personal bottles, but anyone feeling ill had to raise a hand and report it first. I chose an aisle seat with a clear view of the platform and easy access for medics. The sun climbed gradually. The waiting itself was plainly part of the examiner's observation of discipline and physical condition. The candidates waited under the blazing sun for half an hour, yet the commander-in-chief still did not appear. Some grew restless. Wu Mingming from the neighboring class even fainted from heat stroke. Military medics came to treat her, but an examiner simultaneously announced that she had lost her examination eligibility. A male classmate demanded a reason and received a direct answer. After entering a military district, the first requirement was obedience. Anyone unable to endure waiting and sunlight would only become a beast's target in the practical zone. The site record showed that Wu Mingming had neither reported her discomfort in advance nor hydrated as instructed. Only after the medic confirmed that she had ordinary heat stroke and was not in mortal danger was the elimination formally entered. The examiner was eliminating her for failing the entrance screening, not punishing her by denying treatment. The outcome remained cruel. One fainting spell ended 3 years of preparation on the spot, and finally made every candidate understand that the military would not treat the examination like a school field day. Just as the dispute was about to grow, a heavy truck approached from the distance. A gigantic wolf carcass more than 30 feet long was secured to its bed, with a silver moon mark prominent on the forehead. It was no ordinary azure moon wolf, but an azure moon wolf king. An adult azure moon wolf was already spirit rank. A wolf king was powerful even among general rank beasts and could ordinarily match a human at general level 8, with the strongest approaching level 9. A muscular man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, jumped from the cab in camouflage. His clothes were damaged from battle, yet the Wolf King's body bore only 3 major wounds, showing that the hunt had been almost completely one-sided. After the truck stopped, soldiers checked the restraints first so the carcass could not slide. Thick chains bound the Wolf King's limbs, and its wounds had been sealed to prevent contamination of the plaza while preserving enough aura for testing. The 3 wounds lay on the neck, chest and abdomen, and forehead, with no dense marks from bullets. Wu Song had likely completed the close-range kill personally, but that was only my inference from the scene, not a fact I would state publicly. He was Wu Song, Commander-in-Chief of Songhai City's military district and Chief Examiner for this year's martial examination. When officers on the platform asked, he did not deny that he had begun touching the threshold of king rank. Wu Song announced that this year's examination still contained 2 parts: physical fitness and practical combat against beasts. Fitness included strength, speed, and reaction tests. It would begin at 8 the next morning, and the overall examination period would last 1 week. The 3 results would upload separately to Skynet. Failing, anyone would bar a candidate from practical combat. This year's official thresholds and testing order would arrive through the wristbands. The old 23.3 meter per second figure on training equipment did not replace current rules. Wu Song emphasized that every result preserved original sensor data and video. Equipment could be retested after an unusually high score, but no one could invalidate a result merely because the candidate came from a small city. Before formal testing, there would be 1 additional eligibility screening. Groups of 10 candidates had to approach within 1 meter, about 3 feet, of the Azure Moon Wolf King's carcass and withstand its residual pressure for 30 seconds. Anyone unable to do so would be eliminated on the spot. Candidates had a maximum of 1 minute to approach, beginning when a foot crossed the start line. The 30-second endurance period began only after entering the 1 meter boundary. A candidate could withdraw voluntarily, could not receive physical support from a companion, and could not use any drug that stimulated the mind. Those rules divided approaching from enduring into 2 steps. Someone might force their way beside the body, yet fail to remain standing under its pressure. Even after death, a general rank beast's aura stimulated biological instinct. On a real battlefield, someone whose will collapsed could not save himself and might endanger his team. The screening was brutal but had a clear purpose. The first group of 10 advanced. Several students stopped more than 10 feet away. Wu Song allowed only 1 minute. A girl at body tempering level 4 judged that she could not succeed and withdrew voluntarily. 3 others also failed to enter the 1 meter boundary. Only 6 passed. Not every failed candidate fainted. 2 stopped voluntarily at 3 meters. 1 lost strength in the legs after entering 2 meters, and another withdrew only inches before the 1 meter line. Soldiers registered each reason and led them out of the carcass's aura. Their cultivation was not necessarily low. Facing a general rank beast's residual pressure for the first time, bodily instinct had simply overwhelmed their will. The Wolf King lay motionless in the center of the plaza, its fangs and claws still radiating oppression. The other candidates' faces grew increasingly ugly. I was more interested in the remaining soul and energy. Crimson had never encountered a general rank beast. When my turn arrived, something new might happen. I kept the art of life and death circulating normally and did not activate blood ignition or phantom body of the great void in advance. The screening tested the candidate personally under pressure. Substituting a phantom would violate its purpose and might also be judged cheating by the cameras. I left Crimson's screen at the edge of my vision. If the Wolf King's remnant soul produced no reaction, I would complete an ordinary test. If a new prompt appeared, I would first ensure that absorption caused no visible change to the carcass. Only 4 people passed in the second group. 1 candidate objected and declared on the spot that he would complain to the Martial Alliance about Wu Song changing the rules without authorization. Wu Song offered no explanation. He directly released pressure containing a trace of king rank aura. Most candidates in the plaza instantly lowered their heads, and even breathing became difficult. Chair backs and flags did not move, proving this was not an ordinary shock wave, but suppression aimed at the mind and level of life. I separated my feet and kept my knees slightly bent so a sudden concentration of pressure would not lock my body and knock me down. The surrounding soldiers could still move normally. Wu Song clearly controlled the range and strength with precision rather than subjecting ordinary candidates to limitless intimidation. I circulated the perfected art of life and death. Golden muscles and jade bones stabilized my body, while mercury-like blood sustained circulation. The pressure merely stirred my clothes in the resulting current and did not stop me from standing. With the third revolution perfected, skin, blood, and bone formed a complete support. The pressure briefly accelerated my heartbeat, but unlike the Azure Moon Wolf King's residual aura, it did not trigger an instinctive urge to flee. I controlled my breathing and did not use extra true chi to oppose Wu Song directly. If he truly pressed down with all his near-king rank power, I could not remain this relaxed. This was an examination warning, not a fight to the death. Wu Song noticed that I was still looking straight at the platform, and the pressure gradually concentrated on me. Candidates nearby had to move their chairs away. I could still breathe and speak normally. Chief Examiner, this screening must have Martial Alliance authorization, I said. The four martial saints established the National Martial Examinations rules, and the Martial Alliance supervised them. Wu Song could not privately eliminate 30% of the candidates while cameras recorded everything and inspectors were present. He withdrew the pressure and publicly confirmed my deduction. Then he asked my name and repeated that anyone too afraid to face even the corpse of a general-rank beast had no right to enter a true martial examination. The authorization appeared on the large screen, bearing the electronic signatures of the Martial Alliance's Taichu branch and 2 inspectors. Candidates could challenge equipment or procedure. They could not demand cancellation merely because they disliked the additional screening. The student who had threatened a complaint fell silent. Whether the rule was too strict remained open to discussion. Whether it was unauthorized now had an evidence-backed answer. After several more groups, Class 3's turn finally arrived. Bai Haoran, Pang Haoyu, I, and 7 others walked toward the Azure Moon Wolf. At the 1-meter boundary, the brutal aura unique to a wilderness beast struck us head-on. The others were already clenching their teeth. I heard a system prompt. The scent of blood and mud lingered in the Wolf King's fur, while the moon mark on its forehead felt like cold metal. Bai Haoran hesitated half a second beyond the 1-meter line before crossing. Pang Haoyu fixed his gaze on the ground to avoid looking directly into the carcass's eyes. I helped no one. Each candidate had to qualify independently. My support might instead invalidate their result. Beast Soul Remnant absorbed. Skill points plus 10. Beast Soul Remnant absorbed. Skill points plus 20. I moved closer to the Wolf King's head, and the rate of increase rose noticeably. At last, I stood almost against the moon mark and pressed my palm directly upon it. Moving forward from the 1-meter boundary did not violate any rule. I still inspected the chains and wounds first to ensure that touching the carcass would not make it move. The mark was colder than the surrounding fur. After contact, the system prompts changed from scattered increments of 10 and 20 to continuous hundreds. The Wolf King's appearance did not change. Everyone else would interpret my action only as fearlessness before its pressure. Crimson absorbed a soul remnant that was about to dissipate, not the physical materials of the carcass. Beast Soul Remnant absorbed. Skill points plus 100. Skill points plus 100. The prompts refreshed repeatedly. The art of life and death protected me from the pressure, while Crimson absorbed the soul energy not yet dispersed from the body. 1 automatic point per second was no longer the system's only source. Killing or approaching the remnant soul of a high-ranking beast could directly provide large numbers of skill points. By the end of 1 minute, I had gained an additional 5,000 points. That total did not mean a fixed 100 points every second. At the beginning, while I was farther away, each increase was only 10 or 20. The rate rose only after my palm touched the moon mark, producing exactly 5,000 in total. When the prompt stopped, the Wolf King's soul remnant had clearly been absorbed completely. Continued contact would not generate unlimited points. The discovery was worth far more than the eligibility test itself. The practical zone would contain large numbers of beasts. If every corpse supplied soul energy, my skill point growth would escape simple dependence on waiting for the first time. I withdrew my hand, and only then realized everyone was watching me. Other candidates sweated heavily before the body. I had practically embraced the Wolf King's head and even smiled when the skill points increased. Pang Haoyu retreated immediately after completing 30 seconds, panting hard. Bai Haoran also passed, but did not compare how close he stood. Soldiers first confirmed that all 10 had completed the test, then returned us to our seats. My extra contact earned no additional eligibility points. The event judged only pass or elimination. Getting closer gave no direct ranking advantage. Wusong did not intervene and simply announced that our group had completed the screening. After returning to my seat, I reorganized my practical combat goals. Points determined rank. Beast souls determined growth. Both objectives now pointed in the same direction. Kill the strongest targets possible. I still imposed two limits on the plan. First, I would not steal prey another person had already defeated for skill points. Second, I had to confirm that a target was truly dead before allowing a system prompt to distract me near a dangerous beast. The additional source enlarged my advantage, but also increased the temptation to misjudge. Only by writing the rules before taking action could I prevent myself from changing the boundary during combat. After every school completed the pressure screening, roughly 30% of the candidates had been eliminated. They left the military district by bus that day. The remainder received Taichu number 3 smart wristbands and were led by soldiers to the dormitories. Each wristband cost roughly 100,000 dragon coins. It was waterproof and fireproof, and its hypersensory camera recorded everything around a candidate in 360 degrees. It also uploaded scores and served as an emergency rescue device. Collection required binding by fingerprint, iris, and true chi fluctuation. More than 1 minute away from the wearer's wrist triggered an automatic alarm. Candidates could view personal data and public rankings, but could neither disable examination, recording, nor alter location data. I checked the casing, battery, and distress button. Only after confirming that there were no cracks did I sign the receipt. If a 100,000 yuan device failed before testing, responsibility had to be established immediately. I shared a 4-person dormitory with Peng Haoyu and 2 male classmates. The instant he entered, the fat kid demanded to know how I dared touch the Wolf King's head. I could not explain Crimson. I said that treating the corpse as a motionless stray dog kept fear from controlling me. That answer explained only the visible behavior. What truly let me approach steadily was the perfected third revolution and the control formed by confronting danger in my former life. If Peng Haoyu copied the words, "treat it like a stray dog," he might instead underestimate a living beast during combat. I added that a corpse and a living creature were entirely different. During screening, fear could be suppressed. In true combat, one still had to respect speed, claws, and terrain. They found the answer nearly absurd, but had no more reasonable explanation. I opened the formal rules on the wristband. Physical fitness and practical combat each contributed 50% of the total score. Candidates had to pass all 3 fitness event strength, speed, and reaction before qualifying to receive supplies for practical combat. Passing the 3 events was not a simple average. Falling below this year's threshold in any one produced immediate elimination. A strength could not cancel a weakness. Only after all 3 were passed did a standardized formula convert the exact data into a fitness score. This year's official speed threshold was 25 meters per second, confirming that the association's 23.3 was an old reference. Peng Haoyu's recent training result had risen to 39.87, finally moving him safely beyond the edge. Unlike previous years, this year's practical stage had been shortened from 3 days to 1. Beasts awarded different points. A body-tempering pig beast was worth only 1, while a winged tiger in the same realm was worth 5, because its real threat could suppress a whole group of pig beasts. The shorter duration reduced supply pressure but increased the density of competition. Candidates no longer had 3 days to avoid powerful enemies. Their route during the first few hours would directly affect the final rank. The table assigned points by danger rather than realm alone. Speed, poison, and pack behavior changed the value even within body tempering. Selecting prey only by rank could demand completely disproportionate risk. The top 100 fitness candidates would enter the all-humanity livestream list during practical combat, while the final rank would use practical points directly. I memorized the beast guide and point table 1 entry at a time. The system's soul absorption efficiency might also depend on rank and strength. Target selection had to calculate points, danger, and skill point return together. I first grouped targets by 3 criteria: easy to confirm dead, high remnant soul return, and nearby escape routes. Pack beasts received separate red marks. Without a map, the categorization could serve only as a starting point. Physical traces at the scene always took priority over a paper guide. The coiling dragon spear, rescue equipment, food, and water had not yet been distributed under uniform procedure. I did not assume I could carry every item in my ethereal ring. I would decide equipment only after the final rules were clear. The next morning, I arrived at the testing field early. Peng Haoyu said his training figures were 39.87 meters per second, more than 2,500 kilograms of punching force, and over 1 minute in the reaction room. With martial skills, his strength and time would improve further. I told him to report all three in a normal state, and not use an art that burned blood and chi during the first round. His speed and strength were sufficient. Reaction stability was the real concern. As long as the rule remained 3 cumulative hits, more than 1 minute should satisfy the baseline. He warmed up and hydrated first, avoiding Wu Mengming's fate of losing eligibility because of physical condition. Bai Haoran stood nearby with an aura of spirit level 2. He did not provoke me again. He simply kept checking the global rankings for all 3 events. The tracks, strength machines, and reaction rooms were all connected to Skynet. Officers, school teachers, and inspectors from Taichu City sat in a temporary viewing stand. Any abnormal result would be reviewed immediately. At exactly 8, Wu Song entered the field. All 3 systems completed calibration simultaneously, and the inspectors signed the electronic record. There was no wind across the track, the strength machine had reset to 0, and the reaction room's firing ports completed their test. Only after every condition appeared on the large screen did the first candidates approach the start line. This gave every later abnormal result a traceable baseline rather than relying only on an examiner's statement that the machine is fine. I declare the physical fitness stage of this year's National Martial Examination officially open. The first candidates entered the track at once. The electronic display showed 3 global rankings simultaneously: speed, strength, and reaction, each listing only the top 100. A position did not become permanent after one test. As data from each city uploaded, the rankings refreshed continuously. An abnormal score was temporarily marked pending review and became official only when original video and inspector signatures were complete. Shanghai City tested relatively early that morning, so the visible top 100 was only an interim ranking. Large numbers of Central City candidates had not yet performed. Entering the list now did not guarantee remaining there when testing ended. Li Long of Yutsai's Class 1 ran at 33 meters per second in the first group, exceeding the military's official 25-meter threshold but failing to enter the global top 100. The current 100th place stood at 36.8 meters per second and was still rising. Li Long's result was outstanding within Shanghai City, but appeared only briefly on the regional board after upload. The gap cleanly divided best in a small city from top 100 in all humanity. Candidates therefore stopped watching only the classmates around them. With every refresh, a name from thousands of miles away could replace one on the screen. The 4 central cities occupied most positions. Magic City and Imperial City each had 3 candidates in the speed top 10, while Apocalypse and Taichu each had 2. Small cities could not compare with central cities in education, elixirs, or training equipment. Retaining even one name on the board was extremely rare. The most striking name came from Magic City number 1 High School Long Aowang. Speed, 87 meters per second. Strength, 12,000 kilograms. Reaction test, 7 minutes, 32 seconds. Interim first place in all 3. Judging by the numbers, he had reached at least spirit level 8 or 9. An ordinary general level 1 martial artist had only about 20,000 kilograms of base strength. 12,000 from a high school student truly placed him far beyond his peers. The 3 figures could not reveal one unique realm. High-ranking cultivation arts, physical talents, and martial skills all altered results. I could conclude only that Long Aowang's combined ability approached the peak of the spirit rank, not assert his exact level. The reaction time of 7 minutes and 32 seconds was especially important. He had not stacked the ranking with strength alone. Long-term judgment and movement showed no obvious weakness either. Even so, all 3 results remained below my current training data. The speed test proceeded by school and class. My group was scheduled for the afternoon, so I spent the morning observing different candidate starts, martial skills, and equipment rulings. Some exhausted themselves chasing a ranking and had not recovered their blood and chi by the second test. Others deliberately held back and secured passing results in all 3 first. I recorded the minimum recovery time after each event. A short speed test consumed the most true chi in the legs. Strength left residual vibration in shoulders and elbows. Reaction drained the most mental energy. If the order could not be selected, I had to recover with breathing and food between events rather than take a drug at the last moment. Ordinary martial skills were permitted. Stimulants newly used only before the test were not. Blood ignition was one of my registered arts, but its side effects were too severe. I would not activate it merely for machine data. Fitness and practical combat each counted for half the total. A single event ranking was not the final result. Long Aohuang's simultaneous first places showed an absence of obvious weaknesses, making him the opponent who truly required attention. In the temporary stand, Wu Song asked about me. Liu Yifeng still explained everything with no talent, believing that even a top 100 result could not satisfy the four great martial universities' minimum admission requirement of a spirit rank talent. I did not participate in their discussion. I watched the rankings. The Steel said I had no talent. Skynet recorded only real data. Whether the four great made an exception could wait until all three results appeared. I set 3 alerts on my personal terminal. Changes in the top 100 threshold, whether Long Aohuang's data passed review, and my starting time. That spared me from refreshing the display every few seconds and let me keep observing the site. The true danger was not temporarily ranking behind. It was letting other people's numbers disrupt my rhythm while I waited. Before noon, Long Aohuang's name remained unshaken. The wristband simultaneously delivered an examination committee notice. The 4 central cities had again jointly provided materials, allowing an Emperor-rank alchemist to refine 1 Imperial Apex pill as an additional reward for the overall champion. The notice stated that the Imperial Apex pill was separate from the vault reward and could be neither exchanged for cash nor transferred. The exact increase in potential varied by person. An alchemist still had to examine the recipient before consumption. Not everyone could swallow it without risk. Joint funding by all 4 cities meant the champion's home city would not be the only beneficiary and reduced one city's ability to alter the reward at the last moment. The Imperial Apex pill not only accelerated realm breakthroughs, it could raise the body's potential by 1 level. 1 level was a simplified resource description. It did not mean directly changing a mortal rank talent into spirit or mystic rank. The pill improved physical capacity and future breakthroughs. It would not rewrite the innate record on the awakening steel. For me, strengthening my body's limit together with the art of life and death made it a prize I had to pursue. A second-floor treasure from humanity's vault, plus the Imperial Apex pill. The value of first place had risen again. At noon in the military cafeteria, Pang Haoyu reported his official results. Speed of 40.3 meters per second, more than 4,000 kilograms of force with a martial skill, and a reaction time of 2 minutes. He had ranked 70th overall when the morning ended and already fallen to 79th by lunch. Passing all 3 official thresholds proved that he had completely corrected his old speed weakness in a dozen-plus days. The 40.3 figure was slightly above his training result of 39.87, a reasonable gain from improved condition and starting technique rather than a sudden surge. Falling on the top 100 list did not mean his score had decreased. Data from other cities continued uploading. I told him to save screenshots of all 3 original results rather than preserve only an overall position that kept changing. Testing would continue for 2 more days, and Central City candidates could push him out at any time. I told him not to waste energy refreshing the rank. He needed to recover his blood and chi for practical combat. That afternoon, a soldier finally called the group containing by Howard and me. Before we entered the track, an inspector scanned our sauls and clothes for launching devices. He then verified our wristbands, registered martial skills, and current physical state. I declared that I would use Mystic Crane steps and had used neither blood ignition nor any drug. After the starting sensors reset, I completed 2 low-intensity starts. My spirit level 9 strength was far above what it had been during association testing. If my first step used the wrong angle, I could damage the track or send myself offline. I took my position and assumed the complete opening stance of perfected Mystic Crane steps. At the starting shot, I poured spirit level 9 true chi into my legs all at once. My body launched like an artillery shell and rapidly opened a gap over the other 9 candidates. I used the first 20 meters to build speed, maintained stride length through the middle, and spent the remaining true chi only at the finish. I did not look back or alter my motion to create a more spectacular pressure burst. 100 meters was too short for hesitation. After my chest crossed the finish light curtain, I continued forward for several dozen meters to slow down and avoid injuring my knees or ankles with a sudden stop. The wristband displayed the result the instant I crossed. Songhai City, Yucai High School, Su Tian, 110 meters per second. It was the first figure locked and continuously written into the ranking by this year's official equipment. There was no second valid attempt at the site. Every subsequent review, therefore, used 110 meters per second. I asked the soldier to preserve the raw time, starting pressure, and finish video together. The higher a number was, the more complete its evidentiary chain needed to be. By Howard recorded 43 meters, not even half my speed. When the global list refreshed, my name replaced Long Ao Huang and rose directly to first. Officials first inspected the track records. Skynet retrieved the hypersensory video, start and finish sensors, and inspectors' signatures, confirming no equipment failure or outside force. A Taichu City inspector still reserved judgment, arguing that I might specialize exclusively in speed and that my strength and reactions might not match. During the review, I remained in the finish area without touching the equipment. A standard mechanical device calibrated the other track within the permitted margin. My shoes and clothing were scanned again, revealing no accelerator. The reservation did not invalidate my result. It meant only that officials would wait for the other two tests. Unless later data presented a problem, the speed ranking remained valid. The examination committee's later public review showed that the 110-meter result also reached a four-party meeting in Taichu City. Magic City No. 1 High School initially demanded a cheating investigation. Taichu Martial University's admissions staff confirmed that Yucai High School had just produced the Earth-rank Special Admit Lin Xianyu. Under examination rules, officials had to review the evidence first and wait for the remaining events, not invalidate data because it came from a small city. At the time, I knew nothing about those remote disputes. I saw only the inspector complete the signature and my speed result lock as official. The public record came from the review summary issued after the dispute ended. It contained only the objection, evidence, and conclusion, none of anyone's private conversation. Only when the wristband changed from pending review to official did I confirm that first place was valid. Wu Song told the viewing stand. If he also takes first in strength and reaction, the four great martial universities will no longer be able to explain this student with the awakening steel alone. Some still considered it impossible. Taichu City had seen first place in all three rankings only once in many years, while Long Ao Huang was a once-in-a-century genius at Magic City No. 1 High School. I left the track and walked toward the strength testing area. Speed had established the first event. Next, I would place the same name atop all three lists. The lines for strength and reaction gave my leg true chi enough time to recover. I walked slowly, hydrated, and checked that Mystic Crane steps had caused no muscle strain. I would not let success in the first event damage the other two. Long Ao Huang's three figures remained a clear target. Only by surpassing him in multiple kinds of tests could I make it impossible to dismiss my mortal rank talent as mere specialization. I entered the 110-meter figure in my training log along with the equipment, wind speed, and whether I used a martial skill. Any higher future number would require a new valid test. I could not casually mix figures obtained under different conditions. The strength machine stood on a massive steel base, with three cameras aimed at the target. After verifying my wristband number, the soldier indicated that I could strike repeatedly. The rules required the average of 3 valid hits. Any strike made with a foot outside the reference zone or an external device would be invalid. I left the coiling dragon spear on the weapon rack, loosened my shoulders and elbows, and waited for the leg true chi consumed by the speed event to recover before approaching the target. The machine's range far exceeded the association training equipment, and its current zero reading bore an inspector's signature. I did not need to worry that a force above 10,000 kilograms would break it. I used no martial skill. I mobilized only the perfected third revolution, compressed my blood and chi into my right arm, and threw 3 consecutive punches. Boom, boom, boom. The machine, weighing dozens of tons, still trembled slightly. 3 figures appeared in sequence: 16,300 kilograms, 16,500 kilograms, and 16,700 kilograms. Average, 16,500 kilograms. The difference across all three was only 400 kilograms, a fluctuation of roughly 2.4% showing stable output rather than one accidental hit at an unusual point. Only after slow-motion footage confirmed all three landed in the center did the soldier upload the average to Skynet. The ranking used the average rather than the highest figure of 16,700, applying the same standard to every candidate. The results surpassed Long Ao Huang's 12,000 by 4,500 kilograms and was nearly twice the 6,000 I had measured at the association more than 10 days ago. My increased realm mattered, but the crucial difference was the perfected third revolution. Combined with the coiling dragon spear and gale spear art, my instantaneous destructive output should exceed 20,000 kilograms. I might even be able to fight someone at General Level 1. The fitness event measured only the base body, however. Using a weapon had no purpose here. The art I formerly possessed was Gale Spear art, not the easily confused Fierce Gale Spear. An earlier Coiling Dragon Spear test produced an equivalent impact of 10,000 kilograms at a lower realm. Exceeding 20,000 now was still a conservative estimate that could become confirmed data only after testing in a safe facility. The Martial Examination Strength Board recorded only the verifiable 16,500. The wristband soon completed 3-channel verification, and my name replaced the leader on the Global Strength Board. Someone in the viewing stand applauded. Pang Haoyu shouted, "Brother Tian," at the top of his lungs, earning a glare from a soldier maintaining order. I did not linger and walked directly toward the reaction room. Muffled impacts of rubber rounds against walls came from within. The test still ended after 3 cumulative hits. The previous candidate had entered only 2 minutes earlier, and the timer lamp above the door was already dark. The official room was larger than the association's and had a higher maximum firing speed. Before entering, I confirmed that calibration rounds did not count, and 3 total armor sensor hits ended the test, exactly as in training. There was no mandatory cap within 10 minutes. In theory, a candidate could continue indefinitely without being hit. But the longer the test lasted, the more footwork was exposed, and the greater the mental cost. At my turn, a soldier checked the wall ports and timer again, then had me sign after confirming there was no objection. The door closed, followed by 3 warning tones. The first group of rubber rounds fired from the left and right. Half a step was enough to leave their paths. As time passed, more ports opened, and individual shots became continuous crossfire. At 5 minutes, I still had not used Mystic Crane steps. After 8, afterimages covered my vision. An ordinary martial artist at Spirit Level 1 would probably struggle even to stand here. For the first 5 minutes, I relied only on my base body and small changes in balance, preserving true chi. After 6, the ports began producing false signals. A light did not guarantee an immediate shot. After 8 came 4-sided crossfire and time delays, making sound alone insufficient. I fixed my gaze on the room's center and judged ports with peripheral vision, avoiding dizziness from chasing every projectile with my head. Long Ao time was 7 minutes and 32 seconds. I had no intention of spending every hidden card inside a machine. The reaction test determined only a ranking, while practical combat counted for half the final score. Continuing much longer would require Mystic Crane steps and expose more of the art's details. 10 minutes already placed me 2 minutes and 28 seconds ahead of him. Additional time would not produce equal benefit in the total score, while future opponents could study every turn in the video. I decided to end voluntarily at exactly 10 minutes, while ensuring the 3 hits were clear and could not be mistaken for equipment failure. When the timer crossed 10 minutes, I selected 3 rubber rounds approaching in a triangular formation and deliberately slowed by half a beat. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 impacts registered almost simultaneously, and the system stopped firing at once. By the time the soldier opened the door, the global reaction board had refreshed. 3 armor sensors illuminated in sequence. The raw footage showed that I had neither fallen nor lost consciousness. Deliberately accepting hits did not violate the rules, so the result was recorded at the final trigger time of 10 minutes. After leaving the room, I first underwent pupil and heart rate checks. Only after confirming that the high-intensity judgment had caused no temporary loss of awareness did officials lock the reaction result. Speed, 110 meters per second. Strength, 16,500 kilograms. Reaction, 10 minutes. At last, my name stood first on all 3 rankings. The noise around the field abruptly swelled. I rolled the shoulder struck by the rubber round, but my mind remained calm. Physical fitness was only the first gate. I would take first in practical combat as well. I saved the 3 raw record numbers. Speed, strength, and reaction each had an independent signature. First place on all 3 would invite more review. The more complete the evidence, the harder it would be for outsiders to erase the results with the phrase equipment error. While waiting for the remaining candidates to finish, I focused only on recovery and the beast guide. I made no unrelated display. The cheering outside the reaction room quickly disrupted other candidates. Wusong circulated true chi and thundered. The examination continues. His voice suppressed the whole field, restoring order. He then called me to sit beside the viewing platform. General rank officers and Taichu city inspectors surrounded me. Several assessing gazes landed on me the instant I sat down. The inspectors did not directly challenge the results. They opened the raw records before me. Track sensors, 3 strength readings, and complete reaction room footage all bore signatures, with no trace of modified data. One also made me confirm the spelling of my name and school number, so an upload across cities could not attach my result to someone else with the same name. All 3 showed official. The review note from the speed dispute remained attached rather than hidden. My terminal signature confirmed only that the data belonged to me. It did not waive my right to dispute later prize or ranking calculations. Do you know the prize for first in physical fitness? Wusong asked. I shook my head. The wristband rules stated only that the overall champion could choose an artifact from the second floor of humanity's vault. They listed no individual event prize. He raised one finger. I guessed 10 million yuan. He shook his head again. 100 million. Wusong did not give me only an attractive figure. He opened the Martial Alliance's prize rules and explained that the 100 million belonged to first in combined physical fitness, not 100 million for each board. It would be paid only after global fitness testing ended. If a later result surpassed my final position, the reward would change with it. I was currently first on all 3 and therefore first overall, but we still had to wait until every city finished. Treating an interim lead as money already deposited would distort my financial plan. I instinctively sat straighter. An ordinary worker earned only about 3,000 yuan a month. Even now, 100 million was no small sum to me. More importantly, it would let me purchase higher-ranking cultivation arts and continue converting crimson skill points into real combat power. At an ordinary worker's salary, 100 million represented more than 2,700 years of income. Yet for a high-ranking martial artist, a single mid-grade spirit stone or scarce martial skill could easily reach the same value. Martial resources and ordinary life had already formed 2 entirely different price systems. I would not spend it on low-ranking supplements crimson could replace. The priorities were manuals, spirit stones, training conditions, and equipment the system could not generate directly. Wusong explained that the Martial Alliance, jointly established by the 4 central cities, issued the prize after all fitness testing and review were complete. If I also took first in practical combat, I would receive another 100 million. First in both, 200 million yuan in total. The practical prize was settled independently and did not replace the fitness award. The overall champion's vault selection and Imperial Apex pill were additional rewards not included in the 200 million cash. I recorded the 4 separately. 100 million for fitness, 100 million for practical combat, 1 second floor vault selection, and 1 Imperial Apex pill. None had been formally issued, so none entered my current balance in advance. Practical combat is where candidates truly die. Wusong's smile disappeared. Students from small cities lack wilderness experience. No matter how strong you are, ignorance of beast behavior can still make you capsize in a gutter. I understood the warning. The fitness stage had machines and military medics. The practical zone provided only 1 single-use rescue ball, and using it ended qualification. Beasts did not attack one by one according to a testing rhythm and would never give me a retest. Wusong listed the 3 most common mistakes among small city candidates: memorizing weak points without considering wind direction during approach, failing to confirm death after dropping a target, and crossing beyond rescue range in pursuit of points. He gave me no prey coordinates, only safety experience available to every candidate. The advice would not win the battle for me, but it reduced the risk of the stupidest avoidable mistakes. I will study the guide before choosing a hunting route, I said. Wusong nodded and explained another reality. The 4 great martial universities ordinarily required at least a spirit rank talent, but the champion of the National Martial Examination held the Martial Alliance's highest level of special admission status. If I secured first overall, a mortal rank talent could not be used to reject me automatically. That did not compel all 4 universities to accept me without condition. The championship granted exceptional review and negotiating eligibility. They might still demand a physical, retest, and confirmation of potential. Compared with relying only on the Mystic Heaven token for Taichu's separate assessment, a public championship path meant I did not have to place every choice in one university's hands. I did not need pity from a teacher. I needed results within the system too strong to ignore. That was the truly valuable leverage beyond the cash. From the platform, I watched the candidates still in line. Peng Haoyu remained in the top 100 for the moment, and Bai Haoran had passed all 3 thresholds. The competition had not stopped because I led 3 rankings. The numbers continued changing. I reminded Peng Haoyu to preserve his interim results and recover in the rest area. Bihauran had no leading rank, but passed all three and still qualified for practical combat. Whether an opponent hated me and whether he met examination rules were separate matters. Unless he broke those rules, I would not ask an examiner to remove him over a private conflict. The examination committee's later public record showed that representatives from the four great began arguing over my destination that same day. At this moment, however, I could establish only two facts. All three results were locked, and practical first place was worth 100 million. I would not surrender that money to anyone. After confirming the prize, Wusong abruptly shifted from the examination to my family. He first asked whether I had siblings, then who else remained at home. My parents had died years ago, and my uncle's family had paid the price for colluding with the blood demon cult. I was now alone in the old house. I did not describe interrogations or gunfights and answered only that I had no immediate relatives requiring care. My emergency contact was Zhao Tianlin, and my address remained in the civilian district. Wusong's questions were partly conversation and partly the military assessing whether a high-scoring candidate had family concerns. I provided only information already present in public records and did not reveal the Black Tortoise token, Azure Nether Fruit, or the Blood Demon cult's attempts on my life. Trust had to be built. His position as chief examiner did not automatically earn every secret. After hearing the answer, Wusong grew unexpectedly enthusiastic and directly asked whether I wanted to meet his daughter. Her name is Wu Wanner. She's 2.5 years older than you and studies at Taichu Martial University. He slapped my shoulder. She's my only daughter. If you really have the ability, won't everything our family owns eventually belong to the two of you? The officers around us burst out laughing. Someone warned me that Wu Wanner had put her last blind date in the hospital. Wusong immediately explained that the man had insulted her during a spar and was not injured without cause. The more he explained, the more obvious the others' laughter became. I could not tell whether they deliberately meant to frighten me or Wu Wanner genuinely rejected the arrangement. Either way, building a marriage on a few jokes between a father and a candidate was unreliable. I looked at Wusong's height of nearly 6 feet 3 and shoulders like an iron tower. An ominous image immediately formed in my mind. I hurriedly said that I wanted to enter a martial university first. Fine. A melon forced off the vine won't be sweet. Wusong sighed and removed a pocket watch to check the time. When the cover opened, I saw a photograph inside. A bright-eyed young woman in blue-green clothing wore her long hair tied back, with a short saber at her waist. She looked nothing like what I had imagined. The corner showed the date at Taichu Martial University's training field. Wu Wanner was already a formal student, not someone waiting for her father to arrange her future. Whether she wanted to meet me should be her choice. I looked away after one glance. Her appearance did not immediately change my answer that I would finish the examination first. The watch snapped shut. Wusong caught my glance and instantly changed his form of address from worthy nephew back to kid, denying me any chance to reconsider. I did not ask further. Romance was an interlude. Practical combat was the matter in front of me. Once the watch was away, Wusong returned to his role as examiner. He gave me no contact details for his daughter and did not exchange prize or admission conditions for a private promise. That kept the previous exchange within joking and testing rather than turning it into pressure through authority. If I genuinely met Wu Wanner at Taichu Martial University later, we could meet from the beginning. Neither of us needed a decision made today. After the final group completed testing, Wusong dismissed us and warned me again. Wilderness results were not a simple comparison of realms. Some candidates ranked high in fitness, but lost control of their movements the first time they smelled blood. Others knew beast weaknesses and could gain more points with lower cultivation. He told me to remember at least 3 field signs. Abnormal silence might mean a high-ranking predator was present. Approaching from downwind reduced scent exposure. When one pack beast appeared, never stare only at the threat in front. Each came from military combat experience and revealed no examination-specific intelligence. I added them to my wristband notes, separate from the guide's fixed weaknesses. Experience was a tool for judgment, not a rule that applied every time. I remembered the words and left the field. First place on 3 boards had spread my name across the military district. From the cafeteria to the dormitory, people repeatedly asked to add my contact information, and candidates asked whether we could team up in practical combat. I accepted none. A team reduced danger but required splitting points and restricted hunting speed. Crimson also needed beast soul remnants. My objectives differed from those of an ordinary candidate. I did not insult anyone while declining. I said clearly that I would not join a team at the last moment after the examination began. That gave them time to find partners of similar strength instead of delaying at the entrance because they expected me. Peng Haoyu also asked whether we could act together. I gave him the same reason and advised him to form a team with familiar classmates. Friendship could not replace combat coordination. Bringing him to pursue high-ranking prey would instead be more dangerous. Back in the dormitory, I checked the doors and windows before opening the Taichu number 3 wristband. The Beast Guide organized creatures by rank, behavior, habitat, and points. Its contents were far more complete than any school textbook. I did not memorize every page blindly. I established a search method first. Similar-looking species were separated by pupil color, tracks, and calls. Venomous species received separate contact notes. Beast Kings listed territory, followers, and withdrawal conditions. I then incorporated the 2 hard biscuits and water needs into a 14-hour action plan. The examination was not uninterrupted fighting. Supplies, recovery, and returning along a route also consumed time. As the sky darkened beyond the window, I muted every unrelated message. For the remaining time, I would do one thing: only memorize every target that might appear in the testing zone. Before midnight, I finished the first review and had the wristband display random images as a test. I revisited the 3 beasts I misidentified and did not turn off the light until I answered them all correctly. Insufficient sleep directly damaged reaction time. Another hour with the guide was not worth trading away the next day's judgment speed. The Beast Guide recorded not only appearance, but common attack patterns, physical weaknesses, and points. Pig beasts were body-tempering creatures worth only 1 point. Silver moon rabbits looked harmless, but were spirit-rank beasts with dangerous speed and mental interference, worth 100 points. I compared the guide against the map page by page, memorizing easily confused species first and spirit-rank targets second. It was deep into the night when I looked up. The occasional roar of a beast came from beyond the military defense line. The guide ended with accident reports from previous years. One candidate approached a one-horned boar that was playing dead. Another focused only on the beast ahead and was surrounded from behind by its pack. A third crossed the boundary and lost location support. Compared with impressive kill records, those failures were more worth remembering. I made check pupils, heartbeat, and fatal wound, and look for an escape route at every stop into fixed actions rather than relying on memory in the moment. Of more than 1,000 entrants, only a little over 100 passed every fitness threshold. Buses carried the rest away from the military district. Some decided to repeat a year, while others could only abandon Marshall University. The departure list separated voluntary withdrawal, failure in one event, and medical elimination. Every result remained open to appeal and review. A candidate with a speed of 24.5 meters per second missed the official line by only 0.5 and still received no discretionary pass. Uniform rules appeared most merciless at such moments. At least they took complete results with them and could decide whether to repeat, rather than never understanding why they failed. Without Crimson, I probably would have sat on one of those buses. The thought remained only briefly. Since I had received another chance to choose my fate, I could not be satisfied with barely passing. At dawn on Practical Combat Day, 6 camouflage trucks stopped on the training field. Wu Song announced the final rules. The examination ran from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, 14 hours in total. Killing other candidates was prohibited. Firearms, artillery shells, and other weapons of mass lethality were forbidden. Teams were permitted, but points were assigned according to effective contribution. My registered coiling dragon spear was allowed, and the ethereal ring passed scanning. Beyond my declared weapon, personal recovery medicine, and daily necessities, however, the ring could contain no firearms or additional lethal equipment. The wristband recorded every retrieval. A violation still meant disqualification. A team had to be formed through the wristband. The system automatically distributed points by contribution. Candidates who fought together without registering could dispute ownership of the final blow. The rules allowed cooperation. They did not solve trust for us. A soldier gave every person a black cloth bag. It contained only 2 hard biscuits, roughly 2 liters, about half a gallon of water, and 1 translucent white rescue ball. Each supply bag had a unique number and was weighed in front of the recipient. The biscuits stored well but were difficult to swallow. The water met basic needs over 14 hours but did not guarantee replacement of everything consumed in intense combat. I left my personal recovery elixir in its original packaging and fixed the water bottle behind my waist to stop it from striking me repeatedly while running. I stored the 2 biscuits separately so damage to one side of the bag would not destroy all food. Wusong demonstrated the rescue ball. After injecting true chi, he threw it into an open area. Its shell burst, and a milky adhesive net instantly covered a cooperating candidate. Even a spirit rank beast struck directly would be restrained for a short time. A locator inside simultaneously alerted the safety officers. The cost was equally clear. Using the rescue ball immediately withdrew the candidate from the examination. The ball had to hit directly or burst near the target. Strong wind, walls, and a beast's speed all affected it. The duration against a spirit rank target was only theoretical. Until a safety officer arrived, a candidate still needed to create distance actively. It was not a button guaranteeing absolute safety. Wu Song made us locate the true chi inlet and practice drawing it with gloves, ensuring no one dropped it at his own feet while panicking. I placed the ball in my easiest pocket and checked the coiling dragon spear's point and joints. The rescue device was the final insurance. Confidence was no reason to discard it. After traveling a little over 10 minutes, the convoy stopped at a village surrounded by wire fences, electrified barriers, and minefields. This was a wilderness outpost. An officer surnamed Zhang, responsible for receiving the candidates, led a team to greet Wu Song. The trucks had not announced their precise direction, preventing candidates from obtaining the route from outside in advance. Only after arrival did the wristband map unlock the town boundary, outpost, and 2 public Beast King markers. Weapon racks, medical facilities, and a collection zone stood separately at the village entrance. Early withdrawals underwent decontamination first, followed by a military medical check for toxins and beast parasites. Less than 1 kilometer, about 6/10 of a mile from the outpost, stood an abandoned town. 2 prominent red dots in the center marked spirit rank Beast Kings, occupying the core area. Body-tempering beasts dominated the outskirts. If anyone crossed the outer wire boundary into the true wilderness, the military no longer guaranteed timely rescue. A central red dot represented only the position from the latest military reconnaissance, not a place where a beast would remain forever. Safety officers were hidden throughout the town, but would neither find targets for candidates nor proactively warn of danger without a distress call. Another protective fence lay beyond the testing zone. Any later application for an upgraded arena had to use a military passage. Crossing without permission did not automatically grant eligibility for high-ranking combat. Once Wu Song finished, he and the outpost officer entered the monitoring room. Soldiers led us to the town entrance and gave us a final 10 minutes to prepare. Other candidates began forming last-minute teams. I did not participate. I marked 2 routes into the core. The main street was shorter but exposed across open ground. The western ruins provided more concealment and also more opportunities for ambush. I chose the west. Although the western route made ambushes easier, successive buildings blocked lines of sight and let me control narrow entrances through doors and windows with the coiling dragon spear. The main street suited a team advancing quickly, not one person exposing himself beneath several rooftops. I set a location review every 10 minutes on the map. If a road had collapsed or pack traces changed, I had to abandon the route immediately rather than follow it merely because I selected it beforehand. The 2 Beast Kings were public targets, but the guide had never said they were the only spirit-ranked beasts in town. After the start, danger might hide in any unremarkable building. With 2 minutes left in the countdown, Su Feifei from Yutsai's Class 2 invited me to join her and 3 other girls. Their reasoning was practical. I would handle powerful enemies, they would search and stand guard, and points would be distributed by contribution. Su Feifei had already created a temporary 4-person team on the wristband, and all 3 teammates had reached the official speed threshold. They were not entirely unprepared. The problem was that we had never trained together, and they did not know I intended to enter the spirit rank target area directly. After asking their original plan, I advised them to clear body-tempering beasts along the town edge rather than change routes at the last moment and chase the center simply because I declined. I still refused. For people's speed, stamina, and combat habits required coordination. An improvised team might obstruct itself. I also had to reach high-ranking targets quickly and could not guarantee their safety. I stated clearly that I would not steal prey when they encountered normal competition. Refusing a team did not make other candidates obstacles for me to exploit. Point ownership would still follow wristband records. Su Feifei did not persist. She returned to checking rescue balls with her original teammates. Both her registration and wristband listed the name Su Feifei, and that was the name I used. The wristband emitted a series of tones. The examination officially began. I crossed the entrance fence and rushed into the abandoned town first. More than 100 people moved at once behind me, and quickly crowded the narrow passage. Leaving the group first saved time and prevented someone from drawing a beast into my back. I did not immediately use my maximum speed of 110 meters per second. The ground at the entrance was uneven, and houses blocked my view ahead. A full sprint would carry me into an unknown ambush. I kept Mystic Crane steps at 70%, fast enough to leave the crowd while preserving the ability to stop at any moment. Recording began only after the wristband countdown reached 0. Crossing early incurred a time penalty. I waited until the screen showed examination started before entering the boundary. Weeds covered the western street, and the windows and doors of the houses on both sides were shattered. As I passed a two-story home with the coiling dragon spear in hand, a black shadow shot from the left window, claws reaching for my neck. I leaned aside from the first claw, planted the spear but against the ground, and used the opposing force to drive the point into its open mouth. The spear pierced the skull and pinned the beast beneath the wall. The ghost leopard had leaped through the window and could not change direction substantially in midair. I did not retreat. I cut inside its front claws and let its own speed add to the penetration. After the body fell, I pinned the front paws with the shaft and checked pupils and breathing. The most common mistake in the guide's accident cases was treating temporary unconsciousness as death. Ghost leopard killed. Skill points plus 500. The ghost leopard was only body tempering rank, but its speed far exceeded ordinary beasts at the same level. A candidate without real combat experience might be injured before touching the rescue ball. The wristband verified the valid kill through video. The hypersensory camera automatically marked the point of spear entry, the disappearance of the beast's life signal, and the candidate's identity. Only after the video uploaded did the points change from gray, pending to official. Crimson's 500 skill points and the martial examination's 5 combat points belonged to 2 separate systems. The first was visible only to me. The second entered the public ranking. They could not replace one another. Ghost Leopard, combat points plus 5. Current points, 5. Current rank, 34. Long Ao Huang already led with 30, while Chun Beixian from Imperial City No. 1 High School had 25. Less than 5 minutes had passed since entering the town. They had clearly chosen routes with denser beast populations. Testing zones around the world operated simultaneously. The 30 points on the board did not necessarily come from the same species. I could establish only that they had completed several valid kills, not reconstruct their route from the number. My 5 points ranked 34th, showing that most candidates were still searching for their first target. Catching the board did not require sacrificing map judgment. I only needed to improve search efficiency. I pulled out the spear, avoided the spraying blood, and accelerated toward the center according to the map. Along the way, I encountered pig beasts, one-horned boars, coral horses, armored scorpion chickens, and bloodfang pythons. I no longer stopped to examine the bodies, only confirmed death and waited for the wristband to upload points. No longer stopped did not mean I skipped verification. I touched with the point, examined the pupils, and waited for the wristband's life signal confirmation. I simply omitted material harvesting and prolonged searches. The ethereal ring's space was limited, and the examination rewarded points rather than low-ranking meat. Those kills added 25 points, bringing me to exactly 30 before I encountered the white wolf tiger. Its 100 points in the next chapter would therefore raise the total to 130, allowing the account to be recalculated directly. Crimson's prompts also kept rising. A body-tempering beast provided few skill points, but sufficient numbers still formed stable income. My rank quickly entered the top 10. While I was still some distance from the central red marker, the sound of claws splitting concrete came from the ruins ahead. A silver-white beast combining a wolf's body with tiger stripes stepped from behind a broken wall. Its shoulders stood over 6 feet high, and each fall of its front paws left a shallow depression in the ground. The white wolf tiger was a spirit-rank mutant born from mixed white tiger and wolf king bloodlines. It inherited the wolf's endurance and the tiger's explosive power. Its claws could cut ordinary alloy. 2 red dots remained on the central map, proving that this white wolf tiger was not one of the beast kings Wu Song had highlighted. My theory was correct. Other spirit-rank targets existed in town, but their locations were not public. The white wolf tiger lowered itself and circled halfway to find my flank. It did not pounce immediately. It had already sensed danger from my aura. Its right front paw bore an old injury and landed slightly lighter than the left, though its explosive movement showed no clear impairment. Tracks along both sides of the street showed other beasts retreating, meaning it currently controlled the area, and another spirit-rank beast was unlikely to attack at once. I still checked the roof and behind me with peripheral vision. The lone appearance of a beast king was no reason to assume there was only one target on the battlefield. I held the coiling dragon spear across my chest and did not pursue. The street was too narrow, and a collapsed house stood to the right. Reckless acceleration might enter terrain it understood better. After several seconds of deadlock, the scent of flesh finally stimulated it. Its rear legs drove down, and it became a streak of white light charging at me. I watched the raised right paw and lowered my spear point slightly. My first spirit rank beast had arrived. The rescue ball was in my left pocket, and a complete thrusting distance remained between the coiling dragon spear and white wolf tiger. I did not intend to crush it with cultivation alone. I would use it to verify a spirit rank beast's real speed, defensive aura, and crimson return. If the first thrust missed, my next move was a sidestep, not standing still and exchanging an injury with its claws. The white wolf tiger's chest and belly were completely exposed when it leaped into the air. I used no martial skill. I simply stepped forward and thrust the coiling dragon spear along the path of its pounce. I did not aim at the thickest part of its forehead. I raised the spear line toward its lower jaw and mouth instead. When the white wolf tiger opened its jaws to bite the shaft, it exposed a passage unprotected by hide or muscle. Its right claw swept past my shoulder, and the half-step I had reserved to shift sideways did exactly what I intended. Had I planted myself in place, its dying claw would have injured me even if I pierced its head. The spearhead punched through its lower jaw and drove into its skull. The white wolf tiger's momentum bent the shaft. I turned sideways with the force and did not pull the spear free until the carcass crashed down. The mystic rank shaft returned to shape without any permanent bend. I braced a foot against the carcass's shoulder before pulling the spear out, preventing its momentum from dragging me forward beneath its claws. I did not cancel my readiness to use the rescue sphere until my wristband confirmed that all life signals in its brain had vanished. The entire exchange lasted less than 2 seconds, but my earlier observation had decided whether those 2 seconds would be safe. Its maximum speed was roughly 50 meters per second, fatal to an ordinary body tempering candidate, but plainly slow against my base speed of 110 meters per second. The frontal pounce was not what I truly needed to guard against. The real danger was an ambush that used the ruins and blind spots in my vision. White wolf tiger slain. Skill points plus 3,000. White wolf tiger. Points plus 100. Current total 130. Current rank 1. 1 spirit rank vicious beast was worth 20 peak body tempering beasts valued at 5 points each. I had passed Long Ao Wong and gone straight to first place, but my lead was only 90 points, nowhere near enough to slow down. The accounting was clear. I had entered the town with 0. The phantom leopard and the targets along the way had given me 30 points in total, and the white wolf tiger added another 100, bringing my score to 130. Skill points, however, appeared separately for each target and could not be converted directly from examination points. Long Ao Huang currently had 40 points. A lead of 90 was only the difference of 1 ordinary spirit rank target. He could catch up at any time with a kill of the same rank. I used the spearhead to mark the white wolf tiger's location on the ground so the safety officers could recover its body, then checked the map and continued toward the central red dot. In a normal examination ground, more than 10 ordinary spirit rank vicious beasts would be released in addition to the 2 beast kings. Top candidates from other cities would likewise hunt high-value targets on purpose. Some would even cross the boundary into the true wilderness after clearing their examination zones. The wristband recorded the coordinates automatically. I marked the ground so later candidates would know a carcass was already here and would not waste time searching the area again. Materials would be distributed under the rules after the examination. I would not stop to cut away its hide now. The phrase, more than 10, came from the public ranges of previous years. The actual number this year could change because of migration and concealment. I would not assume every beast waited at a fixed location on a fixed checklist. After crossing 2 streets, I found large roof tiles that had just been crushed at an intersection. Heavy footsteps sounded ahead, and a gigantic lion armored in black stone appeared in the middle of the road. The broken surfaces of the tiles were fresh, and dust had not yet settled over them again. Tracks from nearby low-rank vicious beasts converged in the same direction. The true danger was not only the Beast King itself. It might already control the surrounding packs. I retreated into the shadow of a ruined wall and let the Blackrock flying lion expose its full body before confirming the species from its forehead, wings, and armor plates. A Blackrock flying lion. It was one of the 2 Beast Kings marked on the map, with combat power close to Spirit level 8. Its Blackrock armor could withstand attacks from Spirit level 9. The only weaknesses I could truly strike were its eyes and the rear of its body, where the armor could not completely close. The Blackrock armor did not always cover its entire body. The Beast King ordinarily maintained only a basic layer. When it faced a powerful attack, the stone plates closed along its neck and head. That process took almost no time, but it could leave gaps at the joints. The field guide recommended that several people restrain it from the sides and rear. A solo frontal attack carried an extremely high risk. I did not treat two spirit rank targets as the same difficulty merely because one spear thrust had ended the white wolf tiger. As soon as I saw it clearly, more than 10 body-tempering vicious beasts emerged from the surrounding ruins. Wind wolves, iron-plated scorpion chickens, and one-horned boars spread out to seal my retreat. The Blackrock flying lion itself stopped farther away and did not attack immediately. This was no accidental gathering. The Beast King was using low-rank vicious beasts to wear down its prey, waiting to pounce once I revealed an opening. I put my back against half a ruined wall so I could not be attacked from all 4 sides at once, then turned the pocket holding the rescue sphere toward the inside of my body. They were numerous, but the street had limited width. No more than 3 could truly reach me at the same time. The wall reached only to my shoulder and would not obstruct the coiling dragon spear's lateral recovery. Broken bricks on the ground to my left could slow a one-horned boar's straight charge. I placed the most dangerous wind wolves first in my order of targets, while using the scorpion chickens and boars to block one another with their bulk. The Blackrock flying lion wanted to use low-rank vicious beasts to exhaust me. I could also use them to obstruct the Beast King's takeoff and charge. The first wind wolf could not resist the scent of blood and charged low against the ground. I did not look at the distant Beast King. My spearhead remained locked on the wind wolf's lower jaw. To deal with the Blackrock flying lion, I first had to clear away this entire ring of obstacles. The wind wolf suddenly leaped when it came within 2 meters. I sank my waist and drove the spear forward. Its point pierced upward through the lower jaw and skull, and I flung the carcass away before the next 2 vicious beasts could reach me. Crimson added only 10 points, indicating that even among body-tempering vicious beasts, Remnant Soul returns varied with strength. The wristband, meanwhile, recorded danger scores that did not necessarily share the system's ratio. I did not open the complete pop-up. I let the notification remain at the edge of my vision. Looking down to read numbers while surrounded was no different from offering my neck to the next wind wolf. The wolf's body knocked over a second wind wolf, but a one-horned boar lunged from the right. I used mystic crane steps to slip past its horn, swept the rear of the spear across its front legs, then turned and stabbed behind its ear. Agitated by the blood, the vicious beasts did not retreat. They pressed in together. I used the half-wall to restrict their paths and employed only the 3 least strenuous motions: thrusting, tapping, and whipping. I would never expose my back just to chase down one target. Thrusts went to throats and eye sockets. Taps merely destroyed joints in the forelimbs. Whipping blows shoved carcasses or badly wounded targets back into the pack. Every motion preserved a path for the spear's recovery. I never swung so broadly that I could not defend in time. An iron-plated scorpion chicken tried to vault over the wall. I shattered the brick beneath its landing point with the spear, but sending it tumbling in front of a one-horned boar. The 2 beasts crashed into each other. Crimson notifications and wristband points appeared in succession. More than 10 body-tempering beasts were no small number, yet the Blackrock flying lion waiting at the perimeter was what truly drained me. It kept changing position and waited for my vitality to decline. This ring of low-rank targets provided 70 points in total. Added to my previous 130, my score before killing the Beast King was 200. The Blackrock flying lion's 200 points would then bring the total to exactly 400. I did not expand each skill point notification. I first remembered my wristband score and the number of remaining targets. I could review examination points afterward. The Beast King before me would give me no time to do so. When the last iron-plated scorpion chicken fell, I deliberately made my breathing sound labored and lowered my spearhead half a foot. I also moved slightly away from the broken wall, leaving the Beast King what looked like a path for a frontal collision. My true center of gravity remained over my rear leg, and my right hand's grip had not shifted. I could raise the spearhead at any moment. Baiting an enemy worked only while I still had strength to spare. If I had truly exhausted my true chi, this posture would be an invitation to die. The Blackrock flying lion took the bait. It first spread its wings and stirred a cloud of dust, then accelerated straight toward me as layers of black stone rapidly closed around its neck. The field guide said only that Blackrock armor could stop an attack from Spirit Level 9. It did not say whether the armor left gaps while activating. I did not circle toward its eyes or rear. I compressed every trace of true chi from my perfected art of life and death into my arms. Choosing the forehead did not mean I had ignored the field guide. During the Beast King's charge, its head pointed directly along my spear line. Moving sideways would sacrifice the coiling dragon spear's acceleration distance. The concentrated penetration of Gale Spear art and a mystic rank spearhead had already been verified on professional equipment. A frontal strike was the shortest path to ending this. I still reserved a motion to vault upward. If the spearhead failed to break the armor, I would immediately use the Beast King's head to leap over the collision line instead of competing with it in weight. Gale Spear art. A layer of azure light rose over the coiling dragon spear. At the instant the Beast King lowered its head to ram me, my spear struck the thickest part of its forehead head-on. The point stopped for a fraction of a second, then shattered the stone layer and penetrated its skull. The resistance in that instant compressed the joints in both arms. I did not keep forcing the spear forward. I rotated the shaft slightly, widening the crack at one point into a conical channel. Once the Blackrock layer broke apart, the flesh beneath could no longer stop a mystic rank spearhead. The spear had penetrated deeply enough, but the Beast King's rear had not immediately lost its reflexes. I therefore executed my reserve dodge anyway. The dying Blackrock flying lion whipped its long tail, tearing a sharp report from the air. I stepped onto its lowered head and vaulted over it, dodging the tail while pulling my spear free. The Beast King skidded several meters forward and stopped breathing completely. Blackrock flying lion slain. Skill points plus 2,000. Beast King bonus, 200 points. Current total, 400. Current rank, 1. An ordinary spirit rank vicious beast was worth 100 points, while a Beast King was worth 200. Long Ao Long, currently second, had 180. I temporarily led him by 220. The wristband's phrase, Beast King bonus, 200 points, referred to the target's entire reward. It did not add another 200 on top of the 100 for an ordinary spirit rank beast. My total rose from 200 to 400, and the itemized record added only 200. My skill points likewise increased by only 2,000, even less than the White Wolf Tiger's 3,000. This further proved that Remnant Soul returns were not directly determined by national martial examination scores. I crouched to confirm the Blackrock flying lion's pupils and heartbeat, then inspected the coiling dragon spear. The spearhead had not rolled, and its connection had not loosened, proving that this mystic rank weapon could withstand my current full-power eruption. Just as I prepared to head toward the second red, an extremely faint true chi fluctuation came from the alley to my left. A normal safety officer would keep an observational distance, and their wristband identity signal would appear in the military system. I could not see their exact positions, but I knew they should not release a general rank aura in a ground-level alley, much less cause the communication icon to fill briefly with static. I did not walk toward the source of the fluctuation. I put the Blackrock flying lion's carcass between us first, securing cover against a surprise attack. The aura was far stronger than the spirit rank, and its position was not the high ground a safety officer would normally choose. More importantly, it reminded me of the cold, bloody energy I had sensed from members of the Blood Demon cult. I tightened my grip on the spear and suddenly looked toward the alley. Who's there? The fluctuation froze for an instant. Then a figure dressed entirely in black slowly rose from behind the broken wall. He could fly above the ground, a general rank martial artist. The man in black wore no military insignia, nor did he respond when I first ordered him to identify himself. Beast King blood still stained the coiling dragon spear. I adjusted my grip and turned its point toward the place where he might land. If he truly was a safety officer, he could stop approaching and restore wristband contact to clear up the misunderstanding. If he continued the deception, I would not wait for him to enter close range. Only the black-clad man's eyes were visible. Once he rose level with the top of the wall, he moved closer and claimed to be an examination instructor coming down to check whether I was injured. I ordered him to give his name, military identification number, and assigned zone. He answered none of them and merely repeated that I should lower my weapon and submit to an examination. A real safety officer could use the wristband to confirm their identity to a candidate even while observing from concealment. They had no need to approach with verbal threats. His right hand stayed hidden inside his sleeve, and his altitude kept him just outside the coiling dragon spear's ordinary thrusting range. None of that resembled a rescue. The claim itself exposed him. Candidate safety was the military safety officer's responsibility. They did not disguise themselves, nor would they demand physical contact when I had not used my rescue sphere. I glanced at my wristband from the corner of my eye. The live stream icon had turned gray, and the location signal kept trying to reconnect. The other party clearly carried a jamming device. The local recording indicator remained lit, meaning he had blocked external communications rather than disabled the device entirely. I covered the screen slightly with my sleeve so he would not discover that the recording continued and shifted my rescue sphere somewhere easier to reach. When a distress signal could not get out, stalling would not automatically bring support. I first had to make the attacker lose his ability to jam signals or make the battle loud enough for a safety officer to sense it. I stopped probing. Power erupted beneath my feet, and the coiling dragon spear thrust toward him in midair. My perfected Gale spear art transformed into a succession of spear shadows, sealing off his paths to land or retreat. The man in black hastily raised both arms to block, and the first collision drove him back toward the wall. I attacked the right hand hidden in his sleeve first, forcing him to reveal his weapon or palm art. He produced no firearm. Instead, he covered his palm with azure true chi and slapped the spear shaft. At least that eliminated the risk of him detonating a large weapon in the next instant. The spear shadows deliberately avoided vital areas in his chest. The first round's objective was to force him to the ground. Once his aerial movement was limited, I could exploit the coiling dragon spear's length completely. Hand over the black tortoise token, and I'll spare your life. He finally abandoned the disguise. The black tortoise token was the silver-white token I had taken from the murderer Lu Qi. Other than the Mystic Emperor, I had told no one about it. If this man could find me at the examination ground, the blood demon cult must have traced Lu Qi's death back to me. The Mystic Emperor knew about the token, but had no reason to send someone to seize it with a jammer. Meanwhile, the blood demon cult had recently caused unrest throughout the city. One sentence from the man in black sharply narrowed the range of possible identities. I still did not admit possessing it. I only asked who had told him. He refused to name the source and grew even more eager to control me, suggesting that his own intelligence chain might be incomplete. I made no admission and kept attacking. Every spear thrust carried power approaching General Level 1, preventing him from taking flight again. At first, he tried to wait until I exhausted my true chi. After several exchanges, he discovered that the perfected third revolution of my art of life and death rapidly replenished what I spent. The art of life and death did not give me infinite true chi. It improved recovery and endurance, but repeated use of Gale Spear art would still drain me. I inserted one ordinary thrust between every 3 rapid attacks, maintaining pressure without emptying my dantian all at once. The man in black kept trying to circle toward the inside of my grip. His cultivation was higher, but the coiling dragon spear's sharp edge made him wary. For the moment, he dared not trade an injury for an opportunity to close the distance. He retreated into the alley, repeatedly striking the spear shaft with azure light around his right palm. His strength truly surpassed an ordinary spirit rank fighter, but he had to adjust his footing every time he redirected the force. His actual cultivation was therefore only in the early general rank. The narrow alley affected us both. I could not execute broad sweeps, but he could not circle around my spear line from the side. I kept the spear but close to the wall and maintained a straight line by thrusting, retracting, and thrusting again, forcing him to redirect every attack head-on with his palms. Each palm print on the wall was roughly the same depth. There was no further eruption of power from the middle general rank, making General Level 1 the more reasonable judgment. When the coiling dragon spear skimmed past his left shoulder, I deliberately lifted one corner of his mask and saw a gaunt, middle-aged face. My wristband had no network connection, but it continued recording locally. As long as I left alive, that face could be compared against wanted person files. I did not risk pausing my spear to see his face. The same movement that lifted the fabric continued downward to pin his shoulder, keeping him from immediately covering himself again. The recording had captured at least several frontal frames. Later identification did not require me to name him at the scene. The man in black also saw that my wristband indicator remained lit. At last, he stopped holding back. Realizing the same thing, he suddenly opened the distance. The blood energy throughout his body began flowing backward. Blood ignition art. I recognized this secret art of the blood demon cult from Guadaji. It could temporarily raise a martial artist below the general rank by 2 minor levels. The increase weakened after one entered the general rank, but it was still enough to change the battle. The erupting blood energy swept up rubble and dust together. I held my spear horizontally in front of me, yet the shock still drove me several meters back. The black-clad man's aura climbed from General Level 1 to General Level 2, and the azure light in his palm became twice as dense as before. The Blood Ignition art gave a general rank user a smaller boost than the two minor levels common below the general rank. Xiao Lihui rising from level 1 to level 2 did not contradict Guidaji rising from level 3 to level 5. The difference came from their original cultivation and what their bodies could endure. I checked that the web between my thumb and forefinger had not split and that the spear's shaft had not deformed. If the first impact had already broken bone, activating my own secret art would only make the injury worse. He thought I could rely only on a prolonged battle of attrition and finally began attacking in earnest. I steadied my footing, confirmed that my chest and abdomen were uninjured, then activated the blood ignition art that Crimson had perfected for me. The perfected version's blood energy circulation was more stable than Xiao Lihui's, but it would still cause backlash after the battle. I first spread the art of life and death over my heart meridian, then reversed my peripheral blood energy to avoid burning all my vitality at once. The rescue signal had not returned, and my enemy was already fighting for his life. This was not the time to conceal a secret art for the sake of the rankings. If he could use it, so could I. After my blood energy reversed, my aura crossed the boundary between Spirit Level 9 and the General rank, temporarily entering General Level 1. This entry was only temporary combat power from the blood ignition art. It did not mean the true chi in my Dantian had liquefied, nor was it a permanent breakthrough. Once the secret art ended, I would return to Spirit Level 9 and suffer the backlash to my vitality. I limited the duration to what my heart rate could endure and did not misjudge my true cultivation because of temporary strength. The black-clad man's cultivation remained one level above mine. His palm struck the middle of the spear shaft, and tremendous force traveled through the weapon into my arms. I retreated more than 10 meters before dispersing the impact. 2 deep grooves marked the ground, but the azure light around the edge of his palm had also been shattered by the mystic rank shaft. I did not force myself to remain in place. Retreating distributed the impact over more than 10 meters, letting friction between the ground and my shoes absorb part of the force. Had I stood firm merely for appearances, my arms and chest would have borne the entire shock. When Xiao Lihui pursued me, his stride shortened on the right. The shoulder wound from my earlier spear cut had begun to affect his movement. We exchanged dozens of blows head-on among the ruins. His strength held the advantage, but my blood ignition art was more complete, and the art of life and death restored me faster. The longer the battle continued, the more disordered his blood energy became. His breathing went from steady to labored. I stopped trying to penetrate with every thrust. I used the coiling dragon spear only to control the distance, forcing him to keep spending azure palm force to block. Whenever he tried to take flight, I attacked his legs and footholds, driving the battle back to the ground. My own heartbeat was also accelerating. I did not mistake his decline for a victory without cost. I had to end the fight before both our secret arts reached their limits. Using a wall to block his view, I released the phantom body of the Great Void. The phantom took over the frontal assault, while my real body used mystic crane steps to circle into the shadow of a collapsed house. The broken wall completely concealed the place where the phantom appeared. Xiao Lihui saw only an identical aura charging out again from the other side. I had it use ordinary punches and palm strikes rather than my one and only coiling dragon spear, preventing 2 Su Tians holding the same mystic rank weapon from revealing which was real. My real body suppressed its aura, temporarily stored the coiling dragon spear in my ring, and circled around the other side of the house to enter his blind spot. The phantom possessed 80% of my power, and its aura was identical to mine. The man in black saw only me turn and lose balance after a collision. He immediately compressed all his power into his right palm and struck the phantom from behind. The palm force distorted its conjured clothes and body together, but no real blood appeared. Even at 80% of my strength, the phantom was badly damaged by the full power palm strike of a General Level 2 fighter. Its chest and back rapidly turned translucent. It did not disappear immediately. Following its preset command, it seized Xiao Lihui's wrist and created a brief opening for my real body to attack. The result also exposed the phantom body of the Great Void's limit. It could deceive perception, but that did not mean it could withstand attacks from a higher rank indefinitely. By the time he sensed something wrong, I had already driven the coiling dragon spear into him from behind. Its point passed through his chest but avoided his heart, solely to leave time for questioning. The man in black collapsed to his knees as the blood ignition backlash erupted. I stopped my own secret art but kept the spear against the side of his neck and ordered him to reveal his identity and the source of his information about the Black Tortoise token. I first kicked away the jammer in his sleeve and the medicine bottle at his waist, then made him keep both hands in sight. A wounded general rank fighter could still launch a final counterattack. Winning did not mean I could abandon distance while questioning him. My wristband livestream remained offline, but the local recording continued. Whether his confession could become formal evidence was a matter for later. At the very least, it could corroborate the wanted person files and the blood demon cult's activities. At first, he tried to stall with silence. I did not torture him repeatedly. I merely pressed the spearhead half an inch deeper into the wound and told him plainly that a high-speed aura was already approaching from afar. Once help arrived, he would no longer have an opportunity to trade information. The pressure of death finally made him speak. His name was Xiao Lihui. He was the Blood Demon cult's first elder, with cultivation at General Level 1. The Blood Demon cult's leader had reached General Level 5 and was searching for the key that would open the Black Tortoise secret realm. The cult first learned that Lu Qi had possessed the token, then used clues about his last activities and death to identify me. I made him state the cult leader's cultivation, Lu Qi's name, and the token's purpose separately, then repeated the questions in a different order. All three sets of answers matched. At least he was not stalling with a few vague phrases invented on the spot. Xiao Lihui admitted that the cult had supplied the jammer, but he did not know who had first passed the clues about Lu Qi to the cult leader. His only assignment was to infiltrate the examination ground and seize the token. He could not provide a complete list of insiders. The confession explained how they had found the examination ground, but not how the information first leaked. Xiao Lihui also could not identify the Black Tortoise secret realm's exact location. He knew only that the cult leader had already mobilized several people for this token. The sound of figures breaking through the air rapidly approached from the distance. I could not tell whether they belonged to the military or the blood demon cult. Xiao Lihui had already seen the phantom body of the Great Void and knew that I truly held the token. I could not leave him alive. I had not shown him the Black Tortoise token, but the phantom's appearance and my questions about the secret realm were enough to confirm his judgment. If the arrivals were blood demon cult reinforcements, he would immediately become a guide who could identify my real body and cultivation art. If they were military, the recording at the scene would still preserve his confession. Sounds approached simultaneously from three directions. There was no longer enough time to move a prisoner. I ended the questioning and drove my spear through his head. Then I recalled the phantom, wiped the blood from the spearhead, and put my back against the broken wall to face the approaching sounds. At their speed, fleeing now would only expose my back. Weakness began to set in after I stopped blood ignition. The art of life and death was rapidly repairing my vitality, but could not restore me to full strength instantly. I held the rescue sphere in my left hand and laid the coiling dragon spear across my body, ready to identify uniforms and auras before deciding whether to attack. Xiao Lihui's jammer remained on the ground. I did not destroy it, preserving it as evidence of his infiltration. Three figures crossed the rooftops and landed in the street. Wu Song led them, carrying a pale-faced outpost officer in one hand. Two inspectors from Taichu City followed behind him. Only after confirming their identities did I lower the spearhead. Wu Song's first question was not about my score. He checked whether I was injured. I shook my head. This general rank martial artist wasn't capable of hurting me. That statement meant only that I had no obvious external injury, not that the battle had cost me nothing. I asked Wu Song not to approach the spearhead and voluntarily raised both hands for the military doctor to inspect from a distance, preventing a misjudgment while everyone remained tense. Only after confirming that all three truly came from the examination ground did I completely stop the residual momentum of blood ignition. Wu Song repeatedly confirmed that I had no external injuries before turning to Xiao Lihui's corpse. He recognized the face from the wanted person files and confirmed that this was indeed the blood demon cult's first elder. He did not make the identification from memory alone. He had his wristband terminal read the facial features, old wounds, and wanted person number. Only after all three matched did the identity status change from suspected to confirmed. The military doctor simultaneously recorded my heart rate and blood energy fluctuations after blood ignition, so no one could later interpret the secret arts residue as evidence that I had used a prohibited drug. The outpost officer also explained that the control room had checked the safety officer's locations after discovering that my live stream had gone offline. The nearest officer was still 1 kilometer away, and the communications of several safety officers had been jammed at the same time. Wusong had therefore brought 2 inspectors directly to me. The outpost officer's name was Zhang Zitsong. He displayed a screenshot from the back end. Interference had appeared on my signal first, then my signal and those of 3 safety officers had cut out simultaneously. The center of the failure was right beside Xiao Lihui's jammer. This area-wide loss of connection ruled out damage to a single wristband. It had still taken Wusong some time to arrive, proving that the jamming device had severed routine positioning. In future real combat, I could not assume that someone would always see me in real time merely because I wore a wristband. That delay matched my experience exactly. Both inspectors wore black training uniforms embroidered with the Martial Alliance's golden pattern. One was relatively young and carried a pink folding fan. I had seen him at the physical fitness test. The other was a middle-aged man with slanting eyebrows and a gloomy gaze named Lu Fei. After looking at the body, Lu Fei immediately demanded to know how a spirit rank martial artist had killed a general rank 1. Without waiting for the wristband signal to recover, he suspected that I had secretly brought a weapon of mass destruction and used his general level 3 pressure to lock down the area. Both the pressure readings at the scene and the Martial Alliance's public records showed that Lu Fei was at general level 3. That was far above me, yet it remained beneath Qi Hong's king rank pressure. I did not refuse the entire investigation merely because his accusation was unreasonable. I only demanded that we follow the same national martial examination procedure, preserve the scene, recover the local recording, inspect my weapon, and then decide whether to suspend my eligibility. Every battle is stored locally on my wristband. I raise my arm. Once the signal returns, you can inspect it under procedure. But the examination is still underway. You cannot cancel my eligibility on suspicion alone. The wristband's case was undamaged, and its storage indicator still showed the data as intact. The jammer prevented uploads, but could not alter encrypted footage already written to the device. An inspector had the authority to read it, but his access signature had to be recorded. I was willing to provide the footage. I was not willing to surrender the device without a record to the only person openly accusing me. Wusong also stepped between Lu Fei and me, demanding that the scene be examined first. Only spear marks, palm prints, and fragments from the Blood Demon cult's jammer lay on the ground. There was no trace of an explosion or firearm. The coiling dragon spear still bore the same serial number registered at enrollment, and my rescue sphere remained unused. Had I carried a large weapon, the scene should have contained blast damage, a ballistic path, or additional metal residue. Technical scans found none. The phantom body of the Great Void was a martial skill, not prohibited equipment. Whether I had to reveal it could be decided by the examination committee after the recording was restored. I did not need to disclose it orally to Lu Fei first. Lu Fei refused to wait. He stepped forward and reached directly for my shoulder with 5 fingers, apparently intending to detain me before investigating. I retreated half a step and warned him verbally again, yet he still crossed the scene boundary Wusong had marked. Zhang Zitsong and the other inspector could both see who had escalated a procedural dispute into physical control. I did not draw my weapon until his palm entered the coiling dragon spear's defensive range, and I did not thrust toward a vital point. I summoned the coiling dragon spear and pointed its tip at his palm. An inspector's status allowed him to demand verification. It did not require me to wait helplessly for him to seize me. Wusong was just about to act when the young inspector with the pink folding fan released his pressure first. The force did not touch me or anyone else. It focused entirely on Lu Fei. The knees of the general level 3 martial artist buckled, and he was crushed onto the shattered pavement on the spot, barely able to lift his head. Qi Hong controlled his pressure even more precisely than Wusong had during the screening in the square. Zhang Zitsong stood less than 2 meters from Lu Fei without feeling any effect, yet cracks appeared in the ground beneath Lu Fei's knees. This was not a difference of 1 or 2 minor levels within the general rank. The conclusion that Qi Hong was king rank now had evidence at the scene. The national martial examination is not over. You interfered with a candidate without evidence. Who gave you that authority? The young inspector asked coldly. Lu Fei struggled and shouted his name Qi Hong, then threatened to file a complaint with the Martial Alliance. Qi Hong closed his folding fan and kicked him dozens of meters away, warning him to explain first why he had violated inspection procedure. Qi Hong did not revoke Lu Fei's status or pronounce judgment on behalf of the examination committee. He ordered Zhang Zitsung to preserve all recordings and later submit separate reports on interference with a candidate, detention beyond his authority, and refusal to examine the scene to the Alliance's Oversight Department. This resolution meant I could continue the examination for the moment. It did not mean every dispute was over. King rank. Only a titled king rank powerhouse could suppress a general level 3 martial artist so easily. Qi Hong looked extremely young, yet he had already reached the level Lin Xianyu was believed capable of touching with her earth rank talent. Lu Fei climbed up beside the wall and, in his fury, shouted again, "Even if you're the Mystic Emperor's disciple, you can't humiliate a fellow inspector like this." The Mystic Emperor's disciple. My hand tightened slightly around the spear. The old man who had given me the art of life and death, the Mystic Heaven Token, and the ethereal ring had also called himself the Mystic Emperor. Was Qi Hong's presence here a coincidence, or had Elder Xian arranged it long ago? I did not immediately take out the Mystic Heaven Token and claim the connection. Lu Fei's form of address proved only that Qi Hong studied under the Mystic Emperor. It did not prove that he knew everything about me. The truly safe choice was to first see whether he protected the scene and restored the examination according to procedure. When Qi Hong turned toward me, the cold severity he had shown Lu Fei returned to calm. He seemed to have something to say, but first ordered the technical staff to deal with the jammer and wristband. Qi Hong motioned for me to continue the examination and promised to handle the attack scene. Lu Fei had lost his ability to interfere, and Wu Song had confirmed that my eligibility remained unaffected for the moment, so I did not stay. Before resuming the examination, I had the technicians at a period marked interrupted by external attack to my wristband. The battle with the Blood Demon cult did not count for points, but those dozens of minutes could not be mistaken for me voluntarily leaving the grounds or turning off the recording. Qi Hong did not give me any extra points. He merely restored my normal participation status. This treatment matched the examination committee's later notice. Before I left, the military inspected Xiao Lihui's possessions under procedure. Apart from the signal jammer, the only items confirmed as spoils were an animal hide book and 2 slightly cloudy transparent crystals. After having their images registered, Qi Hong returned them to me at the scene. The animal hide book and crystals were separately weighed, photographed, and labeled with their source. The jammer was evidence of the attack and went into military custody. Medicine bottles and personal effects required further testing and were not mixed into my spoils. I signed the transfer form, confirming that I had received 2 crystals rather than a vague verbal several. This small step prevented each side from remembering the quantity differently after the examination. While the others checked the equipment, Qi Hong also slipped me a white jade medicine bottle and warned me that Lu Fei was an administrator at the Martial Alliance's Taichu City branch. Narrow-minded by nature, Lu Fei would not let today's public humiliation go easily. Even the medicine bottle was not an entirely unrecorded gift. Qi Hong left a message on my private terminal stating that it contained the Alliance's standard healing pills and that he had supplied them personally. That way, if their ingredients were later detected, they would at least have a traceable source. I still did not take one at the scene. A traceable source reduced the risk, but that did not mean my body currently needed this kind of medicine. He's at General Level 3. You aren't suited to provoking him head-on right now, Qi Hong said. I did not pretend otherwise. I simply remembered the information. Avoiding retaliation through official procedure would be best. If the time truly came when I had to act, I would not wait for him to strike first with lethal intent. After leaving the scene, I inspected the surroundings of an old house whose structure remained reasonably intact. I swept away the dust with true qi and sat down to recover only after confirming there was no aura from a vicious beast. For words were written on the animal hide book mystic rank martial skill, Bloodbane Spear Art. This spear art specialized in killing power and penetration, perfectly compensating for Gale Spear Art's emphasis on speed and inadequate destruction against heavily armored targets. I flipped through it only until Crimson successfully recognized it. I did not immediately spend skill points to complete it in the old house. Bloodbane Spear Art's meridian path mobilized intense baleful energy, and improving it might draw a large quantity of spiritual energy. If I broke through in the middle of the examination, I first had to confirm that no targets were nearby. I stored the manual separately in the ethereal ring, away from the azure nether fruit and poison dagger, preventing the toxin from contaminating the animal hide. The 2 crystals contained spiritual energy, but also obvious impurities. Compared with the pure spiritual energy I received whenever I raised a martial skill to perfection, their quality was far lower. They were probably only low-grade spirit stones. Even so, They were valuable and could be saved for a cultivation breakthrough or emergency recovery. The low-grade assessment came from their purity and the public field guide, not a professional appraisal. I did not absorb them during the examination. Impurities entering my meridians could affect later battles. Once I left, the association still had to confirm their grade and whether the cult had tampered with them. At the public market price, one low-grade spirit stone was worth roughly 1 million yuan. The two together were approximately 2 million, but approximately did not mean I had already converted them to cash. The medicine bottle Qi Hong had given me remained sealed. I had only expended too much true Qi and was not injured. There was no need to take an unverifiable pill at our first meeting. Instead, I used a recovery pill I had bought from the Martial Artists Association and circulated the art of life and death to regulate my breathing. Half an hour later, my disordered blood energy had completely settled. My wristband signal reconnected as well. It first uploaded the local battle recording, then notified me that the examination committee was reviewing the data from the interruption. I used 3 checks to decide whether to end my recovery. My heart rate had returned to normal. The blood vessels that had hurt after blood ignition no longer felt swollen, and 10 consecutive basic thrusts with the coiling dragon spear showed no distortion in my movements. Merely feeling not tired was insufficient proof that my body could fight again. The wristband uploaded the recording, cache location data, and life data in 3 separate parts. Only after all 3 finished did the indicator turn green, showing that the jamming had caused no permanent gaps. The examination had been underway for roughly 4 hours. Because of the Blood Demon cult's attack and my recovery, my score remained at 400, while Long Aohuang had caught up to 395. A 5-point difference equaled 1 phantom leopard and was almost negligible. The other candidates had not suffered the same attack. It was normal for the rankings to keep rising, and I could not demand that the examination pause for one person's incident. The most valuable move now was not to chase the first low-rank vicious beast I saw. I needed to finish the second publicly identified Beast King target as quickly as possible and rebuild my lead. I placed Bloodbane Spear Art in the ethereal ring and did not immediately spend points on it. The examination ground remained uncertain. I had to reserve some skill points for an art I might truly need. With the coiling dragon spear back in my hands, I pushed open the door and walked into the street. My rest was over. The hunt continued. Before leaving the old house, I cleared away medicine packaging and traces of fire, then confirmed that no vicious beast waited in ambush outside. When returning to my mapped route, I first circled around the area of my battle with Xiao Lihui to avoid crossing paths with the military personnel still examining it. I had already lost examination time. From now on, every pause had to deliver a clear return. Once the wristband finished reviewing my battle recording, the examination committee sent me its formal decision. The notice included a case number, the reviewer's identity, and an appeal link. It was not a temporary chat message. The recording confirmed that Xiao Lihui had jammed my signal first, impersonated examination personnel, and demanded the Black Tortoise token. My eligibility therefore remained valid. The portion of the local footage involving the phantom body of the Great Void was classified as a personal martial skill. It would not be made public to other candidates and would be retained only in the inspector's file. Killing a cult martial artist could not count toward my national martial examination score. The rules recognized kills of vicious beasts only. Adding points temporarily would undermine the unified standard of the 4 central cities. However, a blood demon cult member infiltrating the examination ground with a jammer was an organizational security failure. The Martial Alliance decided to compensate me with 1 mid-grade spirit stone to be collected after the examination. Someone had raised the possibility of converting the kill into the score for a general rank vicious beast, but it was ultimately rejected. Martial artists and vicious beasts could pose similar risks, but the valid targets had been fixed before the examination. Making an exception for me on the spot would create boundaries that no city could apply consistently in the future. The compensation went through the safety incident channel and remained entirely separate from the rankings. This both acknowledged the additional danger I had faced and preserved the other candidates' expectations about the rules. 1 low-grade spirit stone had a market value of roughly 1 million yuan. A mid-grade spirit stone contained as much total spiritual energy as 100 low-grade stones and was worth at least 100 million, yet ordinarily had no public sellers. The phrase, as much as 100, was an approximation of total spiritual energy. Its purity and absorption efficiency were usually higher, so simply multiplying 1 million by 100 could not produce a single definitive price. The alliance's minimum valuation was 100 million yuan. An actual transaction might be higher. I recorded it as an asset awaiting collection and did not mix it with the 2 unappraised low-grade spirit stones from Xiaolihui. This compensation did not change the rankings, but it could directly help me attack a higher cultivation realm. I accepted the decision and saved the notice number to avoid any problem during the later transfer. After resuming the hunt, I first found the second spirit rank Beast King at the center of the map. Killing it gave me 200 points. I then cleared vicious beasts along the way, gradually raising my score to 751. The accounting began at 400. The second Beast King added 200, bringing me to 600. Ordinary targets along my route and 1 high-value body-tempering beast added another 151 for a final score of 751. Every entry had a wristband timestamp. No points appeared from nowhere. The battle against the second Beast King was less complicated than the fight with the Blackrock Flying Lion. I still confirmed its death completely. Repetitive killing details were compressed in the narration, but that omission did not mean the process had never occurred. During the hottest part of the afternoon, most targets in town hid in the shade. I spent far more time searching than fighting. A hog beast was worth only 1 point. I would often search for half an hour and end it with 1 thrust. The heat also kept scents low to the ground, making close-range ambushes more likely when I entered houses to search. I did not inspect every room for a 1-point target. I used tracks and droppings to judge recent activity instead. Low-rank, vicious beasts had begun avoiding the scent of their own kind's blood. The marginal return from continuing along the same route kept declining. Long Ao Huang had reached 1,000 points on the rankings, dropping me to second. The spirit rank vicious beasts I could find in town were nearly exhausted. Even if I cleared every remaining low-rank target, staying here would make it difficult to close a gap of more than 200 points. Long Ao Huang's score had risen rapidly from the 700s to 1,000, indicating that he had probably entered a high-density area or killed several spirit rank targets in succession. I did not know his exact route. I could only change my strategy based on my own declining returns. Upgrading the examination ground was not risking my life to chase one person. The current map's return per unit of time had fallen too low to support my championship objective. I changed the map to the defensive network view. The examination town lay inside the first defensive grid. Beyond the gate on its other side was a buffer zone between the first and second defensive grids. That area bordered the true wilderness, contained mainly spirit rank vicious beasts, and could even hold general rank targets. Candidates could apply for an examination ground upgrade there. The danger was higher, and so were the returns. I was currently at spirit level 9. The blood ignition art and phantom body of the Great Void allowed me to contend briefly with general level 2. As long as I did not recklessly cross beyond the second defensive grid, the risk remained controllable. I could not use blood ignition again for a short time after fighting Xiaolihui. Capable of contending with general level 2 was therefore my upper limit at full strength, not a guarantee of my present ability. I changed my strategy to prioritize spirit rank targets, observe any general rank target before acting, and preserve the protective device. The phantom body of the Great Void had also dispersed after being damaged in the previous fight and required true chi to condense again. An upgrade permit could not erase these limitations. 3 minutes later, I reached a metal defensive fence more than 10 meters high. The soldiers on duty first trained their gun barrels on the approaching figure. They lowered their weapons only after confirming my wristband and candidate identity. The defensive line was not an ordinary fence that candidates could approach casually. Cameras and automated gun ports lay beyond the red warning line. I stopped at the prescribed distance, raised my wristband, and waited for the challenge rather than using mystic crane steps to vault over it. The soldiers checked my position at the top of the rankings, practical combat authorization, and weapon serial number. Only after confirming I was neither a vicious beast in disguise nor an imposter did they allow me to approach. The captain of Squad 8 asked again whether I was certain about the upgrade. He explained that the buffer zone was not guaranteed to contain only spirit rank vicious beasts, and my original rescue sphere could not withstand a general rank attack. I'm certain. He did not open the gate immediately. He returned to the sentry post to contact Wu Song. Upgrading was not as simple as climbing over an iron fence. It required the chief examiner's approval and the issuance of specialized life-saving equipment. While I waited, I drank several mouthfuls of water and tucked one of my 2 hard cakes inside my clothes. I ate only half a cake to avoid upsetting my stomach when I moved at high speed immediately afterward. I wrapped the remainder again. More than half my bottle of water remained, enough to support my return to the outpost. I could not assume that I would find water in the upgraded zone. Before the squad captain returned from the sentry post, I used those few minutes to check the rescue sphere, coiling dragon spear, and wristband battery, resetting my state for the next phase. The examination ground ahead was where I truly belonged. After Wu Song approved the application, Squad 8's captain led me into a metal passage that sloped downward. He handed me a black ring and required me to bind it in front of him. The approval bore the joint signatures of Wu Song and an inspector, proving that the captain had not privately let me through. The two ends of the passage could not open simultaneously. Before the inner gate opened, the outer gate locked, preventing vicious beasts in the buffer zone from charging into town while a candidate passed through. The black ring also had a unique serial number bound to my wristband and examination eligibility. It could not be transferred for someone else to use. This was a protective device exclusively for the upgraded examination ground. Injecting true chi would create a barrier capable of resisting a general rank vicious beast for roughly 1 minute. When triggered, its locator would also notify the military. Like the ordinary rescue sphere, using it meant the end of my examination. Roughly 1 minute was based on testing against continuous attacks from an ordinary general level 1 beast. A higher level, poison fog, or an attack from underground could shorten that duration. The barrier also protected only a limited area around its wearer. It could not cover an entire team. I asked the captain how to shut it down so I would not remain in place waiting after accidentally triggering it. Activation meant withdrawal. Every second of the barrier's remaining time should be used to retreat toward the passage or wait for a safety officer. I fastened the ring around my right wrist, separate from my Taichu No. 3 wristband, then tested the activation circuit once in front of the soldiers, confirming that the device responded without deploying it fully. I kept the two devices a palm's width apart to prevent a collision from activating one by mistake. The test used only a trace of true chi. One segment of the ring lit, then immediately went dark. No complete barrier formed, so it did not count as use. The captain entered the functional check into the record. If the device failed during a real emergency, responsibility could not later be shifted onto me with the claim that I had never tested it. The heavy gate opened, and I followed the stairs into the buffer zone between the two defensive grids. Abandoned buildings also stood here, but they were far more damaged, and the roars of beasts in the distance were noticeably denser. I first leaped onto a roof beam to observe the wind and my retreat routes instead of exposing myself in the middle of the street. Soon, two greyhorn rhinos appeared behind a collapsed courtyard wall. The buffer zone map showed only boundaries and passages, not individual vicious beasts. From the beam, I could see the second defensive grid and identify 3 return routes. If a pack surrounded me, the original entrance would not be my only option. There were no calves or tracks from a larger herd around the rhinos. The nearby mud held only 2 sets of prints, making them suitable for a rapid kill. Greyhorned rhinos belonged to Spirit Level 6. They had thick hides, and a frontal charge could overturn an armored vehicle. Each was worth 150 points. The 2 targets stood close together, with their attention divided. Using the broken wall as cover, I approached within a little more than 10 meters and did not accelerate until the male lifted its head and noticed me. The coiling dragon spear first pierced the throat of one, then changed direction with a turn of the shaft and penetrated the side of the second one's neck. The first thrust did not try to pierce its hide head-on. It entered through the soft tissue under the jaw exposed when the rhino raised its head. Before the second could turn and charge, I withdrew the spearhead only halfway and used the wall as a fulcrum to change its angle, avoiding the wasted time of a complete recovery. The 2 targets were wounded almost simultaneously but still possessed several tons of impact force apiece. I first moved sideways to the outside of the wall, making their final paths cross instead of standing between them to confirm the result. I immediately cleared their charge lines. The 2 greyhorned rhinos struggled several times on the ground but failed to launch a dying counterattack. Greyhorned rhino slain. Skill points plus 1,000. Greyhorned rhino slain. Skill points plus 1,000. Points plus 300. Current total, 1,051. Current rank, 1. 751 plus 2 targets worth 150 each equaled exactly 1,051. The wristband generated 2 separate kill records, then combined them into 300 points on the overall rankings. It had not counted the same beast twice. Crimson gave 1,000 skill points for each, or 2,000 in total. Examination points and skill points once again followed different rules. I had passed Long Ao Huang again, but led by only 51 points. The upgraded ground's first battle had already proved my choice correct. Finding a 1-point target in town took half an hour. Here, a few minutes produced 300 points. I continued following traces of vicious beasts and soon encountered a rare spirit rank hog beast. Its combat power was not high, but its meat and spiritual energy far surpassed the ordinary species. Killing it provided 1,000 skill points and 100 examination points. A spirit rank hog beast was not harmless merely because it tasted good. It was enormously heavy and would charge repeatedly when wounded. I destroyed a rear leg from the flank, then delivered the killing blow behind its ear, avoiding a direct collision in the open. Once the wristband confirmed 100 points, my total rose from 1,051 to 1,151. My current score was 1,151. Since breakfast, I had drunk only water, and the repeated battles had noticeably depleted my vitality. I did not track another vicious beast. I chose a courtyard with a single entrance, cleared the ground, confirmed that there were no fresh tracks upwind, and then made a small fire. The ethereal ring held only 10 cubic meters and could not contain an entire large carcass. I cut away about 10 kilograms of meat best suited for recovery and left the rest for the wristband and military recovery marker. I did not cut any area close to the internal organs. I chose intact muscle from a hind leg and removed contaminated tissue. I cleaned my knife and gloves both before and after cutting and stored the raw meat away from the Azure Nether fruit and martial manuals. Leaving the rest of the body with a coordinate marker did not automatically surrender all ownership. The wristband recovery request would record the allocation of materials for settlement after the examination. Fat dripped into the fire with a soft hiss. Its aroma would attract vicious beasts, so this meal was both resupply and deliberately placed bait. The fire was small and positioned downwind in the courtyard, with dirt beside it ready to smother the flames. I drank no alcohol and did not treat recovery as a picnic. Every entrance and wall remained within my rotating field of view. If only a low-rank vicious beast came, I could gain a few points along the way. If its aura exceeded what I could handle, I would immediately extinguish the fire and withdraw over the rear wall. I placed the coiling dragon spear within reach. Before eating, I scattered several fragments of tile outside the courtyard wall that would make a sound when stepped on. After the spirit rank hog beast meat cooked, I sprinkled it with the seasoning I carried, cut through the center first to confirm there was no raw flesh, and then began eating. 10 kilograms looked like a great deal, but for a spirit level 9 martial artist who had erupted several times in succession, it replaced only part of what I had spent. I had bought the 2 bottles of seasoning at Yayin Pavilion for 500 yuan apiece. In the past, I would never have used spices this expensive to grill meat. Now, I cared more about replenishing energy and salt as quickly as possible. The blood and chi in spirit rank beast meat were gentler than a nutritional injection, but I still could not swallow it too quickly. After each piece, I circulated the art of life and death through one cycle and continued eating only after confirming that my abdomen was not swelling abnormally. The roasted meat's aroma was both a risk and a probe. A lack of footsteps outside did not mean there were no small, vicious beasts skilled at concealment nearby. I deliberately left the most fragrant strip at the edge of the fire while sitting sideways in a corner, ensuring my spearhead could seal both the entrance and a low opening in the wall. A faint scratching suddenly came from the corner of the courtyard. A gray mouse 2 or 3 inches long darted along the base of the wall toward the roasted meat. The tuft of white fur on its forehead revealed its species. The shadow spirit mouse was also spirit rank. Although tiny, its claws and incisors could cut metal. It used the smell to approach food, but its true target might be my wrist or throat. I deliberately waved a piece of meat to make it leap, then flicked the small white jade seasoning bottle with my other hand. True Chi carried the bottle straight into its head and smashed the shadow spirit mouse against the courtyard wall. Its pounce was far more dangerous than its appearance suggested, and it abruptly changed direction once in midair. I did not chase it with my spearhead. I let the strip of meat fall, forcing its second turn back into the position I had predicted. The jade bottle struck its forehead rather than the center of its body. The true chi contracted at the instant of contact, completing the kill without spraying shards or blood into the roasted meat. Shadow Spirit Mouse slain. Skill points plus 1,000. Points plus 100. Current total, 1,251. The wristband recorded this kill as a separate 100 points. I replayed 3 seconds of footage, confirming that no other candidate had participated before the Shadow Spirit Mouse died, so there would be no dispute about ownership during the post-examination review. After eating, I extinguished the open flame, covered the embers with dirt, and wiped the grease from my hands and spear shaft. The aroma had already traveled far. Remaining in a courtyard with only one entrance would merely trap me. I climbed onto the roof of a nearby 6-story building to observe. Branches below had just moved in the wind, but a regular scraping sound came from the wall on the other side, drawing steadily closer. The branches moved with the wind from the west, while the scraping climbed the southern wall. They had separate causes. I lowered my body and dropped a pebble from the roof's edge. Before it reached the ground, a dark red, pointed leg swept through the space beneath the wall, proving that the newcomer had already locked onto the roof. A gigantic dark red spider, more than 10 meters tall, was climbing the building. Its 4 pairs of legs were covered in hard shells and spikes, and all 8 compound eyes on its head turned simultaneously. A Bloodshadow Phantom Spider, a general rank vicious beast with overall combat power roughly equal to general level 3. The wristband field guide flashed only its name and danger level. It did not supply a weakness. Public information said that this species' silk fluid caused paralysis, and its 8 compound eyes gave it almost complete vision. The only weaknesses I could exploit were the joints in its legs and the extremely brief contraction before its abdomen fired silk. It had likely been drawn by the roasted meat and the death of another beast. The upgraded examination ground indeed contained targets above my current cultivation. The Bloodshadow Phantom Spider did not pause. One front leg stabbed at the rooftop like a spear. I stepped sideways, and its point grazed my clothes before punching straight through the concrete roof. While the leg was stuck in the slab, I swung the coiling dragon spear into its joint. Its shell emitted a piercing scrape, then cracked, and the entire front leg bent out of shape. I did not remain in place to add a second strike. The Bloodshadow Phantom Spider had 8 legs. Disabling one could only reduce its turning speed, not take away its ability to pursue. As I recovered the coiling dragon spear, I laid the shaft along the outside of my forearm to guard against another leg sweeping through my blind spot. The recoil numbed my right palm. That blow would already have broken the bones of an ordinary spirit rank vicious beast, yet the Bloodshadow Phantom Spider had lost only one leg. I retreated immediately. The giant spider's abdomen contracted, and translucent silk fluid interwove into a dark red web in midair, covering where I had just stood. One drop of silk fluid fell onto a rooftop ventilation pipe, and the metal surface immediately gave off a faint corrosive hiss. I abandoned any thought of lifting the web away with my spear shaft. Even if the coiling dragon spear endured it, the adhesive would pin my weapon on this cramped roof. The rooftop had limited space, and there were no surrounding footholds of sufficient height. If I stayed here, the spiderweb would eventually seal me in. I glanced at the protective ring on my right wrist, then toward the 7-story drop. If I wanted to preserve my examination eligibility, I had to change to a battlefield where mystic crane steps could function. The street below was covered in rubble, but at least it had depth. Jumping would briefly expose my back to the Bloodshadow Phantom Spider, but it would also force the beast to switch from vertical climbing to a falling pursuit. That instant was my only opening to pass through the cage of its legs. Before the spiderweb descended, I threw myself from the roof. The Bloodshadow Phantom Spider pursued on its 7 intact legs and rushed beyond the wall almost at the same instant. While falling, I activated perfected mystic crane steps in midair and kicked out a ring of compressed air beneath my feet. Borrowing force from empty space for an instant, I changed direction and passed between 2 spider legs while thrusting the coiling dragon spear toward its abdomen. The phantom body of the Great Void attacked with its spear from the other side at the same time. The 2 strikes smashed the Bloodshadow Phantom Spider toward the ground, but left only cracks in its shell. Before the dust settled, it charged out again. One front leg pierced the phantom, and the duplicate with 80% of my power collapsed on the spot. I retreated at high speed. I had used the Blood Ignition Art too recently to withstand another reversal of my blood energy. The protective ring on my right wrist already glowed in standby. Injecting true chi would deploy the barrier, but my examination would end on the spot. The Bloodshadow Phantom Spider still had 7 legs, and only 2 cracks marred its defenses. If I continued wearing it down with Gale Spear Art, I would be the first to run dry. As I retreated to the second intersection, I remembered the Bloodbane Spear Art I had just obtained. It specialized in penetrating heavy armor, precisely matching my present predicament. The risk was equally clear. Raising it through several levels in succession would draw spiritual energy into my body. If a forced breakthrough failed during battle, damaged meridians would be worse than withdrawing from the examination. I did not stake my hopes on a vague feeling. During the few breaths the phantom bought me, I first confirmed that Crimson's balance could cover 4 improvements, then chose a straight path free of spiderwebs along which I could keep retreating. Crimson, improved Bloodbane Spear Art. 20,000 skill points consumed. Bloodbane Spear Art improved to beginner. 30,000 skill points consumed. Bloodbane Spear Art improved to minor mastery. 40,000 skill points consumed. Bloodbane Spear Art improved to major mastery. 50,000 skill points consumed. Bloodbane Spear Art improved to perfection. The total was 140,000 points. For levels of Spear Art experience flooded my mind. Its power paths, armor-breaking angles, and methods of restraining baleful energy became clear at once. Pure spiritual energy poured from the void into my meridians, rapidly pushing my Danteon to its limit. The Bloodshadow Phantom Spider did not wait for me to break through safely. It smashed down a ruined wall from the left, and 2 front legs sealed my retreat from above and below. I shifted sideways with Mystic Crane steps, but the current raised by a pointed leg still tore the cloth over my shoulder. Gaseous True Chi had filled my Danteon. Forcing in any more would only tear my meridians. While moving, I compressed the True Chi along the Art of Life and Death circulation path. When the first drop of liquid True Chi condensed, my meridians felt as though burning needles had passed through them. A second drop, and then a third appeared. The scattered aura finally began converging at the center of my Danteon. The breakthrough did not instantly make me invincible or erase my injuries. My right arm remained numb, and the backlash from blood ignition had not vanished. What I gained was denser True Chi and an opportunity for perfected Bloodbane Spear Art to truly penetrate its armor. General Level 1. I stopped retreating and reversed my grip on the shaft to meet the spider legs stabbing toward me again. Bloodbane Spear Art did not spread its force across the entire shell. It compressed everything into one point at the spearhead. The first thrust pierced the already damaged joint and forced the spider off balance. I stepped inside the gap created by its tilted body and drove the second thrust into the thinnest seam between its compound eyes. The shell resisted for only an instant before cracking. The spearhead penetrated its head. I twisted the shaft, detonating liquid True Chi inside it, then pulled my weapon free and withdrew beyond the leg's coverage. The Bloodshadow Phantom Spider charged 2 steps forward before its 7 legs lost their support in succession. I approached the body only after confirming that its compound eyes had gone dark and its mouth parts no longer contracted. Bloodshadow Phantom Spider slain. Skill points plus 5,000. Points plus 1,000. Current total 2,251. Current rank 1. 1,251 plus 1,000 equaled 2,251. The wristband's individual record matched the total. I captured the screen for post-examination verification, preventing an entry error on such a high-value target. I touched the protective ring, which remained unactivated, and slowly exhaled. Had I not disabled one leg first and used the Phantom to block a lethal strike, this breakthrough might not have finished in time. The rise in cultivation changed the final spear thrust, but it did not erase the danger that preceded it. The shell, legs, venom sac, and silk glands of this general rank vicious beast were all extremely valuable. The intact materials could easily exceed 100 million yuan at market price. The carcass was far larger than the ethereal ring's capacity. However, I could not assume that no one would dispute the recovery merely because I said, "I killed it." I first used my wristband to film the entire carcass, the kill site, and the untriggered protective device, then submitted a military recovery request. Only after the system generated a material number did I list the venom sac and silk glands, the parts easiest to damage for priority handling. While the battle recording uploaded, I checked my Danteon and meridians after the breakthrough. My liquid True Chi circulated steadily, and my cultivation had indeed settled at General Level 1. But repeated Mystic Crane steps and the forced condensation of liquid Chi had left me exhausted. I still could not use blood ignition again for some time. I did not remain beside the carcass. The scent of blood would attract new predators, and after just completing a breakthrough, I most needed an open space from which I could watch my surroundings. After entering the general rank, I felt the difference of liquefied True Chi for the first time. Gaseous True Chi was like wind, quick to erupt, but easy to disperse. Liquid True Chi was denser. The same spear thrust consumed less, yet its power was even more concentrated. This change did more than simply amplify strength. Every borrowed step of Mystic Crane steps became easier to control. The True Chi film on the coiling dragon spear was almost half as thick, but covered the spearhead steadily. I performed 3 low-intensity test thrusts, checking the reactions of my shoulder, elbow, and dantian in turn. After the third, the stabbing pain in my meridians from the forced condensation did not worsen. I hovered several meters above the ground and confirmed that the forced breakthrough had caused no hidden injury before landing beside the Blood Shadow Phantom Spider again. My wristband was uploading the battle recording, and the recovery request showed that the military had accepted it. Within a few minutes, the examination committee sent 3 consecutive identity verification requests. The first confirmed that I had broken through at the scene from Spirit Level 9 to General Level 1 while fighting the Blood Shadow Phantom Spider. The second asked whether my talent test record was correct. The third required Yutsai High School to upload the original footage from the Awakening Steel that day. All 3 inquiries came through official channels and bore the Taichu City National Martial Examination Center's digital signature. I did not accept the unfamiliar friend requests pouring in at the same time. I responded only through the examination terminal, so no one could use recruitment as a pretext to extract information about my cultivation arts or identity. I truthfully confirmed the first 2 items, but did not explain Crimson. The steel had displayed mortal rank. Every teacher and student at the school could testify to that. Its inability to detect the system did not make my cultivation false. How the 4 great martial universities interpreted the result was their problem to solve. I stated only verifiable facts. The Awakening Steel had functioned normally, with no irregularities in the results of other students in the same group. I had received a mortal rank result that day. My current cultivation and today's battle recording were equally real. Preserving both seemingly contradictory facts was safer than inventing a hidden talent on the spot. Before long, notices of preliminary contact from all 4 martial universities appeared on my wristband. Each stated that it was not a formal admission letter, but already listed different terms. Taichu Martial University offered to cultivate me with resources worth 500 million yuan a year. Magic City Martial University offered 1 billion a year and promised to aim for making me a titled king within 5 years. Imperial City Martial University raised the annual resource allowance to 2.5 billion and added the right to choose 2 mystic rank martial skills. Apocalypse Martial University did not compete on price directly and merely invited me to meet after the examination. I marked all 4 notices separately. None explained whether the annual allowance meant cash, credits, or designated resources, whether the mystic rank martial skills could be taken outside the university, or whether the 5-year king rank goal carried a breach clause. The larger the number, the less reason I had to decide from one promotional phrase while the battle was still underway. Every promise came with review conditions and could not yet be treated as property in my possession. I saved each one without responding immediately. The martial universities were competing for first place on all 3 rankings, kills above my cultivation, and a breakthrough in the field, not the 2 words displayed on the Awakening Steel. Even if someone concluded that mortal rank talent could not keep growing, I had already proved with general rank cultivation that the conventional judgment did not apply to me. Shihong appeared on a distant rooftop and confirmed that no second blood demon cult member was nearby. He did not ask about the system. He only reminded me to process my prey first because the upgraded examination ground might still contain other general rank vicious beasts. His appearance proved that the examination committee had assigned additional inspectors after the security incident, but it did not mean I could hand the remaining danger to him. A king rank inspector's duty was to prevent external attacks and loss of control over the grounds, not hunt vicious beasts for me. If I voluntarily activated the protective ring, the withdrawal rule would still apply. Everyone outside is asking the same question, he said. Is Su Tian really a mortal rank talent? I inserted the coiling dragon spear into a joint of the Blood Shadow Phantom Spider's leg and began separating the materials. Whenever I cut off a piece, I had the wristband scan its number and match it to the earlier recovery request. I first wrapped the venom sac in hog beast hide and an empty medicine box, creating 2 protective layers. I kept the silk glands intact and away from the sharp pieces of shell. The ethereal ring had limited capacity, so I had to prioritize materials by value and vulnerability rather than stuffing in whatever I saw. If the steel says so, then I am. The answer did not matter. As long as my strength kept rising, the doubters would eventually find a new explanation themselves. I closed the recruitment pop-ups and returned the main display to the map and rankings. The clock was still running. No argument about whether mortal rank can break through would add a single point to my score. The awakening footage, the Blood Shadow Phantom Spider recording, and the identity verification receipt had each been saved. If someone demanded another test after the examination, I could cooperate through a public procedure. I would not accept a private inspection without rules and confidentiality safeguards. The system was my greatest trump card, while my cultivation was a result everyone could see. I also disabled public location authorization on the wristband, leaving it visible only to the examination committee. Recruiters could discuss terms after I left. Exposing my real-time route to any university now could give still undetected members of the Blood Demon cult an opportunity. The Blood Shadow Phantom Spider was too large to fit in the ethereal ring. I used Bloodbane Spear art to cut off all 8 legs in succession, then removed the venom sac and the intact silk glands. My wristband photographed and geotagged each material first, preventing any dispute over ownership during recovery. Not all 8 legs were intact. The joint of the first one I had smashed with the coiling dragon spear was damaged and would inevitably be valued below the other 7. I listed it separately rather than pricing all 8 as complete materials. Spider silk rapidly lost its adhesive quality after contact with dust. I rolled existing storage cloth into an isolation layer so it would not stick to the manuals and pills inside the ethereal ring. The remaining space in the ring quickly filled with spider materials and spirit rank hog beast meat. I left the carcass's coordinates for the military and continued hunting. After my breakthrough to the general rank, ordinary spirit rank vicious beasts in the buffer zone could barely threaten me. Bloodbane spear art grew smoother with every use. Even heavily armored targets whose joints and throats I once had to seek could now have their defenses broken head-on. I still did not ignore the terrain. Whenever I discovered a new target, I checked the number of tracks, the wind, and my retreat routes before deciding whether to attack. The skill point added by Crimson every second had never stopped, and killing vicious beasts supplied additional income. The 140,000 points spent perfecting Bloodbane spear art were rapidly returning. The most dangerous illusion after a breakthrough was seeing low-ranked targets as helpless dummies. During one pursuit, 3 vicious beasts deliberately retreated in front of me while a 4th hid in a ruined building to the side. I stopped at the entrance after noticing 2 sets of scrape marks moving in the opposite direction and confirmed their number from the roof instead. That kept me from being trapped in the narrow corridor. I limited every spear thrust to a distance from which I could recover it, and did not blast large areas with true chi. This reduced pointless expenditure and preserved valuable hides, horns, and glands. The military could not haul back every low-rank carcass for me, but the coordinates of intact materials would still enter the post-examination settlement. Over the next several hours, I continuously cleared spirit rank vicious beasts without ignoring body-tempering targets along my route. 2 spirit rank groundhogs had barely raised their heads from behind a dirt mound when a sweep of my spear but killed them. Each provided 1,000 skill points and 100 examination points. With 3 hours left before the examination ended, the wristband rankings showed a clear gap. First, Su Tian, Yutsai High School, 7,089 points. Second, Long Ao Huang, Magic City No. 1 High School, 1,710 points. Third, Lulei Imperial City No. 1 High School, 680 points. I saved a screenshot of the rankings together with my itemized kill record. The additional 4,838 points after my score of 2,251 came from continuous hunting over the following several hours. High-value spirit rank targets and a small number of body-tempering targets all had location records. My total of 7,089 was not a reward that suddenly appeared from the system. The candidate in 100th place had only 110 points. As long as I did not trigger a rescue device, the championship was almost certain to remain mine. I could have returned directly to the outpost, but the resource packages offered by the 4 great martial universities reminded me of one fact. The higher my cultivation went, the more expensive my arts, weapons, and spirit stones would become. 3 hours remained. I should turn my secured lead into usable funds. The National Martial Examination wristband awarded points based on valid kills. For registered teams, the system allocated them by contribution. Without a team, points usually went to the person who delivered the lethal blow. The rules forbade candidates from killing one another, but they did not prohibit a stronger fighter from handing an incapacitated vicious beast to another candidate for the finishing strike. In previous years, great families had also hired people to escort their children, though such transactions were rarely public. I decided to sell that service. Classmates paid 900,000 yuan per point. Other candidates paid 1 million. I would deliver a target only after confirming payment or receiving an IOU. Every transaction would remain on wristband video, so no one could deny it afterward. The 10% discount applied only to Yutsai Class 3, not the entire school. The vaguer the boundary of a relationship, the more likely it was to become an argument on the examination ground. Nor would I promise to guarantee a place in the top 100. The rankings were still changing. I could deliver only exact points and escort services for a limited time. The examination committee determined admission. I had to restrain each target until it could no longer counterattack without inflicting a fatal injury in advance. After the client delivered the final blow, the wristband would still evaluate contributions from the recording. If my spear had already destroyed its central nervous system before I handed over the carcass, I would neither fool the scoring system nor avoid leaving evidence of a violation. This was not transferring away my own points. My 7,000 plus were already recorded on the rankings. Clients would receive vicious beasts I had not yet killed. I put away the coiling dragon spear and turned toward the passage between the two examination grounds. Before leaving, I sent Squad 8 a return request stating that I would bring a living vicious beast through the buffer passage. If the guards did not know its condition, they might shoot it the moment the gate opened. The transaction would end before I reached a buyer. I included only the prey's species, quantity, and restraint status in the request, not the buyer's name. The passage needed safety information. The commercial arrangement could be documented once both parties met. Spreading the news early could draw a crowd to the gate, blocking the road while bidding against one another. To make money, I first had to find someone who both needed points and could afford them. On my way back, I discovered a silver moon rabbit in the grass. It was gnawing on a crimson essence herb, but its ears kept turning. Its top speed could rival a fighter at spirit level 8 or 9. I suppressed my aura and approached. One eruption of mystic crane steps placed me behind it. The silver moon rabbit had barely raised its sharp claws when I seized the back of its neck, sealed its movements with true chi, and flicked its head with one finger to knock it unconscious. I did not tighten a rope around its throat. It could suffocate during transport, and the buyer would not receive the kill record. My true chi sealed only the major meridians in its limbs while leaving its neck free to breathe. Every few minutes, I also checked its pupils and the rise of its chest and abdomen to ensure it remained a living, deliverable target. A living spirit rank vicious beast was perfect for a transaction. It was worth 100 points. As long as the client delivered a valid lethal blow, they could cross a large section of the rankings at once. I carried the silver moon rabbit through the underground passage. Squad 8's captain confirmed that I would return to the upgraded ground and preserve the passage record in advance. I did not remain at the sentry post. Near the town's edge, I also caught a 5-colored chicken worth 5 points along the way. Before I entered the passage, the captain on duty first switched the automated gun ports to manual confirmation mode, then inspected the silver moon rabbit's restraints. The two gates still followed the sequence of closing one before opening the other. I controlled the living target throughout and did not skip isolation procedure because I was in a hurry. The 5-colored chicken was only a body-tempering vicious beast, but when startled, it sprayed multicolored mist that caused paralysis. I loosely bound its wings with a strip of cloth and pointed its head outward so it could not suddenly attack while I carried the silver moon rabbit. Both prey animals had to remain alive and could not injure each other. Most of the leading candidates had already gone deep along their own routes, while ordinary people could not afford 1 million yuan per point. I encountered several teams in succession, but they could only shake their heads. I did not repeatedly sell to people who could not pay or deliberately drive vicious beasts toward them to create demand. Examination time belonged to every candidate. Pressuring someone by blocking the road would turn a legal service into extortion. I quoted the price once. If they could not afford it, I continued to the next group. The two living creatures also continuously consumed my true chi. If I still had no suitable buyer after half an hour, I would prioritize safety and kill them or abandon the transaction. I could not risk an accident for an order that did not yet exist. The sound of a wall collapsing suddenly came from the northeast. I climbed an ancient tree to observe and recognized 3 students from Yutsai Class 1 below Qianming, Zhao Wu, and Wang Lu. Qianming's family had donated 2 classroom buildings to the school and could afford the price. Zhao Wu and Wang Lu, meanwhile, had followed him for years. The 3 were surrounding a one-horned boar, but had failed to complete the kill because of their chaotic coordination. Even worse, a second one-horned boar was approaching from the other side. They would soon be caught between the two. The first boar's left shoulder was injured, but it could still charge. The second remained at full strength, and its route sealed the 3 students' escape to the main street. If I waited another dozen seconds, they would have no choice but to trigger their rescue spheres. That would put both boars within the rescue device's adjudication zone, preventing them from being traded for points afterward. Zhao Wu and Wang Lu had already taken out their rescue spheres. Once released, the pair would lose their eligibility, and the trapped vicious beasts would no longer award points. I tied the silver moon rabbit's ears to the five-colored chicken's legs so the two living targets could not scatter and escape while I intervened, then leaped from the branch. The knot fixed only the distance between them and did not constrict their blood vessels. I hung both prey animals from a thick branch above the boar's charge line before truly letting go and dropping. If they fell into the battlefield and the boars trampled them to death, every later negotiation would become meaningless. Before landing, I used True Chi to disperse my speed and stop between the three students and the boars. Startled, Zhao Wu raised a hand and nearly threw his rescue sphere at me. I immediately told him to put the device away first. The two one-horned boars charged together. I struck each with a palm through the air, controlling my force to injure their front legs and internal organs without killing them outright. The first palm knocked the left front knee aside and overturned the already wounded boar. The second drove diagonally through the right shoulder of the intact boar and broke the rhythm of its charge. Both lost the ability to pursue, but their breathing and heartbeats remained, and my wristband showed no kill notification. The danger was temporarily over, and their points remained available for sale. After recognizing me, Qianming first offered a 200,000 yuan thank you payment, then another 1 million for me to keep helping him hunt vicious beasts. I first had Zhao Wu and Wang Lu return their rescue spheres to their cases, then checked whether any of the three had an open wound. Qianming had only scrapes. The other two had expended too much vitality, but could both continue the examination. That meant I had provided a valid rescue rather than taken control of three candidates who had already withdrawn. I refused. 1 million yuan could not even buy 2 points, much less hire a general rank martial artist for 3 hours. Do you want to enter Taichu Martial University? I asked. Qianming looked at the silver moon rabbit in my hand, then at the two still living one-horned boars on the ground. At last, he realized that I was not here to provide charity. Qianming had ranked around 120th in the physical fitness test. He had to place at least in the top 80 in practical combat to have a chance of pushing his combined standing into the 4 great martial universities' admission range. He currently had only 50 points. There was no longer enough time for ordinary hunting. I told him to open his live rankings first rather than listen only to my judgment. The score around 80th place was still rising. Even buying 150 points now would merely improve his odds, not guarantee admission. The price purchased control of vicious beasts and opportunities to kill them, not a place granted by the examination committee. I stated the price clearly. A silver moon rabbit was worth 100 points. Candidates from another class or school paid 1 million yuan per point. Only my classmates received the 10% discount. The charge for rescuing the 3 of them just now was separate 10 million yuan apiece, or 30 million in total. We also had to agree separately on who would receive the points from the 2 badly wounded boars. Qianming was from Yutsai Class 1 and did not qualify for Class 3's 10% discount. He could refuse the transaction, but the rescue was already on video, and the 30 million yuan fee would be settled after we left. I did not threaten them with the boars or stop the 3 from continuing their examination. Whether he purchased new points was a separate matter. Qianming had thought I meant 1 million yuan for the entire service package. Once he understood the per-point price, he froze and tried to raise his total offer to 1,100,000. I turned to leave. Only 3 hours remained, and he was not the only potential buyer. If he won't buy, I will. A girl carrying a sword stepped out from behind a broken wall. Her name was Dong Shiyao, the class president of Yutsai Class 2. She had awakened spirit rank talent, and both her physical fitness and practical combat rankings were near the admission cutoff. I first checked her wristband status. The device continued recording, and her rescue equipment had not been activated, proving that she remained eligible to compete and earn points. She had watched from behind the wall, but had made no contribution to the fight against the boars. She could not claim a right to kill them merely because of when she appeared. I had heard her footsteps long ago and said nothing because they held no hostility. She first tried to use our connection as students from the same school to lower the price. When I would not yield, she directly asked how we could trade 200 points. 200 million yuan. Pay first or leave an enforceable IOU. Dong Shiyao explained that she could not move that much cash from inside the examination ground, but she was willing to secure the debt with real estate in her name and her personal credit, settling it after the examination. She wanted to enter one of the four great martial universities and did not want her family deciding her future. That was her private matter. I verified only the legal identity, mailing address, and emergency contact on her wristband. Her reason did not earn her a discount. I already carried paper, a pen, and an ink pad in the ethereal ring. I took out a blank sheet and had her write the debtor, creditor, amount of 200 million yuan, and purpose escort and vicious beast control services during the national martial examination in her own hand. She also specified that our present agreement covered 200 points in total. After she signed and pressed her seal, I used both our wristbands to record the confirmation. The paper IOU went into the ethereal ring, and we each retained an electronic copy of the footage. Only then did Qian Ming become truly anxious. He blocked our route toward the boars and tried to keep negotiating. I ignored him and fulfilled the first part of Dong Shiyao's order. The silver moon rabbit was worth 100 points, and the five-colored chicken was worth 5, totaling 105. The remaining 95 points stayed on the agreement and had to be delivered before the examination ended. Take these first 105 points. I handed the Bloodblade dagger to Dong Shiyao. Once the wristband confirms them, we'll handle the rest. She took the dagger, finally losing the relaxed expression she had worn during the negotiation. I also divided the transaction into 2 stages on the recording. Stage 1 was the silver moon rabbit and 5-colored chicken before us, worth 105 points in total. In Stage 2, I would make a reasonable effort to deliver 95 points within the remaining examination time. If the examination ended or officials intervened before I could finish, the debt would be reduced by the undelivered portion. She repeated the terms and confirmed them, eliminating any ambiguity that the 200 million is signed, so she must pay it regardless of how much is delivered. The recording also made clear that the transaction did not include using her weapon for her, interfering with other candidates, or falsifying kills. If officials declared any target invalid, its value would not count toward delivery. Establishing these red lines in advance was far more effective than arguing about validity after the rankings were published. We added a settlement deadline, both parties' real name wristband numbers, and a venue for dispute resolution to the IOU. The absence of a ban on this kind of escort service in the examination rules did not mean that a sheet of paper bearing only names and an amount had no loopholes. 200 million yuan was not pocket change. I would rather spend 2 extra minutes completing the evidence. Dong Shiyao stated that her personal real estate and assets would secure the debt and did not ask for immediate backing from her family. I recorded only her promise. I did not unilaterally list absent family members as joint debtors. Buying points was only a transaction. She still had to deliver the truly lethal blow herself. I also had to control my own force. If the silver moon rabbit died first because my true chi restraint was too strong, the points would go only to me. If the restraint was too weak, it could cut the client's throat from several meters away. Delivery did not mean throwing prey at her feet. It meant reducing the danger to the point where she could complete the final step. I can't come up with 200 million yuan right now, but once the examination is over, I can sell the assets in my name. Dong Shiyao did not try to bargain the price down any further. She told me plainly that her family had already arranged a marriage for her. Only if she placed in the top 100 of the martial examination and qualified for admission to one of the 4 great martial universities would she have enough leverage to refuse it. She did not leave the arranged marriage as some vague complaint. She pulled up the engagement notice her family had sent her and showed it to me. The notice required her to return home within 7 days after the martial examination. If she was not admitted to one of the 4 great martial universities, the villa in her name and the income from her trust would be placed back under her guardian's control. The assets she could use to repay me were precisely the leverage her family intended to take away. 200 points could not guarantee that every problem would disappear, but they could transform her from someone waiting to be assigned a marriage into a Martial University student with admission credentials and the protection of an outside mentor. That is why I have to buy these 200 points. Whether her motive deserved sympathy had no effect on the terms of the transaction. She had the ability to repay and was willing to sign. I had no reason to refuse. I used my wristband to verify the property documents she provided in offline mode. The registered owner's name and identification number matched the woman standing before me. The property's most recent valuation exceeded 200 million yuan, and no mortgage or other registered lien appeared on it. The documents had also been issued before today, so they could not have been forged for this last-minute transaction. There was no way to freeze the title while we were inside the examination ground, which meant I still carried the risk that she might default afterward. In exchange, she agreed to include overdue interest, the jurisdiction for any dispute, and authorization to dispose of the asset. I, in turn, would be responsible for automatically reducing the corresponding debt if I failed to deliver the remaining 95 points. I took paper, a pen, and an ink pad from my ethereal ring, then wrote down the price per point, the total amount, the method of delivery, and the final payment deadline. Dong Shiyao confirmed every provision, signed in the debtor's space, and pressed her fingerprint beside her name. We made 2 copies of the contract. The paper versions were there only to prevent the examination network's restrictions from causing the records to be lost. We also used both wristbands to scan the complete document and generate immutable timestamps. Zhao Wu and Wang Lu signed the attached witness page, confirming that the transaction was voluntary and involved no threats. The terms explicitly described the purchase as services for capturing and controlling vicious beasts. They did not involve selling examination system data, nor did they guarantee any particular admission result. Anyone who reviewed the transaction afterward would be able to see exactly how the price, delivery obligations, and risks had been allocated. I now held a receivable worth 200 million yuan. I put away the IOU and began by delivering the silver moon rabbit and 5-colored chicken already in my possession. Before delivery, I had Dong Shiyao stand 6.5 feet away and first show her own weapon and the angle of her wristband camera. The silver moon rabbit's limbs were still restrained by true qi, but its vital signs remained normal. The 5-colored chicken merely had its wings bound and was uninjured. At the same time, I activated a transaction marker on my wristband, separating the release of my control, the buyer's attack, and the crediting of points into 3 consecutive events. That would prevent the system from mistakenly assigning the final kill to me. That comes to 105 points. I'll deliver the remaining 95 before the examination ends. To prevent the silver moon rabbit from suddenly counterattacking, I pinned it in place with general rank true qi and handed Dong Shiyao a spirit rank bloodblade dagger. The bloodblade dagger was first registered as a temporarily loaned weapon. The martial examination allowed candidates to lend one another weapons, but it prohibited anyone from later disguising an outside weapon as equipment they had brought in themselves. After taking the dagger, Dong Shiyao did not strike immediately. She waited until the silver moon rabbit was fully conscious and her wristband had identified its spirit rank aura again. The record would therefore show that she had not merely finished off a target with no remaining signs of life. She had personally killed a spirit rank vicious beast that was still a threat. She killed the 5-colored chicken first, then struck the silver moon rabbit's vital point with a single blow. The points for both vicious beasts were immediately credited to her wristband. 5 points appeared first, followed by another 100. Only after her total score, kill list, and my transaction marker all showed the same result did I write 105 points in the contract's delivery field and have her confirm it again. The completed portion represented a debt of 105 million yuan. The remaining 95 points, which had not yet been delivered, remained subject to the contract's performance condition. True qi projecting outside the body. Dong Shiyao stared at the restrained silver moon rabbit. You're already a general rank martial artist. I just broke through. She did not ask how someone with a mortal rank talent had managed to break through. Instead, she immediately checked the rankings. With the additional 105 points, she had temporarily risen to 137th place, about 30 points short of the candidate in 100th. With the examination nearing its end, many candidates had identical scores. Merely edging above the current cutoff would not be safe. Her decision to buy 200 points was sound. Once the full amount was delivered, it would be enough to put her inside the top 100. I graphed the changes in the rankings over the last 10 minutes. The score in 100th place had climbed from 108 to 135, and the increase was accelerating. If candidates began forming groups in the final half hour, the safe cutoff could rise by several dozen more points. At the current rate, Dong Shiyao's original score plus 200 points should leave her with enough of a margin. Even so, I warned her to keep hunting body-tempering rank vicious beasts along the way rather than staking the entire result on our contract. She nodded and added that advice to her plan for the remaining examination time. You can have those 2 badly wounded one-horned boars as well. I pointed toward the targets nearby. Dong Shiyao drew her long sword and walked toward the boars, but Qianming rushed in front of her and blocked the way. They were our prey to begin with. My expression darkened. Qianming had refused to buy points a moment ago, and now he still wanted to obstruct my customer. I thrust out a palm from a distance and sent him flying into the ruined wall behind him. I used only enough force to leave him unable to interfere without putting his life in danger. Don't stand in my valued customer's way. I withdrew my hand, and I just saved all 3 of your lives. 10 million yuan per person isn't unreasonable, is it?